Hello there, everyone, and welcome to the Valkyries of Vengeance tournament. My name is Harry B. Cast, or Harry B. It depends on how well you know me. And I am joined here with the very special and the very handsome, might I add, Scary Drop Bear. Welcome to the cast, my friend.
Thank you, Harry. It's such a pleasure to be here. This is day 2 of the Valkyries of Vengeance tournament. We've already raised $2,330 so far for National Breast Cancer Foundation, and I'm sure we're going to smash the 2,500 goal today. We have got the quarterfinals, semifinals, and grand finals today. We've got our first teams coming up. Harry, can you tell us a bit about how this day is going to be running?
Well, like we said, this is day 2 now of the Valkyries of Vengeance tournament. So we've gone through the group stages of yesterday, where we started with 8 teams and we had 40 streamers. We're now down to 6. So we're going to be starting off today with our 2 quarterfinal matches, starting us off. Then we'll be going into our semifinals later on and our grand finals in a little while. We've still got a while to get there, Scary, but it is something to still look forward to. And I mean, there's some pretty awesome creators and some pretty awesome teams throughout this event here.
Yeah, I mean, we had 40 people join and so many teams jump in. And we're only going to be having a part of those teams today because it was so competitive yesterday. The teams have been so well balanced and everyone's been in really good spirits, but still trying their best, especially with the one special edition of this tournament, a rule you might not have seen in most tournaments. They have to have a Mercy player locked in. This is all about the Mercy players. That's what we're going to be focusing on. There is the Mercy skin, raising money for breast cancer, and that is the part of this. So every single team is going to have a Mercy. One lucky DPS on every team is going to have a pocket, which, as a DPS player, what a great idea.
Well, exactly right. But Scary, you mentioned something very, very important here, because it's not just about the Mercy players. It's also about raising money for the National Breast Cancer Foundation. And Scary, why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
Indeed. So the National Breast Cancer Association raises money for breast cancer awareness, and they want to try to make sure they can find cures. Obviously, breast cancer is something that will has affected a lot of us in that are listening to this right now. That's why we're hosting this event. All donations to the tournament the Breast Cancer Foundation, the National Breast Cancer Foundation of Australia, is our leading national body funding game-changing breast cancer research with money raised from the Australian public. And this is the best way to help find a cure, to help prevent deaths, and to hopefully get to the final stage of breast cancer not existing anymore. So every single donation, there's a Tiltify link in chat, !donate to bring that up. All that money will go straight towards that foundation for a great cause. So thank you for watching. Thank you for being here. And if you can spare the money of a coffee, chuck it towards this charity because it's a great cause.
Yeah, 100%. And we have already raised so much money as well, Scary. $2,330 in just a day is absolutely outstanding. And it is a massive part as to why I love this community, because this is such a great cause to get behind. And like you said, Scary, so many people have been affected by breast cancer, whether personally or with relatives. So this is a major cause that is very close to a lot of people's hearts. However, we couldn't do this alone. We do have a very special sponsor for this charity tournament as well. So a massive thank you over to Quokka Mousepads for sponsoring the event and generously offering us 2 $50 gift cards to give away. One will go out to the tournament standout MVP, and the other will go out to a member of the chat. So stick around, because you definitely do not want to miss that, because Quokka, I mean, they make some of the best mouse pads in the game at the moment. You're able to custom design your mouse pads and playmats, which are ideal for both gamers and office professionals. They are so good. I've got one here that I've shown off multiple times before in the past. Don't miss out on getting yourself a Quokka mousepad, and don't miss out on potentially winning a $50 gift card so that you can get a Quokka mousepad.
Exactly. And how can you play Overwatch at the highest level you need to without having that smooth mouse transition? So thank you very much for Quokka for supporting such a good event. Now, how today is going to run. It's going to run a little bit differently than yesterday. Today is going to be a single elimination bracket. So we're going to start with the quarterfinals. It's going to be a best of 3, and then it is going to transition into the grand finals, which is a best of 5. The first teams we have coming up is Lifeguards versus Pink Mercy, which is going to be extremely interesting. Yesterday was so competitive, Harry. it's so hard to even have a favorite here. I think everyone's in for a chance. And something important to mention as well is every one of these players is a OCE content creator that you may recognize their names from, and they're streaming their individual point of view on their own channels as well. So make sure you give them some love and support for jumping into this organization, for jumping into this event, because the OCE community is just all coming together for such a great cause. So to start with, we've got the Lifeguards versus Pink Mercy, and then the game after that is going to be Zombabes versus Witch Mercy.
Yeah, and both of these quarterfinals are looking extremely competitive. I was able to stick around and watch a few of the streams yesterday. And Pink Mercy, this is the first time that we've seen Hoshi in a day 2 for a tournament in a content creator sense. Let's think about that. Hoshi is incredible, and this is the first time they've made it to a day 2. It's something to behold, but obviously Lifeguards as well, they looked really competitive as well, with Shin and Bigfoot really leading the charge for their team there. Later on, like you said, we go to Zombabes and Witch Mercy, and both of those teams looked really promising in their matches yesterday. Witch Mercy running more of that fast-paced composition, whereas Zombabes was sticking more towards that Junker Queen style composition. And honestly, Zombabes are my dark horse of this tournament, Scary. They have looked so cohesive and really only lost a couple of maps throughout day 1, so they're quite unlucky to even be in this situation in the quarterfinals, but I expect that we'll see them go quite the distance in this tournament.
Yeah, it is immediate knockout, so everything is on the line. Every round, every map is going to be so important here. And like you said, yeah, Hoshi, I have to agree with that, is a fantastic player, and I'm very keen to cast over that because I accidentally hammer killed them in a previous tournament, so I don't know how many Torbjorns we've seen today, but like you said, with the team comps, we've seen such a variety, and you think there might be the same cookie cutter comps because the Mercy is locked in, but we've seen players experimenting, we've seen players finding the right comp for their own styles, and that's been so exciting to coming up. Now also, Harry, the map pool. So the first map is going to be Control, and it is Samoa. So the map voting has already taken place. So for the first map of each match, it is going to be a ban from either team. In the Control category, we've got Samoa, Busan, and Lijiang. So Busan and Lijiang have been voted out. So the leftover is Samoa. And whoever loses this match will get to choose the map for the next game mode, which is Hybrid. And Hybrid is going to have Kings Row, Midtown, and Eichenwald. So it's going to be very interesting.
It is going to be very interesting indeed, but that's not where we're going to stop, because if we need to, we will be going to our push map as well, and our push maps are also going to be extremely interesting to see where the teams will go to, because we've got Colosseo, Esperanza, and Runasapi, and I feel like interesting might be our word of the day here, Scary.
Well, I mean, I don't think we're going to say the word uninteresting a single time, but we definitely have to think of some synonyms for interesting. So this is going to be a best of 3. So we do have that tiebreaker there. I don't know if I've actually seen a tiebreaker in an OCE tournament recently.
We haven't, not for a while, but we can see the draw on the hybrid maps, so we may need to go to our flashpoint, which, if that is the case, we'll be going over to Suravasa as well. And I think for both of these teams that we have coming up here, Lifeguards and Pink Mercy, both teams are going to be pretty happy when there's brawl.
Oh, for sure. They're going to want to get in the face of each other. And we know Liger on that Reinhardt only has a W key on the keyboard. So we're going to see that maximum in-your-face style of aggression, and it's just going to be chaos. We're starting off with the control point, which is going to be like team fight after team fight. And then if we do manage to get the tiebreaker, Flashpoint, which is another extremely fast-paced game mode, is going to be really exciting. And also, we haven't seen too much Runasapi being played as a new map, obviously. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how players kind of decide.
Are you seeing on the screen what I am seeing right now, Scary? That's not the hero that you're meant to pick, Liger.
I mean, I think we have to check if he's. Can we do a welfare check on Liger? Is he okay?
Someone call 000 right now.
Oh, I have seen him swap from the right of the Winston occasionally, but this just shows how seriously these players are taking it. It's all for fun, but that Magna is going to do a lot of damage. We're going to actually a matchup from Shin there, which is going to be really interesting. Bray is on the Life Weaver, so we might be seeing some saves coming out but we do have Hoshi on the Ana. So some nano boost, maybe a nano boost Ryoto on the Reaper. And this is Mauga gameplay. This
They've stopped. Wait a second. We're seeing a little bit of a death stare happening right now. Wait, what are you doing? Guys! Well, no Mauga v Mauga gameplay, that's for sure. We're gonna be seeing maybe a tank swap coming in if that's the case. It's making love, not war, in this scenario. And we do see the Reinhardts coming out from both teams, Scary.
This is where it's going to start. Now, to some players that might be new to this game, they might understand what they're seeing. This is a high-level, extremely skillful strat. When in doubt, flirt with the opponent. It has a greater chance of success than beating them. If you flirt with them, it goes so much better. And this we're just stalling out the point here. We don't want to have an 8-hour lengthy cast today, so we'll get some shooting when the Reinhardts come back. I was confused with the Mauga, and now I'm happy. How dare you Reinhardt players play with my feelings like this?
Well, it looks like Bastions are coming out on both teams here, and now Scary as well. So, yeah, going well back towards that brawl composition.
Look, have you heard that saying where it's like, if I'm going to cut down a tree in 4 hours, I'll spend 3 hours sharpening my axe? That's what these teams are doing right now. They're sharpening their axe. They're not willing to make the first move until all the pieces are in the exact spot they want. But that fire strike from Shin has triggered Liger's internal Reinhardt momentum, and it is kicked off with a bang.
Where did Bray go? Bray just walked off the map there. Now we're going to see Liger having to back away here. A shot onto Draco means that they're going to have to take cover. But right now we see Lifeguards back here.
Yeah, and this point on Samoa is the only one that doesn't have any barriers in the middle. So to contest it, you have to be standing in the open, and that is not a place you want to be with Ryoto's Bastion in your face. So if Ryoto and Exodus get some long-range picks with their Ashe and Bastion and wheel down that shield, we're just seeing a lot of poke. A lot of poke. They're going to be flanking around the side, trying to collapse onto the team and avoid that long-range damage. But Gray has the Brig now, which is going to be in the face.
Ryoto shredding down at the moment. Shin gets very, very low, and the nano boost has been built up already from Hoshi. Now Liger trying to get aggressive. Doesn't get the pin though, gets caught on the corner, and now they need to try and find a way to get in. They do see Beep being quite low here, but Shin going for their own little flank here. No one's scouted out the Reinhardt for Pick Mercy here, but it's going to be Liger who turns around and gets the counter pin. Now it's the anti-nade that goes off the Shin. Shin taken down. Now it's going to be the Earth Shatter being laid down there from Liger. A pin onto Bray, some will finish off the Brigida, and that is a fight win for Lifeguards, although 59% picked up.
Yeah, and Braysum there tried fantastically. I was surprised that Liger didn't check that spot. Ult coming in immediately. They're not wasting any time right now. The pin off the map. No!
Finished just all the way in. They managed to find Liger earlier in the fight. Hoshi goes down to that artillery strike, and with Ryoto not being there, there's no damage, there's no healing really. They're going to try and invest the Bob now to contest the point here. Maybe keep it stalled out a little bit as Liger is coming back now on the Reinhardt. Shin has built up towards that Earth Shatter, looking for the opportunity to lay it down as Big Boop takes down Exodus' Bob. There's a pin coming through from Liger. Manages to get Draco off of the map right there. The great flip charge coming out from the Reinhardt champion himself. And so far, this has been a bit of a stalwart fight, but Liger doesn't want to give up the aggression just yet.
No, this is play versus counterplay. Both teams are just going for that charge off the map. And when you're stuck in that charge battle, that is when the damage boosted Bastion can just shred you apart when that shield is down. They got to watch out for that. But both Reinhardts are being cheeky. They want... Oh, the solo shatter!
They missed the shatter as well. It's a great fire strike that connects onto Kitsfu, and in the meantime, the point has flipped over here for Pink Mercy. And the Resurrect does come through onto Draco, so it's going to be a 5v4 if they want to try and re-engage, but it looks like Lifeguards will back out for now.
Yeah, and we're just seeing the importance of the support characters here. That Mercy damage boost, especially on the Bastion, is just shredding those Reinhardts, and we know these players probably won't swap off the Reinhardt. But the Ana players, those antis on the Bastion, those sleeps, the how fast they can build that nano and pump it into the Kaiju of these Reinhardts is being so impactful. Now we've got the Sojourn and the Ashe matchup. Sojourn might not be getting as much impact as the Ashe here.
The nano boost going on for both Reinhardts right now. It doesn't even seem to be about the DPS from either team. Anti-nade, Earth Shatter comes down, it flattens Bray, Fire Strike into the Dracos as well. Now it's just going to be stalling out for a bit more time on the point, but they can't really do it as the point flips in favor of Lifeguards. Shin will get cleaned up. Beep on the flank though, does manage to find two, trying to keep their team in this fight right now, but it will be all for naught as they get taken down. And now, Lifeguards look firmly in control.
Yeah, good job there from the Pink Mercy's Bastion to get a couple extra picks there, but well done for that flip. This is going to be last fight territory right now. We do have the Bastion ultimate and Kitsfu and Miki's Valkyrie, which is going to be pumping those heals and damage in, but there's a Bob coming up as well to stall point. This is going to be a lot of ultimates drop right now. They got to go in. There's only 20% left. Liger, that is a massive first pick.
Shin goes down early. It's going to be Miki who tries to come in with the Resurrect. Does manage to get it off. It's going to be an anti-net that takes down Liger. Miki has managed to save this round here, potentially for Pink Mercy. Now it's going to be Kitsfu using a Valkyrie of their own. Gets the Resurrect around the corner. Kitsfu with a little bit of fancy Mercy tech right there, getting the Reinhardt back into the fight. Shin now, anti-net has the Earth Shatter. Lays it down. Gets up the 3 members of Lifeguard. Ryoto taken down before they can use their ultimate. It's all cleanup right now for Pink Mercy. In 99-99 fashion, they will win round 1.
What a close round 1. That was fantastic. Like you said, we are not seeing much DPS focus here. The DPS are just playing the heroes to enable their own tank or to disable the enemy tank. This is a 4 people pumping, pocketing into their tank player, and it's been such a pleasure to watch. Liger is going insane, as we always expect him to. Shin is putting up as equal of a strong fight here, but those Valkyries are just coming in play there. And look at this little crabby crab. I think that crab is going to be spectating 2 gigantic German kaijus charging into the beach at some point in this map.
You know what? I agree. I think they are going to be spectators to that. But look at the comp swap here from Lifeguards. They've gone away from the Bastion over to the Reaper. And so have Pink Mercy, Beep Boop, not playing their normal hero here.
And I think that is a great swap. I think that's a map-dependent swap. You can get, there's more choke points here. You can get close range. You can find those flank routes. Not so much that long range. You don't want to be collapsed on with a Bastion, and we know these Reinhardt players just press that W. So they're going to be close range in the face of each other. And this is kind of a tradition we're starting. Just the emote, the flourish, the wave. You know, maybe this is looking like it's a meme, but I think from the last map, we saw them just not engage in the first fight until their nanos had been built.
What is happening over here? This is certainly something. I don't know how to really commentate over this. This is just something that seems to be happening. In the meantime, over back on the point, Hoshi has taken down Draco. There's a Resurrect coming in from Miki as the 1v1 is won out by Beep Boop there. Shin taking down Hoshi again, and it looks like, despite the point going in favor at the moment for Lifeguard, it will be Pink Mercy who will take this fight, even with Liger trying valiantly to get a finishing blow.
Yeah, this is everyone's kind of in the face of their opposing role right now. That was kind of a high noon western, you know, drawing it at noon. We got the chat is quite funny here as well. Some nice shots, some Reaper gaps. It's good to see everyone enjoying it. Oh, come on, Shin.
Shin just charges through, manages to get onto Kitsfu. Now he's in a little bit of trouble for some great peel coming out here from Miki, keeping the Reinhardt alive. Not enough though, as Liger does finish off Shin. It is still a safe Resurrect though here from Miki as they managed to get it off. Shin just decides that he doesn't like those canoes right there. Now Liger comes through. There's the Earth Shatter coming out from Shin though. Catches onto 2. Liger flat on their back, so is Hoshi. Hoshi gets taken down. There's the pin once again from Shin. So aggressive on this Reinhardt, and Pink Mercy is sitting pretty right now.
Yeah, the Reinhardt players on either team just feel indestructible with the amount of support they're getting from their team. It's all about them. I don't know if that crab had like early release VIP tickets, because they were front row to all of that excitement there. Nano is coming in immediately.
Yeah, speaking of excitement, it's going to be Shin pinning through with that nano boost now. It's still an Earth Shatter online here for Liger, so the potential for that to be used is there. Pin gets taken down before the Earth Shatter even gets utilized, and it's going to be Miki who tries to come in for a Resurrect. Shut down by Liger. Liger now pins on towards the point, trying to chase down Brailson, but it's going to be Exodus with the help of Kitsfu, who get the kill onto the Ana. Now the Bastion just trying to stall out here. Beep Boop in a little bit of a lost cause scenario here as the point flips in favor of Lifeguards.
Yeah, it will for the first time of this map. They're going to have to hold this and win this if they want to be in a chance to meet their third map on Samoa here. But they haven't been able to hold it for too long based off that first map. So we'll have to see how they can defend on the incoming of the Sojourn ult, taking out Exodius. There we go. Sojourn ult shut down.
the Overclock doesn't really find anything at all. It's going to be the artillery strike now being used. The Shin is pinned into the backline, gets Antinator, gets taken down immediately. The Immortality Field was utilized in the correct position here. Liger now holding on to this Earth Shatter still. Could end up using it to just try and end this fight quickly, but doesn't seem like they're going to be doing that as Draco gets caught out by the axe swings of Avatar Liger, and that Mythic Sting goes unfathomably hard.
It does, especially when it's controlled by a player that knows what they're doing. Quick mention, Hoshi's Ana is doing so much work on the intro, on the attack right now. Those antis are the reason that they're engaging like this. That is why Shin got caught out there being anti-nated. So we've seen Bray now onto the back, so that Immortality Field and that window is going to help be able to shred down the Reinhardt shield and also just survive when they do get anti.
Liger's in. Liger with a shot. Gets 4 people down on the floor, but does get taken out by Beep Boop, who is still crucially up. Ryoto, though, with the artillery strike, does take down Miki. There's no resurrection available. Ryoto with a grenade there. Gets onto Rail some as well, but shit to the back line. Finds 3 as well. Doesn't need to use the Earth Shatter either. So now, sitting pretty in this little cabana, the point flips over for Pink Mercy, and they're looking like they could close this out here with just one more fight.
Yeah, great flip there, almost to 99. Now we've got Shin coming in with the Shatter. Liger does not have a response to that, but Hoshi might hit a brutal sleep. Hoshi has the Nano, and I wouldn't be surprised if Liger gets close to building up that Shatter just off of the Hoshi Nano. So Pink Mercy here, holding the point, got to defend, cannot let it swap over. Exodius taking out the Pylon already. We have an Alari swap onto Bray. We know the damage output they can do. This is going to be last fight.
It is going to be last fight. It's going to be Draco who gets taken down, collapsed on there by Liger. There's the Nano Boost coming in onto the Reinhardt of Lifeguards right now. The point is already flipped back over in favor of Lifeguard. So someone now from Big Mercy has to touch. It's going to be up to Beep Boop who's there, but the rest of the team has fallen behind them. As it stands right now, the Pylon is there, keeps the Bastion nice and topped up. Liger, solo, has the Earth Shatter available, could try and solo Shatter. Decides they don't even need to really use it on the Bastion, as Exodus is just cleaning up left, right, and center. 4 kills in this fight for the Ashe, and it's Lifeguards who take map 2 and keep themselves alive in this first map.
That was a great turnaround there from Lifeguards. And like I said, Liger did get a Shatter off in that last 10% there. But Exodius on the Ashe really coming through there. The Bob contesting the point and then a 3K as well. Man, it's really exciting to watch. And Dracos is now swapping over the Soldier. We'll see if that sticks. Probably not. There's a lot of swapping back and forth in the early stages. Brace him on the Lucio. I think that'd be awesome to see. Maybe get Shin right in the face of Liger and the backline. Deal with those supports, especially if Exodius is sticking on the Widow now. Now, there are some relatively long sight lines on this map. It could be useful. That's Sombra. We haven't seen a Sombra so far. If Sombra hacks a Reinhardt down the shield, that is going to be extremely frustrating and difficult to adjust to. It's interesting. A lot of team comp swaps in this last map, while the first 2 comps were working well for him.
Yeah, the Widowmaker is the pick that I'm very concerned about here. As we see Kits is just trying to pocket Exodus. It's put all the eggs in the Exodus basket right now, but in the meantime, Shin and Liger have gone down. Reinhardt v Reinhardt violence is one out there in favor of Shin. Exodus does take down Freya's some though, so it will end up being a resurrect that comes through for Miki, and it will be Beep Boop who cleans up the rest of the fight, but the point hasn't unlocked or been captured yet. Yeah,
that was textbook execution there. While you've got Exodius getting damage boosted, Liger must be feeling the heat there. That was a 5-man assist. The hack, the Bastion, every player was involved in destroying Liger there. The poor man. We'll have to see if there's any changes coming out. Exodius is now onto the Cassidy. That grenade is going to be really useful in stopping those invisible Sombra flanks. And we've got Brayson matching Hoshi's Ana here.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting to see how these matchups go now. It is pretty close to a mirror matchup. Like you said, the Sombra really the only difference right now. But it does mean that we're going to see Lifeguards trying to play a little bit quicker. It's going to be Shin who gets the pin across there, though. Gets onto Exodus and takes down the Cassidy of Lifeguards. It is going to be a trade out, though. A support for a DPS. And Hoshi trying to keep Ryoto alive is unable to do so as Kitsfu gets the resurrect onto Exodus. It's going to be an Earth Shatter there from Liger, who won the Reinhardt 1v1 in the meantime. It will be Dracos going down as Exodus is cleaning up right now. And this will be a point flip for Lifeguards.
It will. 50% onto Pink Mercy. And that's the thing with these comps, with the Mercy Reinhardt comps. Every fight is going to be a long fight. They're really long. Lots of healing coming out, lots of brawling. It might be 50% per team fight here. So there's not too much speed on the attack now. We got Bray back onto the bat for that Immortality Field. To protect the team, that lamp as well. And also to point out how many Mercies have been killed by Reinhardt. That's not supposed to happen.
No, it isn't meant to happen. Oh my goodness, Shin gets onto 4 members of the team and the Earthshatter cleans it up themselves. It's going to be Kitsfu who steals the glory of the 5K, but make no mistake, that was all Shin.
Yeah, if I was Shin, the only thing that would disappoint me about that, I'd be yelling at my Bastion player. How dare you steal that 5th kill? Because all of them were mine. All of them were going into the slam. This is an unbelievable Rhine battle right now, and it's such a pleasure to watch. Dracos is causing havoc for Liger with those hacks. Man, what a pleasure to watch this, Harry.
I'm having so much fun watching these blind duels here. It's going to be a ping coming in from Shin, a counter pin as well there from Liger. Shin now anti-nated. Walking forward is Liger with that nano boost as well. The EMP was invested though. Real Draco does get taken down. Shin resurrected back into the fight as a Deadeye doesn't really find much. Only a little bit of damage being put down in the end. Shin is back in this fight though, so it is a 5v5 once again. Now it's just going to be Lifeguard trying to find some premise on the point here as Pink Mercy. They don't really want to allow that to happen. It's going to be a pin from both teams coming through. Shin gets down to half HP, but Liger's hacked up and stunned as well. Critical HP is Ryota right now. It's got great work from Hoshi, keeping their Bastion alive. Immortality Field now has been forced out as a pocket Exodus on the flank gets taken down there by Real Dracos. Liger building up towards that Earthshatter, should be able to get it beforehand, but the amplification agent has already been put down. Big boom, artillery strike, doesn't manage to find anything, just a little bit of damage. The overtime whistle starting to burn down. Liger gets taken down as well. Spray or some gets the heads on from Ryoko. Dracos cleans up Kitsfu. Map 1 will be going in favor of Pink Mercy.
Great job there from Pink Mercy. Every team fight, it feels like it's going on for 2 minutes at the moment. Fantastic from Pink Mercy. I think it was just those, it was such an almost mirror comp there, but just those few swaps. I'm going to shut up so we can all enjoy this goddamn play of the game. It looked like just bad timing. It just dropped the shield, just flicked it.
Was it bad timing or was it really good timing from Shin though? Oh, see, this is where things get interesting with the right.
I mean, it depends on the perspective, right? For us as casters, it was everything that happened was great. We weren't on the receiving end of those shatters, but watching it was a pleasure. Harry, the supports. Can I mention the supports quickly? The flicking that Reinhardt shield and when you have that battle when both Ryans charge each other and you're kind of stunned for a little bit, that is playing into Hoshi's Ana so well. The second that shield drops, the second they counter charge each other, it's the anti, it's the hack. That is, and then the Bastion just has free reign onto that Bastion. I think onto the Reinhardt there. I think that is was a key difference in how those team fights went there. And I wonder if we're going to see any adjustments out of it, because I don't know if the lamp was providing as much value as that anti, that sleep, that hack, that's stopping that Reinhardt shield into the Bastion, which is always damage boost 24/7.
I think Bray playing on that Baptiste was actually getting a lot of value there. That Immortality Field seemed to save Shen a couple of times, especially in that last fight with Exodus coming in on the flank. That Immortality Field really puts a stop to that, and it meant that Exodus was caught out. Oh,
for sure. It's just I mean, both of the support players here are having value, just in different areas, and it's very much focusing on that Reinhardt, keeping that Reinhardt alive, keeping that Reinhardt slept or antied, because there's so much healing output with the Mercy and the other characters right now. What a great first match to start with. The next one we have is our hybrid map pool, which we have Kings Row, Midtown, and Eichenwald. So Pink Mercy here will be able to choose which map they want to go to as the losers of that first round. However, Lifeguards will be able to pick attack or defense. What do you think, Harry? Kings Row, Midtown, Eichenwald? Well, it's been answered.
I guess that answers our question, doesn't it? We're going to Midtown, and honestly, I think that makes sense. I think it's the best brawl map that we had there. Obviously, Kings Row could have well, actually, I don't think Kings Row could have been chosen. No, it could have been, actually. This is a weird pick coming out from the side of Lifeguards. Sorry, not from Lifeguards, from Pink Mercy.
Look, I think I agree with you. It's definitely a very brawly map. I think if you play Reinhardt, you have to play Kings Row. It's my favorite map in the game, but that is my own bias. Midtown, there is so much brawl, especially on that first point under the train bridge there, trying to get in the face of each other, and walking through that when a Bastion is just spamming you with a damage boost can cause a lot of havoc. The second point, when the payload starts to be pushed, that high ground might be a little bit tricky to walk up onto, especially with that damage output. So do you think in this map, Harry, prediction time, do you think we will see a non-Reinhardt tank being played?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think both of these tank players are way too honorable for that. They're going to be sticking with this duel of honor, and I respect it. I respect it, but you know what I don't respect? I don't respect the Sim pick. Sim is it's a good pick, don't get me wrong, but it's a little bit filthy.
Look, how can you say that when we saw a Sombra? Sim is in the same category in my mind. But yeah, especially, look, Sim does so much damage. And also you can teleport through that choke point that I was talking about, which is going to be so hard into Ryoto's Bastion. So this is a very strategical pick. Maybe even going to the left and walking around there. But if you're Liger, a full charge Sim being damage boosted with also a Bastion in your face, your shield just doesn't exist. You won't not get to play the game with your shield. You've just got to be swinging for the heights here.
Yeah, you definitely will be swinging for the heights here. You can't play slow against this composition. We're going to see. How are they going to TP? Where are they going to go? It's going to be a pin coming in from Liger. It didn't really connect onto anything. Ryoto with a grenade does get onto Bray or some, though. So that's a good opening pick. There's now a lack of support here. But Beepu with their own grenade connects onto 2. They're sitting pretty on the higher ground. The Bastion is the fireman on top of the truck. Hoshi does win out the 1v1, but it will be too little, too late, as the first point taken very quickly here from Lifeguards.
Yeah, no need to extend that ladder. They are high enough already. What a great strategy. I love seeing that, especially with the Alari. Just put down that pylon. And I wonder if you could even reach the Bastion up there with the Reinhardt swing. They got so much value there, the 3k. Great job. An immediate first point take. 5.5 minutes now to push this to the next point.
Great work from Exodus. Finds Beep Boop, takes down the Bastion right there. It's going to be a sleep dart coming in from Hoshi and an anti-net as well. Hoshi does get taken down, but enough damage may have been done here that everyone else can clean up the fight, and they will. The Resurrect will come through from Kitsfu as now Pink Mercy stabilize a little bit, and the shenanigans from the Sim may stop Liger with a very nice looking fire strike there. Yeah,
and that's the thing. It's like we see Pink Mercy here taking advantage of that defensive, that long-range defensive with Exodius onto the soldier here. But Lifeguards are aware that they're going to be walking into a lot of damage, and the way they're getting around that is by just teleporting onto the face. That Lucio to start with as well, but now we have the Kiri for that telly, that cleanse. Oh, this is going to be difficult.
Yeah, they tried to get onto Liger there, but it was just a drop down off the high ground. And Exodus, with those Helix Rockets, takes down Miki as well. The Mercy Pocketed Soldier doing a lot of work right now. Liger getting a little bit too aggressive, though. Gets taken down with the help of Shin and Draco's beaming and charging down the Reinhardt of Pink Mercy. And now Lifeguards, they're going to be sitting on the point, pushing it forward.
Yeah, Pink Mercy here are in a rock and a hard place. Either they just wait and they try to poke out and then they get teleported on and collapse and slept and cleanse. Great job there. Or they go to the objective and they're in the face of a high charge Sim. So they're really stuck here. They're just backing off, getting position.
Yeah, Ryoto lived all of that. Now it's a nano-boosted Liger walking towards point, but a quick TP there from Dracos gets them out of harm's way as Beep Boop on the high ground has taken down 2. Resurrect coming in there from Kitsfu onto Exodus, and now it's going to be the Valkyrie being used. The Shatter tries to come in from Shin, but it's going to be cancelled out there by Liger, who uses their own Shatter. Flattens Bray or some down onto the ground. It's going to be the tactical visor coming out from Exodus as well, taking down Miki, who is very, very close to that Valkyrie. It now is going to be a disengage coming in here from Lifeguards as Pink Mercy stabilize.
Yeah, that attacking Bastion, the Lifeguard's just getting that high ground there, and they're still holding it. They've pushed them all the way back. Now, it's not too bad now that the cart has gone under the bridge right now, but that high ground is just causing so much trouble. We see Liger getting up there trying to contest it and push them off. We're going to have to see them take that position if they're going to want to defend this without just getting shredded.
There's the TP to the top of the truck there where Exodus was sitting. Now, Ryoto needs to be careful. Gets quite low. Liger building up towards that Earthshatter as well, but it's going to be the artillery strike that comes out from Ryoto. Doesn't get any kill, but does get the damage done. So Exodus cleans up Dracos. There's the Valkyrie being invested now by Miki. Resurrect could come through and does. Dracos now back into this fight as the Suzu comes in, trying to keep people alive. Doesn't really manage to do so, but Kitsfu going down is detrimental to the efforts of Pink Mercy here, as we're going to see Lifeguard continue to roll forward and take this second point.
Yeah, and it feels like we've linked in Lifeguards. Is the shadow already. Oh
no! That is so BM. Liger getting taken down. Hoshi was cleaned up, and still, that's just good momentum coming out here now from Lifeguards.
Yeah, I don't even say that was BM. I agree. Like, that is momentum. This whole point has been momentum. They've just been put the pressure on them. They have the old advantage, just only W keys. And now they're going to be pushing this halfway to the end of the point to finishing this map out with 3. And they have 4 minutes left. This is maybe one team fight if they win this. Draco's does have that shield from Symmetra. That might be able to block off some of the healing from Hoshi, but we're seeing the cleanse be so effective against that anti. And I think that's one of the reasons why they've been able to have the momentum here.
Yeah, I would 100% agree. There's a TP into the backline straight away. Big Boop takes down Ryoto. It's going to be a headshot from Exodus. And to 2, both supports going down. Liger now healing for the rest of the team. Shatter and Nano Boost being invested. Maybe slight overkill, but it looks very, very fancy as Pink Mercy clean up this fight.
Yeah, there we go. We see some ults invested, the Nano Rhine. I think this third point here plays much, much better into Pink Mercy's style. There's not that high ground to worry about. There's not that distance for Sim to teleport. There's lots of corners. There's lots of ways to hide and recuperate your shield. This is going to be a very brawly couple of fights here.
Yeah, Exodus getting quite low. There's a TP onto the high ground from Draco, trying to pressure that Widowmaker all the way back. Ryoto needs to be careful, getting chunked down right now as Liger's just trying to hold the front line. Ryoto does get finished off here as Exodus now looking for those shots. Just can't find it just yet. They do have the infra sight available and up already, so they can see their opponents through the wall. Now, Draco's looking for a TP. Gets it on top of the sign here. It's going to be Shin who tried pinning backwards towards Liger potentially, but doesn't find anything. Anti-Nay now into Draco's means that the Sim is going to get very, very low. Pinned, in fact, by Liger and taken down despite the immortality build going down as well. Exodus with the headshot gets onto Big Boop. It's going to be a Resurrect coming in as Kitsfu tried to pull out the Glock and get onto the Mercy, but it's going to be Exodus who finishes off the Mercy of Lifeguards as well, as now we just see the fight continuing to be prolonged, but it's a prolonged defeat for Lifeguards.
Yeah, and we can see the strategy that Lifeguards are implementing here. They just want to teleport their Bastion onto slightly high enough ground that no one can reach them. And then they're just shredding from there. But great sleep from Hoshi to shut that down, get a bit of stability. We have gold. Oh, that is very surprising. What a strategy. Brace'em has just swapped off of the Baptiste with their ultimate, ready to go onto the Lucio. Much prefer-
and he's immediately dead.
Oh, when you need a bit of validation to tell you that your decision was good, that just did not happen. The res coming in though.
Yeah, they're back into this fight. The artillery strike has been used as well. There's the pin and the counter pin coming out from Liger and Pin as well. Shatter gets laid down, but a bigger Shatter coming out from Liger. You will not pass through the Reinhardt of Pink Mercy as Shin goes down. Ryoto was taken down by Big Boop. Hoshi healing for the Widowmaker as Grailson gets taken down, and this is Pink Mercy's hole.
It is, and now we're back with a minute left. This is getting close to the last fight. Bray swapping again onto the Brig. That fight there, as soon as you swap off that Kiri, off of that lamp from the BAP, immediately charge, slept, bastions, antied. That's the power of Hoshi when there's nothing to contest against them. This is going to be last fight. We do have the Valk from Miki, but Liger has been hitting every goddamn anti-air fire strike at the moment. Ryoto with that Bastion ultimate as well. This is going to be very interesting. A pick from Dracos is going to open it up.
Yeah, matching the Widowmaker with style. No Ana now on the field here for Pink Mercy as Lifeguards now look to capitalize on the advantage. Shin takes down their Liger, but Exodus with a headshot takes down the Valkyrie Miki. That is insane coming out from the Widowmaker of Pink Mercy, and it may give them the opportunity to get back into this fight. Shin now going really, really aggressive, trying to hold the choke point here as Hoshi gets choked down. Grailson escorting this payload right now, trying to stay out of the sidelines as we see it's going to be a pin onto the point from Liger. But Dracos has decided, I can do anything that you can do on the Widow, but better, taking down both Ryoto and Exodus as well. Brailson finishing off Kitsfu, and Liger fell earlier, so it is going to be a completion of the map here from Lifeguards in overtime.
I'm almost speechless, which is impossible for me. They had 5 minutes on the clock at the first cap, and it got down to the last overtime there. That is crazy. We saw Dracos getting the value that Exodius was trying to on that Widow and just nailing it home, getting that first pick onto Hoshi, taking out a support, and then Miki with the Valkyrie going in to push him, but no, the Widow was too good, taking him out of the air. This is a Mercy tournament, and I'm feeling bad for Mercies. They are flying around in the air incredibly fast, and they're getting domed by the Widows. They're getting fire strike from across the map. This is I'm speechless, Harry. This is amazing.
Yeah, it is amazing. It is incredibly amazing, and rendering you speechless is a task, that's for sure. We do see pretty similar comps coming out once again. Exodus sticking over onto that Widowmaker, and Dracos has gone over to the Ashe here, Scary.
They have indeed. So they're going to get that. They're going to have that long range ability to just chip down and use those dynamite as well. We'll have to see. Pink Mercy aren't going to opt to the Symmetra strategy like Lifeguards did. And we're going to see if Pink Mercy decide to collapse on them very quickly, it's going to kind of shut down the range of Dracos if it gets in the face. Exodius is on the Widow though, so I think we're going to see a damage boosted Widow to open up with, maybe just to see if they can find a support hero that's not behind the shield. But they have got 4 minutes to attack this first point. They're going to have to cap all 3 if they want to be a contestant for this map and not let Lifeguards become 2-0.
Yeah, well, 2-0 would mean the end for Pink Mercy here as well. Obviously, we're still in our best of 3 format. Railsum getting quite low here as Liga trying to push forward. A little bit of pressure here as Beep Boop uses that turret form. Same with Ryoto, though. He's just posturing for a bit of positioning here, Scary.
Yeah, just whittling down those shields, getting those cooldowns out, dropping a little bit low. They're going to have to charge the shield now. Now, both shields are almost broken, and that's when we're going to see that push. Mercy just pumping as many heals as they can into it. Bastion's ult form is about to be completed and be on cooldown, and that's, I think, when we're going to see the engagement.
Yeah, Ryoto so low, trying to get healed up here from Hoshi, who's building up towards that nano boost extremely quickly. Hoshi with these ultimates has been building these at a next level right now, Scary.
Oh, Hoshi has been the background star player, in my opinion, just silently doing work, missing that sleep onto the Bastion, but still managing to get it done.
Trying to keep their Reinhardt alive now as Shin's in the backline, but it's Bray who comes through, walking forward as the mini Reinhardt finds 3 kills as the support, and that is going to be a fight win there for Lifeguards, sorry, as Miki finishes off Exodus.
There we go. Miki getting revenge. Not happy with how that ended on the last attack phase. Good job there. Bracer, we are seeing such versatility from their hero pool on support. We're seeing pretty much everything being played, and they're already at 70% for their Brig ult for the rally. They just got a 3k there. That stun into Liga's shield is going to be so important, and it's going to be really, it's going to open up for the Bastion to just shred him.
Yeah, Hoshi hiding away from that turret form now. Liga getting very low. What are they waiting for here for the nano? That's what they're waiting for. The pin to come in. Shinno with an Earth Shatter finds 3. It's going to be the artillery strike that finishes off both Hoshi and Ryoto. Counter Shatter coming in there from Liga, but it's too little too late. There's not enough damage to be done onto the Reinhardt of Lifeguards, and that is another complete fight win coming in for them.
I mean, we are seeing both incredible Reinhardt players here, but Shin's timing has been perfect. It's almost like they're in the head of Liga. They know when that shield's going to drop. That nano boost Liga, that was the push. That was the push. They were saving up for it. They got a minute and a half left. But no, one Earth Shatter from Shin takes them out. They're in danger of being full held here and getting knocked out of day 2.
They are indeed, but they still have a bit more time to work with it. Kitsfu's holding onto that Valkyrie now. How can they get in here? Scary. It's, again, very slow for the engages to come through. But there's the anti-net that goes off the Shin, and that could open the door now. There's the rally coming through from Bray. It's still not able to use the shield bash just yet. 3 seconds left. But there's the resurrect that comes through from Miki. Miki getting the Reinhardt back into this fight. The bomb thrown into the backline there from Dracos. And this means that Lifeguards are able to hold on for yet another fight.
Yeah, that rally and even the res, it's just doing so much work right now. And as much as it displeased you to open with the Symmetra, they capped immediately. That is the power of this choke point right now. It's so hard to push through. There's so many cooldowns to get out first. There's so much healing to get out. There's so many shields to break.
Shin, what are you doing? What is happening back here? They're waiting. He's just waiting.
I love it.
Has anyone seen? Wait, can they see if they've seen it with the mythic skin doing that? Oh, finally Exodus gets scouted out. Ryoto does find Beep Boop as well. So now they're down the Bastion. Resurrect gets used there. There's a pin coming out from both Shin and Liga. They can't take each other out. Overclock now being used by Exodus, who can't quite get over the plane. It's going to be the artillery strike being used by Beep Boop as Ryoto gets resurrected in the back line. Earth Shatter's there. They do have to get onto the point. 2 seconds left. They get there. Liga finishes off their Reinhardt counterpart as well. So it looks like this fight is going heavily in favor right now for Pink Mercy. But with Draco's taking out Hoshi, there's a lot of healing that's missing now for this side of Pink Mercy. Exodus does take down Dracos and Miki though, and it should now be the first point being capped up here for Pink Mercy.
Not a relaxing one, though. They are going to come back and contest, especially with Bray onto the Lucio. I don't think they're going to have a chance here, but we never know.
Wait, they actually managed to get down Ryoto. It's going to be an Earth Shatter coming out from Liger, though. They shut down Beast Move, so there's not really a lot of damage now on the side of Lifeguards. And despite the last-ditch effort, it will be for naught, as the first point is going to go in favor of Pink Mercy.
I thought I cast a Cursed immediately. The second I said that, someone dropped, but Liger's like, not today, my friend. 4K following up. That was as tight as you could get it to be. And we saw the adjustment there. They decided to go up to the train and try a different strategy. It worked, but also, what about the big cojones on Shin? Last point, last like 30 seconds, and goes for a flank play? And that's not the first one we've seen, and I doubt it's going to be the last one we've seen.
No, Shin is one of those. Shin's one of those players that will do things like that, if for anything, just for the content as well. So as we see a bit of posturing on the high ground now, the Reinhardt swinging at each other, trying to get a little bit of post damage, looking for the early advantage. Kitsfu gets taken down to about half health there with the railgun shot coming out from the side of Draco. So now it's going to be Liger trying to push for advantage here, but Ryoto with a grenade manages to take down Draco. Now it's Shin dropping down onto Hoshi, does finish off the Ana. Earth Shatter comes down, it's only onto Ryoto, but it means that there's no damage being done from the Reinhardt of Lifeguards. Exodus does get the trade back there, Big Move going down. Kitsfu looking for maybe a chance to get the Resurrect off, but doesn't choose to do it just yet. Even with the Valkyrie available, it's not worth it just yet.
No, keeping that one in the bag. They have managed to get the cart under the bridge, which is a good spot to be. But we see how the forward posturing from Lifeguards, they don't want to take that high ground. They want to be up in the face on that cart, although Shin has been forced to back off slightly. We do have the damage boosted Sojourn doing some work and the Bastionot coming out.
Yeah, artillery strike is there, but a great Zuzu comes out there on Bray or some as well. The anti-net is huge, but it's just melting right now with the Kitsune Rush and the Bastion turret form as Ryoto and Liger both go down. Big Boop with a grenade finds Exodus as well, and it's going to be Lifeguards holding strong for now. 40 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, Beat Boop is going off on this Bastion. They almost never have a team fight without getting value, and they're almost always in the kill feed. That damage boost is doing so much work, and especially when the Reinhardts charge into each other, that's when the supports are coming out. Bray's back on the Kiriko. Oh, Ryoto. Nice little grenade bump there. Instantly into the ult.
I mean, that was almost mathematical. They just read the angle completely perfectly and caught on the Dracos there. Now it's going to be Beat Boop getting taken down as Exodus has made the swap over towards the Hanzo. Suzu coming in to protect the Resurrect here as Shin goes for the pin in. Liger has the Earth Shatter, but can't put up with the high ground, so Shin gets the takedown. They have a shadow of their own now. They can use it right here to shut everything down. It gets up to 3 members, but no one can finish off the kill. Shin now being left in the corner here. Liger gets out of him back towards the point. It's going to be Bray who finds the body shot onto Exodus, taking down the Hanzo of Pink Mercy as Kitsfu finished off there by Miki and the Valkyrie. The grenade comes in trying to finish off Bray or some after the Earth Shatter as well. Means that they will get the Kiriko out of the fight. Liger with a pin takes down Miki. Sleep Dart onto Big Boop. Hoshi and Liger standing strong on the point right now.
It's back and forth. They're going to be able to contest, I think, here, but they need to win this. Pink Mercy.
Dracos is going to get caught out. It's going to be the Dragon's Track from Spawn that finishes off the Sojourn there. It's still Shin on the point, but Exodus now with a stray shot manages to take down the Reinhardt. The Zen coming back in on the point, but Bray gets pinned off of the point here, and it will be Pink Mercy keeping their tournament hopes alive once again off the back of Reinhardt and Ana, Hoshi and Liger.
Even if there's minutes on the clock, it always comes down to the last fight, but they don't have much time now to push it to the end. That pick is going to open it up for them, though. They got a minute 15 to get it all the way to the end. We'll see if Lifeguards back off here and wait that Hanzo respawn. Exodius is doing work with that damage boost, immediately building the dragon. But also, Liger is performing unbelievably under pressure. Even when they're down in overtime, Liger is performing out of their mind. Can they pull it off again for this final point?
They have a lot of ultimates available. They could even just win this fight here. 50 seconds now. Is it to keep themselves in the tournament right now? Earth Shadow online for Liger and for Shin as well. Dracos could end this pushed over the straight headshot at the moment. Scary. It's going to be Exodus who's getting pushed down. Earth Shadow doesn't find anything. But there's the headshot that I was talking about. Earth Shadow comes in, doesn't find anything. The anti-nade onto Shin doesn't mean that the kill is confirmed just yet. But now Shin with the pin is a little bit too aggressive and will be taken down. Resurrect attempt coming in from Miki. Doesn't find any value there. Doesn't bring the Reinhardt back to life. Sleep Dart onto Big Boop. Means the Big Boop is caught out in the open a little bit, but it's got to win out the Bastion 1v1 anyway. Artillery Strike available now to the side of Lifeguards, and the respawns are starting to come back in.
Ryoto is going to pop this from spawn immediately when they come back. But the opposite beat group's coming in. It's going to be last fight, 3 seconds left. Can Pink Mercy stay in this tournament?
Hoshi gets taken down. There's like a healing now for the side of Pink Mercy, and they don't have the Resurrect available. It's going to be the start, the Sunstrike coming in as Liger falls. Ryoto will fall. Lifeguards will take this series 2-0.
What a battle! Pink Mercy have nothing to be ashamed about there. That was an absolutely great effort from both teams. That was hard to predict, even when one team had the advantage there. I love this cheeky sim telly. I'm sorry, Harry. That is an amazing spot. Just the high ground. What are you going to do? 8 health, pylons down. Everything's beautiful. What an awesome mirror matchup. That was wonderful to watch.
That was incredibly entertaining to watch. Unfortunately, we do have to see a loser to that match because I could almost watch that all day. That was so much fun. So unfortunately, we will have to bid adieu to our Angels over at Pink Mercy. You showed us one hell of a fight. You put up some incredible gameplay, and you have been so awesome to have in this tournament. Thank you so much for participating. And you guys have contributed to an awesome cause in raising money for the National Breast Cancer Foundation.
Exactly right. And if you guys are enjoying and are watching and are enjoying such a crazy first match of day 2, we have so many more matches to come. Please do use that ! donate link. Please do chuck a few bucks towards it. We're at $2,365. We've got a goal of $2,500 today. I think we're going to exceed that, but let's try to get there as fast as we can. Chuck those donos in. We are going to interview the team captain after we have a little break, and the next match is going to be Witch Mercy versus Zombabes. We have got so many more games coming up. We have got the semifinals, we've got interviews, we've got more charity stuff. Please do stick around. We're going to swap over to a quick break, Harry, and we'll catch you after that.
Oh yeah, we will.
Hello and welcome back. Thank you for waiting. I'm sure all of us are just like getting the heart rate down after seeing such a fantastic match. But we're about to get, Harry, we're about to get a first-person perspective from Miki. Wonderlust is going to be interviewing them in just a second. I think we're about to throw over to them right now. So guys, enjoy the interview with Wonderlust and Miki.
Welcome back, Miki. It's so good to see you guys make it through to day 2 and now semi-finals. So how are you feeling after that game?
I have to say I'm on a bit of adrenaline rush right now.
I think everyone is. I was definitely on the edge of my chair during that match. That was intense, but definitely some memeing as well, which was nice to see. What do you think your game-winning play was that round?
I have to say Shin there with that massive shatter that he did. That was incredible.
Yeah, that 5k was absolutely, well, it was 4k. It got stolen, but it was absolutely insane. I definitely put that in my notes to watch out for MVP of the match because that was nuts.
Yeah, that was incredible.
So how confident are you guys going into next match since you'll be in semifinals against Atlantic All-Stars?
I have to say, I feel like we're riding the high right now, so we're probably pretty confident.
Yeah, I definitely think your team has amazing synergy and you just get along so well together and just, it's like you're in each other's mind.
Oh, we are, with how loud we all are.
I could imagine. That team's pretty crazy. All right, yeah. Miki, well, I hope to see you guys in the grand final. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Wanda.
Bye.
And we're back to us. Now you can see our beautiful faces once again. And that's a really interesting insight to get from Miki into the inner workings of the team a little bit, as well as like who they believe stands out as well. Because it's, you know, we always have our personal opinions, but seeing it from the team perspective is something very, very different.
Yeah, and it's very hard to even nail down, I think, like the standout players there. I think we saw each role kind of focusing on their role on the other team. We saw the tanks focusing on the tanks. We saw the supports focusing on supports. The Bastion matchup was very, very exciting there as well with the damage boost. And we just saw a lot of synergy, a lot of really good synergy, a lot of really good coordination, and a lot of mirroring and trying to deal with your opposing role on the other team. So great job there. Great interview there from Miki and Wonderlust. We have so much more to go, Harry. So much more to go. That is just the start of the day.
Oh yeah, we have we have some awesome Overwatch coming up. Let's just say it that way, Scary, because our next series is going to be Witch Mercy versus Zombabes. And which Mercy is which, do you think, Scary?
Which Mercy? Which Mercy are we talking about here? You know, I think it's going to be Witch Mercy. Maybe.
Just possibly. These Angels have been running amok so far throughout day 1. Zombabes and Witch Mercy both putting up pretty decent performances during their day 1 scenarios. I believe Zombabes ended up going 3-1 in their day 1 run, while we saw Witch Mercy scraping through with a 1-3 record, but looking pretty good towards the end of everything.
Yeah, and this is our second and final quarterfinal of the day. So it is going to be a best of 3 again. Interesting that on the first map, I mentioned that the high-level strat of flirting, we saw the players waving and all that. Well, Witch Mercy, one of the DPS players, Wyrm, all they have submitted as their bio is, I flirt with everybody. So perhaps we're going to see that high-level strat come out once again. A little bit of cheeky good day. So that is the match that we have coming up next. We are going to be cutting to a short break while that is getting set up. So please do stick around while that is going on. Please do use !donate to keep supporting the charity. And when we come back, we will see Witch Mercy and Zombabes going at it again.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Valkyries of Vengeance tournament, proudly supporting the National Breast Cancer Foundation. On that note, before we get into anything Overwatch related, we are so close to our $2,500 goal. We've just passed over $2,400. In fact, $2,410 raised so far. Let's see if we can reach that goal by the end of this stream, because that is an absurd amount of money to have raised already.
It is. We're so close to the goal of 2,500. Let's go above and beyond that, because these players cannot be putting on any more of a show for you guys. That first match was insane, and it's made me so excited for the rest of the matches. The next one is another quarterfinal. We're going to be seeing Witch Mercies and Zombabes. Harry, can you tell us a little bit about those teams?
I can tell you a little about these teams, and let's start off with Witch Mercy, because, I mean, I haven't really been able to see too much of them, but they've got some familiar names on them. Starting us off, we're going to have Moonish and Doc Zenith over on the support role. Kambara will take up the tank duties, and Wyrm and Tori over onto the DPS as well, rounding out the rest of this team. And these guys have been playing very, very fast compositions. They have been really rolling through some of the enemy teams when they play this Lucio Mercy style composition as well. And Doc Zenith is no slouch on that Zen either.
No, not at all. And we saw like a brief moment of Zen in the last game, only the briefest of brief for a last swap. So that Discord orb is going to give a lot of damage. Now, do you think we're going to see the Reinhardt? I think we're going to see some variety in the tank players coming from these two teams.
I think Kambara is going to be locking the Reinhardt, and I think Kambara is going to be walking forward. But as for the other team, I know exactly what the other team is going to be playing. And if you don't mind, I'm going to introduce these guys as well. Starting off with our support line, we've got Pi by Pi and Eshri. Gallus will be taking up the tank duties here, and Draco and Kelpid will be rounding out the team on the DPS slots as well. And this team has been playing a lot of Junker Queen. In fact, I say a lot of Junker Queen because it's the only tank that these people have played the entire tournament long. They've been adapting with their different Junker Queen compositions, and they have looked really threatening when they get on a roll.
Yeah, and Junker Queen's one of my favorite tanks. They're so fun to watch. And I think if they're going to be sticking with that playstyle, the map votes are going to be much more important to work out which style of map is going to suit them. Looking at these players, I think this is going to be another extremely competitive match. There are some very good players on both teams, and the players that I don't recognize, I know are also very, very good. So this is going to be very interesting. We've got Gallus and Kambara matching up on the tank role. And if you see one player on tank, if Kambara just locks that Ryan, it's kind of like a bit of peer pressure. Like, you have to kind of match it. Like, you don't want to be the player that plays Malgo or Orisa, you know? You want to match it.
I don't think we're going to see any matching. I think it's going to be Gallus on the Junker Queen running it down onto the support lines here. And Busan is our first map, and it's a pretty good map to do that on.
Yeah, true. A bit of a difference from Samoa. I like the Busan map. I mean, I like Control. I'm weird like that. So we're starting off with Busan. They both voted to ban Samoa and Li Jiang. I think there's going to be a lot of variety coming up in the next few maps, but of course, the first map really gets that momentum rolling, and we saw that from the last team. We saw oh my god, I've already forgot the names. My apologies. We saw the last team just win that 2-0 with that momentum. So this first map is going to be very important to set the standard for what to expect in the next few maps.
Yeah, and the standard is going to be very interesting, I think. It is, again, interesting is our word of the day, because trying to come up with different theories on how these teams are going to play on these maps is almost impossible. But going into something like our hybrid maps where we could go to Kings Row or Midtown, I think we're going to be seeing Kings Row there. I think either team will be happy to play Kings Row. Scary. Our push maps, again, just to reiterate, are Colosseo and Esperanza and Rinasapi if we need to. And again, if we get a draw on hybrid, or I mean, that's the only way we can get a draw, we'll be heading over to our tiebreaker in Flashpoint for Surabasa as well. And this is a look at our bracket so far. Who out of Zombabes and Witch Mercy are going to be going into the semifinals against Snow Angel?
Yeah, and so No Angel are going to be watching this match very closely. I don't know if they have the preference for which one to verse, an aggressive Ryan or an aggressive Junker Queen. But yeah, I think we will probably see King's Row. I was about to say Ryan's Row. It is Ryan's Row. I suspect that'll be the map that we see when we get onto the hybrid play style. Man, Junker Queen versus Ryan. I mean, they both have axes. but which one is better?
Well, I think it depends on who you ask. I think it depends on who you are. Because if we asked Liger right now, I think Liger would be all over the Reinhardt propaganda here. And with the new Mythic skin, I'm almost inclined to agree.
I mean, this is a kind of a skin-based tournament. We are in the zone of the Pink Mercy and the breast cancer charity. So, you know what? Skins do play a role here. They do say skins equals wins. This is going to be... This will not be as much of a mirror matchup as the last match we saw. And even though that mirror matchup was extremely competitive, I think we're going to see an equally competitive and an equally as intense, brawly, fast-paced, in-your-face, just mania of team fights here, even though it's most likely going to be opposite characters. And let's have a look.
Yeah,
We've got...
Yeah, this is what I expected. Then I'll let you run through it, Kick.
Like you said, Doc Zenith onto the Zen. Zen is the best DPS in the game. No footsteps, perfect flanker. That Discord is going to cause havoc onto Gallus. No way to avoid that without the shield. But we see for the first time Draco on the Pharah, and Pharah has been going out of their mind. Now, I do not see a Mercy player on either team, Harry.
No, it looks like they're going to speed boost themselves out of spawn and then swap over to the Mercy, fly to the rest of their team. Yep, exactly as I said.
Indeed, indeed. That was one of the stipulations. They are allowed to speed boost with Lucio, otherwise only Mercy. So we've got the Pharmacy as well. Estuary, we know that their aim is fantastic. Onto the Ana. Bastion, Kelpid already coming out with that Salt Form, but they're dropping low. Wyrm just stabilizing.
Yeah, Gallus as well looking for a way to get in. There's an anti-nade that goes onto the Reinhardt, so now it forces Kambara to back all the way up. Great knife coming through. Carnage finishing off the Reinhardt of Kambara, and a sleep dart onto Wyrm as well, as Estuary has started off this series on fire so far. Witch Mercy now forced to retreat here as the first cap will go in favor of Zombie.
Yeah, and they just have built up so much old advantage right now. Already halfway from the DPS of Zombabes, and picking off Zenith there out of spawn. Poor buddy. It's all right. We've got Wyrm is going to be looking for those flanks under Estuary with that Tracer, but we saw Estuary win that battle with the Ana. Back and forth. Now they've got the position here. They've got the point, and they can hold here with the Bastion, although they're pushing through slowly. They're trying to get out.
Yeah, Wyrm needs to be careful. Doesn't have that recall available, and Kelpid is doing a lot of damage in this choke point here at the moment. Gallus goes down to half health. Still a bit of posturing and staging right now, but lots of damage now being put through here from the Zombies. As Witch Mercy, they're trying to find their way in. It's a ping coming through from Kambara, but Kambara is going to be the one who goes down as Kelpid on the flank with the Bastion finds 3, and that is going to be Zombies holding strong for now.
It will indeed. And you just saw the HP from all of Witch Mercy's players there, just barely above 1, because this choke point here is so difficult to push through. This is where Gallus can have the advantage of not having that shield. You don't need it. You just hide around the corner and just pump damage into it. And if you look at Zombabe's team, it is just maximum damage output. And that's what we're seeing from Kelpid's ult now as well. Already 50% of the point.
Yeah, it doesn't find any real damage or kills here, but does force a couple of cooldowns out potentially here as Gallus now has to back away. They give up the high ground positioning here to Witch Mercy to try and rotate towards the point. Focusing beam now, trying to get onto Draco on the Pharah, but some great peel coming in there from Pie, keeping their Pharah alive. Moonish was taken down there from Estuary with an anti-nade, but in the meantime, the point has flipped over in favor of Witch Mercy. Now Kambara trying to swing at the Pharah of Draco, who just barrages the Reinhardt in the face, and Docker. Yeah, that was a very sad looking transcendence. I don't blame him for that.
Look, there was an attempt there. There was an attempt. We might be seeing a character swap coming out from using that ult there. So we see Witch Mercy adjusting immediately. We saw them take a different route to the point and actually get that cap. But Zombabes, not too fussed about that. We'll just stand here and deal with the players that were split. We'll deal with Wyrm, who is now on the Echo, which is going to be able to shred that tank when they get to half HP, if they can get them to half HP. But the Shatter is looking juicy.
Yeah, and it's a solo Shatter onto Gallus, but it's going to be a nano boost coming in from Estuary there, keeping Gallus nice and healthy. Estuary does get taken down, but Draco is causing absolute... it's just being a menace in the sky at the moment as Moonish trying to stay alive, gets down to 38 HP, can't fly to anyone else, so Draco will hunt down the Mercy of Witch Mercy. Draco finishes on 4, and this is a pretty convincing win here for the side of Zombabes as they'll go up 1-0 on this map.
Yeah, what an interesting matchup with the different character choices. The Reinhardt is always going to have pretty much a free shatter. There's no shield from the Junker Queen. There's no shield to stop it. They're always going to have that free shatter. But with the Jungle Queen and Zombabes not having a shield. They're not focused on defense, on moderation, on patience. They are focused on, we are going to spam damage at you and you aren't going to be able to move. So good luck with the Shatter, because the damage spam is just going in your face. And the poor support players, Zenith and Moonish on Witch Mercy, they have been the target of these Pharah Mercy dives of even Gallus. Gallus is just playing a thicker DPS in my opinion right now, and it's working fantastically. So now we have, we're seeing both Lucio's the speed boost as well, Pi back on the Mercy, but now, like you said, Zenith on the Lucio, Moonish on the Mercy. So we might be seeing a more fast-paced engagement here with Kimbara's Reinhardt in the face, but I don't know if that's going to win versus Gallus's damage output.
And Gallus' sustain as well is something that is behold for Jungle Queen. It's a standout feature for Jungle Queen here, as Gallus just takes up all of the room right now. Gets down very, very low. Esri being pressured at the moment from Wyrm, so Gallus now has to run away here and try and get healed up. Doc getting quite low. Draco is trying to hunt down Wyrm. Gallus goes down. The Tracer for Witch Mercy gets the finishing blow, and Witch Mercy will win this first fight and open their account on the scoreboard.
Yeah, exactly. That was a very clean fight, and I think that's what they were trying to do on the first point as well. Wyrm is going to be the playmaker here. They're going to be distracting the team. They're going to be in the back lines dealing with those supports, and if that forces the Pharah Mercy to peel for him, it opens up the Jungle Queen to be exposed and just get piled on by Witch Mercy's team. So Wyrm is going to keep trying to be annoying and keep being enough of a threat. They have to focus on him, and that split, Kelvin taking out Wyrm right there, so this is an advantage right now for Zombabes. But they're still going forward.
Let's see if they can press this advantage. It's going to be an anti-nade that goes on to Kimbara, so no healing available for the Reinhardt. Moonish goes down, so does Kimbara and Doc, and that is a very efficient fight win coming out from Zombabes.
It is, and Wyrm has given up on that strategy of being the distraction in the backline, and now we've got 2 hit scans from Witch Mercy. Draco on that pharmacy with Pi in support is causing havoc, so much damage. Pharah is so strong right now, but how are they going to deal with 2 hit scans in their face? This is going to be a really tough battle.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Witch Mercy try and get around this spam damage here. They need to be very, very quick here, as Kimbara is already going very low. They just try and kind of take a bit of refuge on the point here, as Wyrm finishes off Kelpin with the Cassidy, now, and Doc getting into the back line, finds Esri. Gallus now trying to live as Pi gets taken down. Moonish using that Valkyrie, getting on to the rest of the team, and that is going to be a point flip coming in favor here of Witch Mercy, as they look pretty good at the moment with this composition.
It will, and that point flip, they just had to invest 1 ultimate there from Moonish. Great job there. We're going to have heaps of ults coming up from both sides right now, so this fight is going to be pretty chaotic, but Wyrm getting that pick out of spawn immediately. Just got to wait for your team, and taking this forward position is incredibly smart, because they have to walk up that ramp. They don't have a shield. They've got no damage mitigation. They're just going to take damage on the entry, and while they're taking damage, it gives Witch Mercy the chance to build those ults up even faster and have that advantage. But it's going to be almost 5 volts versus 4 ults here. This is going to be a very chaotic one. We're at 75%, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see every Q being pressed, and just madness, incoming madness.
It's going to come down to this Shatter from Kimbara. I think if they can shut down Gallus before the Rampage comes through, they might even just be able to win with only 1 ultimate. There's Pi using their Valkyrie, trying to get the engage going. Kelpin as well, using their artillery strike, looking for damage onto Wyrm. Doesn't quite find it, and it's going to be Gallus who gets quite low. Nano Boost and Rampage being used now. The Earth Shuttle tried to come out, but it was a slip down, I believe, that came out from Esri. They cancelled that ultimate. The Deadeye does find Draco, but Gallus, Valkyrie, and Kimbara has gone down. Finish, trying to stall out onto the point, gets taken down by Kelpin there as well. Resurrect coming through from Pi, but Pi gets traded out there from Wyrm. Wyrm might get staggered out, and this is a fight win here for Zombabes. They're ticking up more percentage.
Yeah, great job there, investing those 4 ultimates. We still have the Sojourn Overclock and the Beat from Witch Mercy here, which is going to be so useful. Didn't even need to use it into the Rampage. What we're seeing from Witch Mercy, when they took that point before, they're working as a 5-stack. They need to all group up around the shield, rush in, be really, really close. But if you're close...
Well, if you're close, you get taken down there by Kelpin, apparently, because Kimbara gets melted with the barrage. Doesn't find anything. Tori now with the overclock, looking for some value. Doc already used the sound barrier, and they find Gallus and Kelpin as well. Finish with their own Valkyrie now, trying to hunt for maybe some extra kills and keep the rest of their team alive, as Esri's being 1v1 in the back line by Doc. Doc finds Esri. Pi goes down. Point will go in favor of Witch Mercy, and it's going to be 1-1 on map 1.
and Moonish with another Valk, almost in 30 seconds, another Valk. Exactly what I was about to say happened. That's the trade-off. That's the other side of the coin we're seeing here. We're seeing a really delicate kind of strategy balance because they're playing that Reinhardt, because they're playing those slower moving hit scans. They're having that shield, that Lucio. They want to stay as a ball, and that works great when the shield's up. Once that shield's down and you're in that ball and you're in that choke point, the spam damage just deletes you, especially when Draco has got the barrage in your face. So while it's good when the shield's there, and while it's good to take space and to take that objective, as soon as it's down, you just get slammed. And if you're working as a ball, that means the adrenaline, the rampage from Gallus is just going to cause havoc. Now we see Tori onto the Widow. This is a very good Widow map, that high ground, especially because Zombabes does not have any shield or mitigation, and they're going to be flying. So this could be Tori's time to pop off right now.
It could be Tori's time to pop off. Speaking of popping off, though, the community has popped off because we've reached our $2,500 goal here, Scary, as well. Oh. Very exciting for our fundraiser here as Wyrm gets the finishing blow there onto Draco. So now it's going to be walking forward. Kambara and Doc looking to gain all of this space. In fact, they're almost at their spawn fighting here, Scary.
Yeah, I actually love this. I love this. They speed boost out of spawn with that Reinhardt charge as well, and they didn't even play the halfway point. They went to their choke point at the end. Fantastic move. I love seeing this, and I love that the fact that they're taking that positioning first before they worry about the point. They'll give up the point just for that positioning. And it's working fantastically. And like you said, Harry, 2,500 already. Absolutely amazing. Let's get to 3,000, guys. Keep those donations coming.
There's the duplicate coming in onto the Bastion of Kelper. Kelper gets focused down there despite the pocket coming out from both supports. Kambara charges through, finishes off Esri and Gallus. Pi will go down, and right now, Witch Mercy are looking very dominant.
Yeah, great job there from Witch Mercy. Really good use of the map, not letting them set up. They've got that forward positioning with the Widow as well, and then they can dive in on the Echo. I like the fact that the duplicate, you know, can't beat them, join them. I'm the Bastion now, and it ended up working really well. Witch Mercy has got close to getting to some ults, close to that Shatter and the Valkyrie. Moonish is building Valk incredibly fast, but so is Pi by Pi. There's going to be a lot of flying. Oh.
What in the world is that? Wyrm with the sticky bombs and with their primary fire will take down Kelpid, who swapped over to the Ash to try and help deal with that Echo. Draco on the Tracer as well, but now they're surrounded, boxed in. It's like they are just about to get collapsed in on, and that is exactly what happens. There's a duplicate coming in from Wyrm onto the Tracer as Gallus gets pinned across the map there from Kambara. Wyrm finishes off Draco as well. This is the Echo show right now. Moonish does get taken down, but the Earthshatter's online, utilized immediately, finishing off Gallus. 70% ticked up here to the side of Witch Mercy and Zombabes need to reset.
Yeah, and Zombabes just haven't got a look in here. It's almost 80%. This is going to be last fight. The positioning is so intentional from Witch Mercy, and it's goddamn beautiful to see because they've taken that high ground. There's no one to contest the high ground from Zombabes except for maybe Pi by Pi's Valkyrie. Well, then now Kelpid can jump up there, but they're holding them here. They're not even letting them get the flank route, and now they're one player down on last fight for this map. Witch Mercy looking like the... Oh, sorry. Witch Mercy need to hold this to win.
Yeah, they do need to hold this to win. It's going to be Moonish who gets the resurrect onto Wyrm there. Now the nano boost on the Gallus is going to get taken off the map by Kambara, but Kambara goes off the map as well. Tori gets the headshot onto Draco. Esri gets taken down by Wyrm as well. Kelpid now finishes off Tori and finishes off Wyrm. It's going to be a 1v1 on the point. Moonish now pulling out the clock, trying to get the finishing blow on the Ash here. Trying to get this off, but Kelpid with the flick finishes off Moonish, and there are shades of the Rebel clutch coming in here for Zombabes.
Oh my god.
They need to use Bob. Doc is back. Bob's on the point now. Bob is the only thing left on the point. Doc trying to get the boot onto the Bob here. Kambara trying to get the pin. They finally get the Bob evicted from the point and from the map. It's going to be a sound barrow being utilized here from Doc Zenith as now the Rampage is getting used as well. It's going to be Tori though finishing off Draco. Wyrm found Esri, and it looks like it's far too little, far too late here for the side of Zombabes. Although Gallus, if they can finish off the Mercy, you might see a chance here because there's not enough healing for Reinhardt to stay in this fight. It's going to be a duplicate coming from Wyrm here onto the Junker Queen. They're fighting on the point. Gallus holding strong here. Kelpid found Kambara, but Wyrm did find Kelpid in the end as well. They're building up towards that Rampage to stealth. Doc goes down. Gallus is holding strong on this point. Wyrm comes out of the duplicate, but it has to run away. There's too much pressure. There's too much damage. Zombabes hold strong.
This could not be any more intense. It's not over till it's over. I can't believe Kelvin held the bomb there and held it. This is, once they get onto the point here, when it gets to overtime, that's when Zombabes can hold it. Witch Mercy been pushed back from their positioning. And once it gets onto the point, that's Zombabes time to shine. We're going to have the Rampage very close to being built up, possibly getting it done by the end. Pi is also close to another Valk, but Kambara has the Shatter, and that could be the game-winning ult here to hold, to cap, and to win this match 2-1.
Draco's down. Shatter gets laid down. Finishes off Esri as well. Gallus does find Moonish, but it might be a little bit... it might be all in vain here. Gallus does get another kill there as well. Now drops down. They're building up towards that Rampage. Stop is there. What a knife from Gallus to finish off the Lucio of Witch Mercy. Gallus now trying to stay alive. The self-sustain is there. The commanding shot comes through. Gallus is absolutely nuts on his Joker Queen. 5 kills for the Joker Queen of Zombabes, and they are still in this fight.
Gallus is a one-man army right now. That is unbelievable. You think Witch Mercy with the 3K. Gallus is killing everybody by themselves. They have so much healing on the Junker Queen. This is last fight, 92%. Who is going to win the first map?
Valkyrie online here for Moonish. Pi by Pi building up towards theirs as well. It's going to be the battle of the angels right here. It's going to be the cuts coming in for Witch Mercy. They're trying to stay here. Kambara swinging away. Recall forced out of Draco, who has the pulse bomb available now. Kelvin looking for a way to get on. But Wyrm finds Esri. The Lucio is down. Gallus gets the kill onto Pi, who used the Valkyrie to get that res onto Esri as well. Moonish is still there. Using the Valkyrie. Does get taken out. Now it's going to be Pi pulling out the clock as Wyrm. Using the over onto the Ash. Everyone from Zombabes is falling. And Witch Mercy, they've had to clutch up, but they will win map 1.
And what a map it was, Harry. 99, 3 in a row, 2-1. These matches are so close. They are so competitive. That was amazing to watch. Let's watch Wyrm on the play of the game. I thought it might be an echo play from them, to be honest, but that Cassidy was shutting down, everybody, as we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that I've noticed from Wyrm. Wyrm seems to be able to just play everything as Pi just kind of gave their life away at the end there to get a quick reset. But that was insane. What is it with that map and being the most competitive, competitive map ever in any tournament? This has happened twice now. This can't be a coincidence, Scary.
It's I think the maps are going to play such an important factor into these two teams and their preferred team comp, because when they held them at the front there, that positioning was so good from Witch's Mercy, not letting them get the flank, taking the high ground, because what they want to do, the other team, they want to get onto the point. They want to be in your face. And once they went to overtime and there was forced to have that team fight on the objective, that's when they started to perform. We saw Kambara get a 3K and then Gallus just kill everybody. So even if you have the player advantage, the tank is such an important role right now. And I love that we're seeing the Lucio, we're seeing that speed boost, we're seeing that anti-air, that Pharah, that Echo. We're seeing such a variety from the hero pools here. And I don't know if there's much adjustments to be made in the next one, Harry. I don't know, because both teams, it was so close. It's not much to adjust.
Yeah, exactly right. 100% correct. Sorry, something that caught me very off guard there was I looked down at our total raise and suddenly we're at $2,700 because Perks VB with a massive $200 donation comes in. We're getting closer to that $3,000 goal here, Scary.
That's absolutely incredible. I can't believe we got to 2,300 on day one. Let's see if we can match that today. We've already smashed the 2,500 goal. Let's get to 3,000 because the quality of these matches are unbelievable. 40 plus people, production staff have all come together with their time to put on an event to raise money for a great charity. So please do keep supporting. Also, check out the POVs from each of the creators involved. They are live streaming it themselves. Vote for your team with the donations. Give it big ups. And thank you so much for 2,715 so far.
Yeah, exactly. Only so far as well. Like, every time we seem to set a new goal, we have to set another new goal because you guys are just absolutely crushing it so far. But now we have to get back into a little bit of focus on the game because, well, there's still something very, very interesting. And I've been told it's Midtown, but also to give it a sec. So maybe I shouldn't have announced that it was Midtown.
Well, I mean, we'll see if we're right or not. You know, there is that caster curse. You say something as a matter of fact and immediately you're proven wrong. But next up, we do have the hybrid game mode. So the options are Kings Road, Midtown, and Eichenwald. The loser of that map Zombabes will get to choose, have their pick from that. What do you think Zombabes is going to choose? Do you think Midtown is a good pick out of those 3 for Zombabes?
Look, they've looked comfortable on Midtown in previous maps. I think it has been maybe their best map so far. And you know what? I think that going to that map will suit them better, more so than it will suit Witch Mercy, because it means that they won't be able to play the Reinhardt as comfortably. But also, Eichenwald is very good for the Pharah, and we did see Draco playing a lot of that Pharah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can make the pharmacy work on Midtown. I mean, you can make pharmacy work anywhere, especially with the skill level of these players. But if it does go to Midtown, I think, and especially because we're seeing so much Lucio, we're going to see that speed boost into the face of them. We might even see I don't know if they played it yesterday, but that sim telly was very cheeky today and allowed you to get that close range brawl rather than suffering from the poke. Although we did see the occasional Widow, there are some really good sight lines on hybrid maps. So regardless of which map gets picked, it's going to be close.
It is going to be very close. If that last map was anything to go by, Scary, of course it's going to be close. They looked so neck and neck throughout, but I really still think that Zombabes can run it back here, and Gallus was showing just how dominant of a performance they can put up on their Junker Queen. That's the hero.
And that self-healing, Junker Queen is so... I mean, there's not many tanks that aren't strong right now, to be honest, with the last few updates. But Junker Queen is in such a strong position with that healing. And if you can do your own healing and, anti the team with your ultimate, then your healers can just focus on doing damage. And we did see a lot of Glocks coming out from Pi there as well, trying to get a cheeky shoot onto the opposing Mercy. The first point here is just going to be about getting into the face of them. It's going to be about getting through that choke point, getting under that, just like we saw in the last matchup. And once you're in the face, and once you have that brawl, that's where Gallus can really shine on that Junker Queen. The second point is going to be a little bit interesting, again, because of that high ground, that pushing, and we saw the teams adapt to it last game. So I think we're going to see some different strategies than the last matchup. We do see that sim. We'll see if Wyrm sticks to it. Like you said, Harry, it seems like they've got a very deep hero pool, and they haven't really played poorly on any of those roles. So it's going to be interesting. Zenith back onto the Zen. We'll see if we can get some Discord value at the moment. Draco and Pie's Pharmacy have very much been focusing them and diving on the Zen, and that's not a fun experience to be the Zen player there. Tori onto the Cassidy. Look at this little cheeky positioning from Draco, the little spam position.
Yeah, I wonder how that Witch Mercy are going to try and navigate through this here. They can't really just TP because it's just going to leave Draco to be able to spam from any sort of positioning. In fact, it looks like they're going through the subway here. The
subway with the sim, they're going to be able to telly maybe behind them, maybe on the high ground. This is really good already from Witch Mercy.
This might be a TP onto point. In fact, it is pretty much a TP onto point. They go around a little bit more towards the right. Now they're over more towards Zombie spawn, and rotation's coming through once again.
Exactly. You see Esri immediately rotating. You see the assault form from Bastion was used already. They didn't want to capitalize on that. They're going to sim telly the back line.
Yep, there's the anti-nade coming through as well. Kambara gets taken down. Esri and Pi both managed to get out. Great usage of their movement there from the support of Zombabes, and they're going to stagger out Moonish. Oh, no, Moonish!
How could you do that to Witch Mercy? You're going to get a curse put on you guys if you do that. But yeah, that's wonderful rotations. Really good attacking positions there. The patience, trying to find the right opening, and then immediately collapsing. They worked out the strategy immediately and just collapsed and protected their backline. Great job there. We'll have to see if they attempt it again. There are lots of options here. They can tell you onto the fire truck. They can tell you to the left-hand side. But their first strategy is known. Now we see up the top here. Okay, they're going to the left instead of the right.
Yep, turret form has been forced out from Kelford here, though, so a lot of damage will be missing once this gets used up. But Esri snipes Tori out of the building here, and Kelford takes down Wyrm as well. I think still not giving up here, as it looks like Witch Mercy are kind of struggling with their TP rotations right now.
Yeah, the TP to the point is working as intended. The problem is that Zombabes have a lot of long-range damage. It's only really Gallus that has to get in your face and deal damage, and you can't really kill them because they just have infinite HP. And while you're dealing with them, you've got the long-range spam, and that shield just gets deleted. There's not much long-range from Witch Mercy, although the swap, that is a bold.
Right
that may have been a misclick, but if not, very bold.
And that's a very bold Resurrect attempt coming out from Pi. What a sleep dart coming in though from Esri to save the mercy of Zombabes. Was that a knife hit onto Moonish there from Gallus? That's filthy. Dog Zenith has gone down. The Resurrect is still available here for Moonish, but with the Rampage being used and catching onto both DPS, it should be only a matter of time until this fight ends, although in saying that, they're unable to confirm the kills until just now. Wyrm gets taken down. It's going to be Pi using that Valkyrie, trying to get away from the Echo here. Does manage to do so as Gallus finishes off Mercy. Now Kimbara sitting on the point here. No one has looked at Kimbara the whole time. Pi gets pinned. Oh, dearie me. No Mercy on the field means there's a lack of healing. Esri now coming back. Earthshatter available here for Kimbara as Wyrm in the duplicate on the Clara. Looking for more, looking for a kill or two. Great knife, a great axe finishes off the duplicate form here as Kelpin uses their artillery strike. Tori goes down to 1 HP as we see the nano boost coming in onto Gallus, but it's a solo shatter onto the Junker Queen of Zombabes that stops that in its tracks. Although, as I say, that Kelpin is back, so they couldn't complete the pin here. Doc Zenith using the trans couldn't save the life of Kimbara there, but it will allow the Resurrect to come through. Gallus on the point, trying to fight their way out of this as Wyrm is tearing their backline to sunders at the moment. As Pi goes down, which Mercy will take point 1.
Yeah, they will manage to cap it just with 30 seconds left. Esri might get split spawn here, although Wyrm is 10 HP. Who's going to win?
Oh, they didn't hit the shots. Esri gets sticky bomb, but Draco takes down Wyrm. Esri does go down in the end, but Resurrect should be available here for Pi.
Yeah, I know Esri was probably trying to like Apex wall strafe and all sorts of crazy movement there to try to survive, but Gallus just won't die. Gallus has got so much sustain that even with an early pick, it's almost 2 CP. The spawns will come back in time, and these fights are just as long and extended as the previous match's fights. So even if you get that opening, it's going to survive for a long, long time. And that means that every team fight here is going on for minutes. So there's not too much time for multiple team fights here. They're just lengthy and they just build up those ults. Now we're seeing Tori opening on that Widow from the last fight with the infra site, getting a lot of value, and the cart's been pushed almost under the bridge.
Yeah, Anti-Eggs went onto Kimbara, but they can't follow up on that ability just yet. Now it's going to be a rotation back up to the high ground here. Gallus holding on to their Rampage. Wyrm, once again, uses the duplicate onto the fire, but gets taken down there from Gallus. Now Kimbara charging into the back line, gets hold of Esri Moonish with the Valkyrie as well, is providing so much healing. Focusing beam from Wyrm is there. Gallus with their Rampage does connect onto Kimbara, but someone has to touch the point, and no one can. The Resurrect will come in far too little too late here, as Doc Zenith will probably get traded out, but maybe we can see a bit of a spawn hold coming here for Zombies, but I wouldn't think so.
No, I think it might be a back off and a hold. Look, Gallus is 65 health. They'll be back to full very quickly. We're seeing almost 4 teams fighting here. We're seeing Witch Mercy just dive the backline supports of Esri and Pi on the Zombabes team, and they're doing fantastic to survive, but they're getting under a lot of pressure and having to rotate and reposition all the time. But then we're seeing Gallus taking out the backline and the isolated teams that are on the cart. So we're having kind of 2 different battles here, 4 different team fights battling, and you need to win both of them to win the fight.
Look how aggressive they're being onto Gallus right now. Gallus is going to get taken down. In fact, the rest of the team started to back up there, but Gallus was still so far forward. Now they're just trying to separate and conquer this team here, as Pi did use the Valkyrie to keep the rest of the side alive here. For Zombabes, they need to find some stabilization, and maybe that's through Kelp. We're getting the pick here onto Wyrm. The barrage available, so is the Bob. It's going to be a Resurrect onto Wyrm here from Moonish, who has been pretty clutch with these reses so far. There's a Transcendence being used in return to the Bob. Bob gets taken down, and now it's going to be Draco looking for some value. Earthshatter into the back line, connects only onto Gallus, I believe, but they can't get the pin. Esri, headshot there by Tori, and the duplicate comes in from Wyrm. There's a barrage coming out from Wyrm as well. They're going to Resurrect onto Esri, but Pi going down, there's a lack of healing. Still no barrage came out there from Draco, and with a minute and a half left on the clock, Witch Mercy will complete this map, and things are not looking good right now for Zombabes.
Minute 37 on the clock. It's a bit of a back and forth, but we can see the momentum building there for Witch Mercy, and we're seeing the adjustments from Zombabes with the character choices they're picking there. Kimbara going for a great little cheeky slam, but that just allowed the DPS of Zombabes. It just allowed, it allowed the DPS of Wyrm and Tori to just go off. Zombabes were distracted by the Reinhardt, and Tori and Wyrm just dove the backline and got 2 kills each. The Farah and the Echo and also the Widowmaker are such impactful characters. If they get in your face or they have a little bit of freedom and they're performing well, that can change the fight just from 1 or 2 picks from that onto the backline. This has been a very focused, a backline focused match here. And now we're going to be seeing, oh, this is interesting. This is interesting. This could spell trouble for Kambara. Draco on the Mei.
Yeah, Kelpa going over to the Soldier and Estri onto the Iari. That's a pick that we haven't seen just yet from this team here, Scary.
Yeah, the Alari is going to be able to put out a lot of damage with just having that pylon do the work, but they are an attacky, so they're not going to want to hold their ground too much unless they keep doing cheeky stuff, unless they keep trying to swap the positioning and get behind them and then just take the real estate on the point here. Zenith, once again, on that Zenyatta, and we saw them starting to get into form there at the end. If they get a little bit of space, that Discord can do a lot of work. Yeah, the Mei is going to be interesting here. Kambara is going to be walled off and slowed pretty much non-stop. We'll see if this tactic works out for him on this first attack here.
Gallus already very low critical HP. Pylon being used now from Estri, but it's not in a good position. It's going to get taken down. The main wall has already been utilized as well. Wyrm getting taken down very low. Great knife there from Gallus. Pulls the Cassidy back in. They get the finishing blow there. Now, there's the shield beat coming in for the resurrect attempt, and the way wall isn't going to be able to stop that, but it should mean that Wyrm does get taken down again. No, they can't get on top of the Cassidy again this time. Not trying to get those volleys through to try and find a pick as Estri's pylon once again gets taken down. Still staging for positioning right now, Scary.
Yeah, well done to stabilize there. They won't have the res though. They just have to play around that wall. It's just only going to take one wall to isolate someone, and that's going to be almost the fight. So they're just walking up slowly. They're walking up slowly. Kelbert's taking out the DPS, and now you've got the Jungle Queen behind the fire station. Oh, sorry, over here. They're in the face now. They can be doing that close range damage.
Yeah, they can be. They need to heal up Gallus here. Gallus is falling very, very low. Now it's Kambara trying to pin through here, but gets knife. Pulled back towards the enemy team, and now Kelpa gets a finishing blow. Doc Zenith sitting pretty right now in the little tube here, taking down Draco, trying to get more, but Gallus will put an end to the Zenyatta shenanigans of Doc Zenith, and that is going to be the first point going in favor of Zombabes.
Yeah, they're still contesting a little bit, but it is going to swap over. Great job there from Zombabes. I want to say, I don't think this is true, but this is my headcanon. I think that was a 10D chess move, what we saw there. Gallus let themselves get low. They had the Mercy Pocket. They had the Mercy Heals. They had the Zen Orb, and they had, they had the Mercy Pocket and also the Alari Pylon right there. So they were full health immediately. As soon as Kambara went for that, it opened it up for Kelpin to get those picks when the Reinhardt was isolated. So if Kambara is not just shield botting, that means that the DPS from Kelvin is just going to pick the isolated characters up. We do have a lot of ultimates coming up right now. They're getting the payload progress right now. Not interested, but once they get under it, we'll see if Kambara drops, and we've got the Trance Redact against any Visors coming out for Kelvin.
This Rampage is going to be huge as well, because Doc, they can't put an end to the Rampage. They can't use the Transcendence to try and keep the rest of the team alive if the whole team is anti-nated. And with everyone sitting on the high ground, this could be the perfect opportunity, Scary.
Yeah, they just have to sneak up and go behind it. But if Kambara can build this shatter, the second they start that Rampage, great pick there.
Yeah, Kelpa does go down, and now it's going to be a pin there from Kambara, who's building up towards that Earth Shatter. Like you said, there's the Resurrect coming in from Pi by Pi. There's the Rampage coming through. Now Moonish stuck in a corner with the Chunker Queen. Is not going to end well. The Transcendence does come out from Doc Zenith, but it's unable to save Wyrm, who gets taken down from the bleed damage of that Rampage. Estri finished off, but Doc Zenith is also going to get taken down. Now it's going to be the overclock from Tori on the high ground, looking for Pi by Pi. Gets extremely low. Can they get the shot? No! Pi shuts down the overclock. The clock comes out, and the Mercy wins out the duel here. Moonish now is back in this fight. So is Wyrm, though. They have the Deadeye, and they have the Earth Shatter on line. Moonish with his Valkyrie maybe looking to go on a flank, but no, Wyrm gets too low. They have to fly back to the rest of the team, but it looks like a bit of stabilization coming in from Witch Mercy until the Captive Sun comes in to point of view. There's the Deadeye coming through. Gallus is going to get taken down, and despite their good positioning here, Zombabes are unable to finish this fight.
Yeah, we're not seeing too much patience and backing off. If you lose a player, all you do is just press more ults. These team fights are going on for such a long time, and like you said, there's just so much opportunity for a Rampage on this second point here. You stay up top as a group, Rampage, you stay below, perfect line of sight to go through. Kambara does have that shatter now, but we have Draco with the wall and also the Blizzard to counter that. This is going to be the tank of May versus the tank of Ryan in this next fight, I suspect. They're the only ultimates on the board. Pi may be able to get the Valk. We might see a double pistol kill, which would be lovely.
They need to use this Blizzard quickly. They can't let Doc build up towards this Transcendence here. Draco gets taken down, though. That is disastrous if you're Zombabes. Gallus will get the finishing blow onto Moonish here, but they can't really push forward in this fight without Esri and without the Blizzard of Draco. They do get Wyrm quite low, but Wyrm now has the Deadeye once again.
They do, and they're just waiting for the spawns here. Although if they get a pick, it might be go time. Zenith taking out Gallus there is about to have the Transcendence, which is going to be so important. We're almost getting towards last fight territory based on how long these fights are going on. 2 minutes on the clock.
I used the Valkyrie. They look like they're trying to get back into this fight really, really quickly, but I don't think the tank is there at the moment. This seems like a small mistake coming out here from Zombabes, and it could be crucial in this next fight. There's a lot of ultimates, like you said, online for Witch Mercy, though.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of Qs being pressed, and Draco's Mayo is the one to watch out for, I think. But the Transcendence is there.
Yeah, Earth Shatter online. Everyone's in a line. The Earth Shatter comes in, almost cancels the Blizzard, and they get the finishing blow on the Mercy and on the Iari. They can. Now it's going to be the Rampage coming in from Gallus. They still think they can win this. Is this a mistake, though? It looks like it is. They've overcommitted. They've overinvested, and Zombabes get absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, Kambara with a 4K. That was beautiful. I thought I was watching a flash mob. The coordination, all 4 players fell over in a line like bowling pins. And the bowling ball was indeed Kambara's fire strikes, not missing at all. Strike is in the name. Helped has got that visor, and we have the matching ult on the Sojourn. That's about all we're seeing at the moment. Although Esri's captive son is going to be important here. Esri's aim is God's here, even on the support role. This is going to be pretty difficult, especially if they just try to pick off Doc Zenith.
Overclock versus Captive Stun, because I don't think that the visor is going to be able to get too much done. The shield for Kambara has gone down now, so maybe they can get something done here, but they need to try and move forward. Draco on this Widowmaker, looking for a pick. Can they find anything? They can! They get Wyrm! That's huge! Now they get the knife onto Doc Zenith. Doc Zenith is pulled back into the rest of the team. It's going to be the Captain Sun being used. It doesn't catch on to anyone but Kelvin with the visor. I was trash-talking this ultimate just before, but they managed to find 2. The cart needs to be pushed, but Gallus goes down. They need to get this resurrect.
Touch,
Still to the point.
Oh, that can be a heart attack. They might be able to get back here for another fight. They are indeed. They are sending it. We still have that overclock, but not much else.
Gallus not too aggressive though. There's no tanks on the side of Zombabes here, and Kambara is going to chase down Kelvin. Now it's the overclock, the Earth Shatter. This is it. All she wrote here for Zombabes is Witch Mercy casts a spell over the entire tournament, and we'll move forward to the semi-finals.
It's so hard to predict. It's so hard to predict. It's so back and forth. Every player is playing out of their mind. Oh, look at this. Look at this. It's so beautiful. I wish they hammered from the left-hand side. It could have been a 4-man strike. So nice.
I mean, it's incredible gameplay coming out from Kambara. It really just was one of those shatters where you just see 5 people lined up and no shield, and you go, well, I have this, so I'm just going to use it now. And it really worked out well for Kambara and for the side of Witch Mercy as well, as they advance on throughout this tournament.
They do. And I think if you're a Reinhardt player, you get excited if you're versing a Rein match, but also you get excited if there's no shield, there's no mobility. It's just a ball of players with nothing to protect them. Every time you get a shatter, it's going to be as juicy as that. And Draco's May Blizzard tried to stop them there, unfortunately didn't. That was another great match from both teams there. Well played to both players. We're seeing such depth in terms of hero characters. We're seeing a few like, this is my hero and I'm going to play it extremely well, but we're also seeing a lot of good adjustments. A lot of almost mystery heroes in terms of the adjustments, but they're all playing extremely well. So great second match of the day. We're at $2,715 for the National Breast Cancer Foundation. So let's keep those donations coming because we have so many more matches up ahead.
Yeah, most definitely. And we're going to be going to a little break before we get our interview with one of the members from Witch Mercy. So until then, we will see you guys on the other side. Welcome back, everyone, to the Valkyries of Vengeance tournament, and we have just had an absolutely thrilling quarterfinal matchup between Zombabes and Pink Mercy. Pink Mercy coming away as our 2-0 victors into that and moving on to our semifinals. But before we get to any of those semifinals, we have to talk to one of my favorite people in the community. We're going to send over to Wonderlust and Moonish for the interview.
Welcome in, Moonish. That was a very intense match just then. How do you feel about that game?
Oh my god, that was so stressful, but it was so much fun. Everyone did such an amazing job.
Yes, sir. And what was your game-winning play there, do you think?
I think it was that huge shatter. Oh,
that
actually,
shatter
no,
was
that
massive.
That huge was shatter. Shout out to Wyrm, one of our DPS who called for that shatter.
Oh.
That actually started the whole fight, and it was just a huge call.
Yeah, I definitely think that shatter just secured that round for you guys because they had so many ultimates online, and that shatter just shut them all down.
Yeah. We were all scared of the Mei.
Yes, that Mei ult was very scary.
Blizzard.
All right, how confident are you and your team moving forward since you will be versing Snow Angels, I believe, in the semifinals?
So this will be our second time versing Snow Angels. This time we'll get him.
A dent in that undefeated record.
Yeah, no, we were the only team, I believe, to take a map from them. So this time I think we're going to take 2, no?
Ah, that should be very interesting to watch then. I am very excited to watch that match. Well, good luck with the rest of your games, Moonish, and I hope to see you in the finals. Bye.
Thank you. Good luck, everyone.
Great job there from Moonish. I think I should be wearing this on my head in respect for that great performance there. As you said, they're going to be versing Snow Angels next. And also, it's going to be a bit of a rivalry because they lost to them yesterday. But we will get to that in a second because quickly, I want to mention the charity once again, the National Breast Cancer Foundation of Australia. We're at $2,765 over the last day and a half, and we've got another long rest of the day to go as well. So great job to everyone that's donated so far. We appreciate you. We love you. Let's keep those donations coming. ! Donate if you forget. There you go.
It's around.
It's around. If you're not sure what the National Breast Cancer Foundation is, they are the forefront leading charity organization for breast cancer in Australia. They fund research, and they're trying to pretty much find a cure for a terrible disease. They believe that the best way to prevent deaths and improve how breast cancer is diagnosed, managed, and treated is by the work that they are doing. They're trying to get to 0 deaths from breast cancer, a very high-reaching goal, but one that they can work towards with the support from everybody here in Australia donating. So keep those donations up. Let's see if we can get to the $3,000 goal by the end of the next match, Harry.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think we can do it as well. The community has been so supportive so far, and genuinely, it's been insane to witness just how amazing this community has been. But we are going to go to a short break for now. When we come back, we will have our semi-final matchups starting us off. So we'll see you on the other side.
Welcome back, guys. We have got the first semi-final of the day just ahead. We've got Atlantic Stars versus Lifeguards. That's coming up in just a moment. But quick mention to the charity. Thank you for keeping that money going. We've got 4 more games ahead. 4. We've got many more games ahead. And also to Quokka, who are sponsoring us from the mousepads. Harry, tell us a little bit more about our sponsor today.
Yeah, so like you said, massive thank you to Quokka Mousepads for sponsoring the event. These guys are offering 2 $50 gift cards, one for the tournament standout player and another for any chat participant. So make sure you stick around, get involved in that. Maybe you can find yourself going home with a $50 voucher to the best mousepad creator that I've ever had, in my experience at least. They are incredible. They allow you to design premium custom-made mousepads and player mats as well. Ideal for both gamers and for professional office workers as well. These mousepads, like I said, completely customizable. You have the freedom to select your preferred image. You can adjust thickness. You can select different sizes. So yeah, definitely come and level up your gaming setup with a Quokka mousepad.
Exactly right. And especially if you want to perform as well as the players that have been performing today, because it's been outstanding. And I see no reason why the next few matches won't be either, especially now we're in the semi-finals and the upcoming grand final. We have got Atlantic Stars versus the Lifeguards that we saw earlier. So Atlantic Stars have been sitting here. They've made it straight into the semis. They've just been waiting. Who's our opponent? Who are we going to be versing? And it is Lifeguards. And we have seen all the teams today 2-0, even though it's been incredibly close. We haven't actually gone to that tiebreaker third map. The semifinals coming up will be, again, a best of 3 with the same map pools that we saw previously. I wonder if we're going to see any different maps out of these teams, Harry.
Potentially, because the hero pools for these teams are very unique as well, especially Atlantic Stars, who they don't have a hit scan DPS at the moment. Both of their DPS players are known for projectile plays, but to go through their roster very quickly, we have Nova and Jess on the support roles, Runaway Train on the tank, and Blaze and PPG will be taking over the DPS here. Blaze coming in for day 2 here, and he's looking to explode onto the scene with their DPS duo.
Yeah, and I mean, you know what? Not having a hit scan, I don't think is actually that important, because we've seen Reinhardt's be hit scans. Every tank player has been a hit scan. If you're flying and you're only versing like Symmetras and Junker Queens, you're not safe. You're not safe. Everyone is anti-air today with their skill. The team they will be versing is the Lifeguards. We have seen them previously today, winning 2-0 in the quarterfinals. Once again, we have got Miki, who was in the interview earlier, Bray, Shin, Dracos, and Beep Boop with the all the lines in a row on their account name. That is Beep Boop. We saw Beep Boop have a fantastic outing on the Bastion, especially with that damage boost. We saw Bray playing a whole variety of heroes very well. Dracos with the hit scan with some picks on the Widowmaker, but I've saved the best till last. Shin's Reinhardt. My God, how long do we have for me to just compliment that play? They are the anti-air. If there's a Pharah, if there's anything flying, their fire strikes are homing missiles. It's fire strike aimbot. It's unbelievable. And we've seen them go for some cheeky plays, some hiding behind the enemy team, even when it's 30 seconds left, even when it's the last fight of the whole elimination final they were in. They're still going for those cheeky plays, and I goddamn love to see it. And I hope we see more of it, Harry.
Yeah, so do I. I hope we do see more of it. But Shen is also very flexible, able to play that Doomfist and able to play any other tank that is thrown at them at the moment. But this is our match schedule. As we said, Lifeguards ended up winning their quarterfinal game against Pink Mercy 2-0, and Zombabes went down to Witch Mercy in our last quarterfinal 0-2 as well. So now going into this, it is going to look like Atlantic Stars versus Lifeguards, and it's Snow Angels later on will take on Witch Mercy. But like I said, focusing on this map pool is going to be what really sets these teams apart, because like I said, there's a couple of one tricks on each team.
Yeah, I think the maps have played a massive role in the performances that we've seen, especially for the one tricks. There's certain maps that work well for you and certain maps that don't, but we've seen players get around that with Sim Tellies and Lucio Boost and some very clever strategies coming into it. Once again, our control map pool is Samoa, Busan, and Lijiang, we have not seen Lijiang yet, and I believe up next, indeed, it is Busan once again. And what a Busan map we had earlier. It was crazy. I'm sure that Atlantic Stars were watching very closely on the strategies that were being implemented. And then once again, we've got Hybrid and Push coming up. Will we get to the third map? Will we see a different Hybrid map for the second one? All of these questions will be answered very shortly. Harry, who do you think, based off of their hero pools, has the advantage here on Busan?
Oh, that's a bit of a loaded question to set me with, I think, Scary. Look, I think that given that we saw a lot of Farah and a lot of Junkrat coming out from the side of Atlantic Stars, I'd say Busan's pretty good for Farah and Junkrat on 2 of the 3 points. Obviously, I don't think it's very good on Shrine, on that map in particular, but both Mecha Base and Downtown are very good for that style of composition. But it's really going to come down to what tank Shin ends up playing, I think, because they have a much more flexible, I'd say, support lineup at the moment. Jess, we've seen a lot of Kiriko come out of Jess, and Nova obviously stuck onto the Mercy. Bray, we've seen a lot more of that. Ana, we've seen some Kiri, we've seen some Brig. Honestly, I think we saw the whole entire support roster coming out from Bray during their last game. So that could end up being the difference maker on Busan, and I think if that's the case, I might have to give it over to Lifeguards here.
Yeah, that definitely was a bit of I cooked that grenade and threw it to you, but well handled. I think you're right. Busan is, we've seen that twice now, and the way the first map works is each team bans one map, and then the remaining one gets played. And so we've seen 2 matches now where Busan has been the preferred one for both teams. It hasn't been the ban option, so it's kind of in that middle ground. One of the points might be good for one player or one team, and then it's very back and forth. We've seen it go to the third round multiple times now. Now we did see Kambara on the Reinhardt on this map, and we know that Shin does enjoy that Reinhardt, and I know that they can play other heroes as well, but I don't care. I want to see more Reinhardt. That was just such a pleasure to watch. So we've seen the back and forth. We do know that Dracos can whip out the Widowmaker sometimes, and not all of the points on Busan are good for Midwaker, but there is one that's very, very good for Widowmaker.
There is.
But then we've got some Mercies, when you've got a Widowmaker aiming up at the skies and you've got a Mercy player flying around, they are the prime target. And especially if, like you said, there's no hit scans on the side of that team. So we might see some Junkrats flying around. Junkrat's pretty much a flying character, let's be honest, with those mines. We might see some Farahs coming out, maybe the odd Echo or 2. And that's where the Widowmaker on those maps can actually get a lot of value out of it. But they're so different. Each of Busan's map kind of cater to a different play style, which is why I've been seeing such a competitive back and forth. Now, do you think we might end up getting 2 interviews from Miki if Lifeguards do manage to win? Do you think there's an advantage for Lifeguards in this next match purely because they've already played one today? They're already fresh, they're already warm. Atlantic Stars might have done some scrimming earlier, but this is their first match of the day. They might have some rust to shake off.
Yeah, look, I think that could be a fair criticism if they hadn't just had to wait for their game to start, because obviously they've had to wait for us to go through our second quarterfinal game as well. So they might also be a little bit colder. They might also be a little bit more fatigued as well. So yes, you could see them feeling a bit more warmed up, but you could also see them being a little bit more tired, whereas the fresher legs coming out from Atlantic Stars might just outrun them a little bit.
Yeah, that is a very good point. I didn't consider the fatigue aspect of it. And if you think it's not fatiguing, you haven't done like a 12-hour Overwatch session before, because my Fitbit said I had a higher heart rate playing a tournament than I do exercising. So it's very, very intense on you. You'll be earning those zone minutes for sure. It's going to be interesting, Harry. Do you think we're going to see Midtown? Like we've had 2 matches of Midtown, and it's the second map, the hybrid map, is voted on by the losing team here. Now, was it Lifeguards that Lifeguards didn't lose a map, so they weren't the ones that picked Midtown. It was their opponents that they won 2-0 over. So, but Lifeguards did have experience on that map, and even though it wasn't their pick, they did manage to win it quite convincingly. So if Lifeguards do drop this first map, we might see a third Midtown, Harry.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised, to be honest, that we've seen so much Midtown, especially when Kings Row it's right there, guys. Like, Kings Row is right there. It started to feel like there's a little bit of propaganda against Kings Row recently, Scary, where everyone's like, yeah, it's good, but is it the best map in the game or not? And honestly, it seems like the opinion is starting to split a lot more as it goes on and on.
That is true, and like the question is Kings Row the best map? The opinion is definitely kind of contested there. Unfortunately, that opinion is wrong. I'm going to stake a claim here. Kings Row is the best map. I'm sorry. I am so biased. Kings Row is always incredibly fun to play. It's always incredibly fun to watch. It's back and forth. You can play pretty much any style of team comp on it. Of course, the Ryan Lucio is my favorite one there. But Midtown has the separate of those points. You know, it's got the starting point and then the bridge and the last point. They all play kind of slightly different. Some long range, some choke points, some defensive positions, and maybe that's why we've been seeing it so much, because it kind of has a large variety of different playstyles throughout the map. It caters to that adaptability. It's a little bit more difficult to just force that exact comp that you want. And when the two Midtown matches we've seen a lot of players swap. It's one thing that I've been very impressed with is the depth of hero pools that all the players and the teams have had today. So it's on the cards. I would like to see a Kings Row today. If anyone out there is listening, I would like to see a Kings Row, but don't do what I want. Do what is best for you, because these are elimination brackets. It's best of 3. It's our it's our first semi-final. We have one more, and then the grand final. So whoever wins this is in the grand final. So there's a lot on the line.
There is indeed a lot on the line, and at the moment you may notice we are waffling a little bit. We have got some tech issues because, of course, this is an Australian tournament. We need tech issues in these things. It wouldn't feel authentic, scary, if we didn't have some sort of OCE moment, but it looks like we're getting close to entering the game now, and all of the questions that we've had are about to be answered, Scary.
Yeah, indeed. And I think once again, like all the matches we've seen today, the first match is going to be so important. It's the momentum setter. It's planting your flag and standing your ground and getting into it. And we are in. The Pigeon has carried the USB full of the internet to the players' servers. The Australian internet is working. We have got the Mauga opening. No, go back. Where's the Mauga? We might be seeing the Mauga. We haven't seen a Mauga properly today. Shin is on the Roadhog. Oh, yeah. The Hog is coming out. Draco's on the Widow. This is the best Busan map for the Widow. Blaze matching on the Widow as well. And then we're gonna have a flying Junkrat. It's gonna be a Roadhog versus a Junker Queen matchup, and the Kiri matchup as well from Bray and Jess. This is gonna be an interesting. Oh, we're having some flirting. Flirting.
There's a smooch coming in. It's a Miki and Nova with a little bit of a smooch, and we saw this in the last game from Lifeguards as well. They seem to love spreading the love here, and oh, that's very cute. Wow, Blaze takes out Draco. So in the meantime, a Shin with the hook goes, okay, well, if you're going to do that, we're going to take down your Mercy. No support now online here for Atlantic Stars. Blaze is now on the high ground, uncontested from an enemy Widowmaker, but it will not matter if Bray can take down PBG and Jess goes down to Shin.
It was only a matter of time until someone got trigger happy, and you'd think getting that first pick from Atlantic Stars would benefit, but Shin was ready, getting a couple of kills there, the point in favor of Lifeguards very definitively. And now they can take that forward position with the Roadhog. Bray is already on 60% with their Kiri ult. That is unbelievable. We've also almost got Infrasight from Blaze, and Runaway, we know how fast Junker Queen builds up. Look at this Widow battle. This is going to be some cheeky shots, I suspect.
I think Blaze did manage to see where Dracos was there as well. Shots trying to come through. It's going to be Dracos who takes down Blaze, but Runaway Train with a long-range knife finishes off the Widowmaker of Lifeguards. Runaway does go down. The Resurrect comes onto Blaze, but again, Dracos takes down Blaze as well. Shin just laying in wait, waiting for the opportunity to get this hook.
Yeah, and as we said in the last match, the Junker Queen has got so much sustain. There's not many heroes that have more sustain than Junker Queen, but Roadhog is one of them, and we see the response from Runaway Train onto the Magna, and now we see Atlantic Stars not going down that direct route into the face of Dracos, who also almost has their Infrasight. Blaze is now swapped onto the Sombra, which is going to be a lot of backline flanking they've got to watch out for, but now they can contest the point. They can plant their flag with their Mauga Cardiac Overdrive, and they are contesting.
Yeah, it is just trying to stay out these sidelines, though, because no one's really contested Dracos just yet.
No!
Train ends up off the map. I believe Train may have gotten hit by the train. That is friendly fire if I have ever seen it. Bray takes down Blaze Ninja as well, and that is going to be another fight win for Lifeguards. They built up 80%.
Atlantic Stars tank manifested that destiny. Their name is Runaway Train, and they fell to a Runaway Train. Oh no, that's going to hurt on so many different levels. But they're going to be coming back into it. This is potentially the last fight. They're already at 90%, and the Infrasight is just countering that Sombra. There's a couple of ults here, but not many.
Yeah, how do they touch the point here? 94% now online. Nano Boost and, Kitsune Rush being used here from side of Lifeguards. Now it's Beat Boop using their artillery strike. Runaway Train trying to get onto the back line, but the Riptire doesn't find anything. It's destroyed by the artillery strike. Now it's Shin who tries to do a launch there with the Roadhog hook, but can't quite get it to the whole hog. Not really finding any value right now other than booping Runaway Train away. But Nova gets flanked, taken down. The Bastion of Beat Boop, but before getting taken down by Jess. But it will not matter. Shin stands tall on the point. The flip did come through, but it will end up being Lifeguards taking this first point.
Yeah, we're seeing some good adaptations there from Atlantic with the hero swaps, but like you said, it's just so hard to actually get on the point there. It's so hard, and Lifeguards were happy there to just have the point, have 6%. We got that long range advantage. We can see you with our wall hacks from Widowmaker there with the ultimate, and so Blaze's counter pick there on the Sombra just got completely outplayed there by that Infrasight. That Busan map is incredibly good for Widow, so that is expected to happen. This one, not so much. There are some flank routes and stuff, but we do see Draco's onto the Cassidy, and Blaze is on the Hanzo, maybe in expectation of versing a Widowmaker, but this is going to be a much more in-your-face fight. We're going to see both teams collapse into each other. You see Draco's taking the middle path, get some cheeky off angles and spam some damage, and we know how much damage they can do, especially with Miki's pocket right now. Runaway Twain back onto the Junker Queen, not bowing in the face of the Shin's Hog.
Yeah, well, it doesn't really matter who bows in the face of who, especially if Blaze with the damage boost can just destroy Beat Boop there. Beat Boop does get resurrected. Now it's a hook onto Jess. Shin on the flank is just being a menace. Blaze once again though takes down Beat Boop, so there's a lack of damage at the moment for Atlantic Stars. If Lifeguards, if they can't get onto anyone, but Shin with a hook once again takes down Nova, and now Shin is just walking forward. This Roadhog's doing so much work. Bray with a headshot takes down Blaze Ninja. Another hook. Bray this time gets the finishing blow. The point does flip in favor of Atlantic Stars, but it will just be a little bit of percentage ticked up as Lifeguards win this fight and the point.
Yeah, great job there from Bray. I'm very impressed with their Kiriko. Of course, that cleanse is going to be able to counter the anti-ability of Junker Queen's Rampage when it comes up. We're seeing the Kiri matchup. The pick. Shin.
I mean, that's just a straight fight disengage, isn't it? You can't really win without the damage of the Junkrat there.
No, and like it's only 20%, so that's fair enough. We saw it struggle and to get actually into those team fights. We do have the Hanzo ultimate from Blaze Ninja, just looking for it. If they can get in a difficult spot, they're going to be able to use that effectively. We do see a spawn swap coming out. Jess onto the Ana. That anti and that sleep is going to be so important, especially when Bastion's assault form. The hook is great. The pick.
Dragon Strike is online. He's going to get used immediately, but will not find any sort of kills. But will get a lot of damage onto Dracos, and it will be the finishing blow onto Dracos. There's a sleep dart onto the whole hogging Shin, but they will still find the kill onto Runaway Train. Jess is put in a corner as well, taken down. Now Shin is just walking forward with the support from Bray as well, and Lifeguards are so in control right now.
Yeah, one thing we've seen from Busan, from all teams that have played this map today, has been controlling the choke points. That is such a tough choke point to push through. Blaze with another pick to start with. We're at 70% now. They're going to have to try to get towards the point if they want to, but the ults are just coming out.
Yeah, Rampage was used as well, so Bray does get taken down there with the help of PVG, and now it's just going to be Shin, who's trying to go on the flank once again. Gets onto Jess, but it's not going to be enough for right now. Can they stagger out the Roadhog potentially? There's the Resurrect coming out onto Jess, and it will mean that Shin goes down.
And there we go. There's the adaptation. Once that whole hog is out, once that choke point isn't being spammed as much, especially that flank on the side. Blaze with the Sonic as well. Blaze has been getting picks consistently, as consistent as Shin has been on these opening ones. Just backing off now. Now they are the captain of this boat. They can hold the choke point in the face of Lifeguards. It's going to be difficult to push through this now.
Well, exactly right. There's a lot of spam damage, isn't there, at the moment? Blaze is built up towards that Dragon Strike as well. Dracos decides that they're going to try and take down Blaze with the barrage. Doesn't find anything. The Riptire as well gets destroyed once again. Runaway Train trying to fight their way through, trying to keep themselves healed up with the pocket from Nova. They're doing a very good job at the moment. But Beat Boop uses that artillery strike. gets onto runaway train despite all of the pressure that was being put forth onto the Bastion, and Lifeguards have cleaned up the rest of the side of Atlantic Stars. One fight left in this match.
Yeah, Atlantic Stars have to hurry here. They will have the old advantage from the Nano Junker Queen if they can get it off in time. Trading a Hanzo cooldown for a Pharah ult is always in the benefit of the Hanzo there. They're going to be pushing through the left-hand side. Very creative positioning up the top there from Lifeguards. They're going to have to touch and fight on the point.
That's a good anti-nade there. Suzu was already forced out as well. Shin gets extremely low, but it's PBG gets taken down first. Jess so low on HP right now. They need to try and keep that Ana alive so they can put some sort of pressure onto the Roadhog. Blaze can't quite find the shots just yet, but the longer they leave this Hunter alive, the more chance he has. Now it's just going to be the hook onto the Junker Queen, but now it's a Nano Boost and a Rampage. Shin gets antied and taken down. Resurrect coming through right now from Mickey though. Gets the Roadhog back into this fight. There's a continuing rush in the Valkyrie being used now from the side of Lifeguards as Draco gets extremely low. Takes down Blaze Ninja though, and there's no way for Runaway Train to live through all of that. Nova does get the resurrect of the Blaze Ninja, but it will not be enough, especially for the Valkyrie still providing so much healing. The anti-nade put onto Draco. The 1v1 will be won out there by Jess. It was actually a 2v1 in the end with Nova getting the assist. Whole hog there from Shin means that Lifeguards will be oinking their way to victory on this first match.
Oh, the ball coming back though. This is not over.
No,
now it is.
It certainly is over, that's for sure. The recall comes in. PBG might try and get the last touch. Blaze does get the touch, but will get finished off by the Pharah. And yeah, this is all she wrote.
Well, it should be.
This is all she wrote. It's over.
Look, I've seen crazier things. Once that ball comes back with 1 million damage, the Kiriko Telly, the Tracer. But no, it was indeed Lifeguards. Well done taking out that first map. Great hero choices, great strategy there. I love seeing that high ground hold there. And just a great match, back and forth.
Yeah, it was extremely back and forth. And honestly, I can't fault any sort of compositional choices being made here by either team. Obviously, we did mention that the lack of hit scan could struggle, or could have Atlantic Stars struggle, especially against the Pharah style composition, and we do see a lot more flexibility coming out from Dracos and from Shin as well in their tank perspective here. So at the moment, it's looking really good for Lifeguard, but Atlantic Stars, they did put up a bit of a fight towards the end there.
They did indeed, and I don't think it's all she wrote yet. We do have one more match coming up, which is the hybrid one. So it's going to be interesting to see what Atlantic Stars pick, see if it's the third Midtown. But yeah, we're kind of seeing today. This is an objective-based game, but we're seeing not a lot of urgency around the objective. A lot of the teams are playing at the long range, so they're happy to let you have that positioning. Get into that square where you have to cap the point, and we'll just sit around the edges and just spam you with long range with a damage boosted Bastion with all this power coming in. The Hanzo swap there was great, and that was dealing with a lot of that long range when it wasn't being contested. But also, I think that Ana swap there was really good into Shin's Hog. But if the Ana starts shutting down Shin's Hog, Shin's going to whip out the Rhine most likely. So you kind of...
Catch-22, isn't it?
It's kind of tough. Like there's so much depth to both teams' hero pool here that you can swap, and then you're still in the exact same most intense, most difficult battle. So great job there from Lifeguards taking that first map 1-0. Will it be another 2-0 like we saw from them previously? But they're looking really, really good. Atlantic Stars, a lot there to complement as well. I think this next match with a little bit longer, not a control point, a lot longer. Eichenwald.
There we go. This is what I wanted to see. This is what I wanted to see, but it's also very interesting because this very much suits the Pharah of Dracos.
It does. It does for sure. Now, since the Pharah swap, I'm not up to date with the Reddit clips Pharah meta, but I suspect it might be slightly more difficult to go up and over some of the really high points of Eichenwald that Pharah used to be able to harry. Can they still make those jumps?
Yeah, they can still do that. When you're using your rocket jump ability, you can still get over the rooftops quite easily, and you can still play around that middle pillar as well on the first point. So it is still very difficult to shut down a Pharah. There's a lot of cover. Something I would like to very quickly mention as well is that we are now at $2,765. We're so close to our $3,000 goal. So if you're feeling generous and you're able to donate, please feel free to do so. It all goes towards the National Breast Cancer Foundation for the research of finding a cure to breast cancer. And scary, there's really not many other causes that you could throw your money at.
No, what a fantastic organization. If anyone's got a couple of bucks spare, get us to see if we can get to the 2,800 by the end of this map. We've got a bunch more matches coming up. Let's try to get to that 3,000 goal. And back on Eichenwald, Harry, just like you said, yeah, it's one of the best maps for Pharah, just because we do have a Pharah from Draco's, the pharmacy. Let's go. And Blaze Ninja also with the pharmacy. Oh, this is going to be very interesting. PB Games is going to be able to pump out so much damage into this choke point, so much damage, but Shin's Roadhog eats damage for breakfast. I want all the damage. Give me all the damage you've possibly got. It's they stand there phased, unaffected. But the Pharah is going to be the playmaker here. We do have the swap to Echo. We'll see if they swap back and forth before I finish spieling here. But Beat Boop's Damage Mastered Bastion has been getting nothing but value here. Nothing but value. So Atlantic Stars here, they're going to have to play those corners, be very careful with their positioning on that Junker Queen, and try not to let anybody get isolated from that all-in Echo dive.
Yeah, well, it's going to be very interesting to see if they can stop that from happening. Blaze has moved over towards the Pharah, like you said, and this is what I kind of thought would happen here. We did see a lot of double flex DPS coming out from this team yesterday, Scary.
Yeah, this is going to be a much more patient. You've got to find your window to enter. You've got to make sure some cooldowns are out. You're just going to poke back and forth. We see PB getting a little bit isolated here and immediately collapsed upon by the team. Now we're going to see some aggression. But the payback, Miki dropped.
Yeah, Miki dropping means there's no healing now for the side of Life, or there's a lack of healing for the side of Lifeguards. As we see people now trying to focus down Blaze. Blaze manages to just get out of dodge here, but Nova puts themselves in the line of fire. Now it's just Blaze looking for these rockets, trying to chunk down everyone here. But Beat Boop finds Jess. Shin hooks, misses though. It's going to be a Resurrect now coming in from Nova, but Runaway Trains oversteps their bounds and will get focusing beam down. Shin with the shotgun pellets will get the finishing blow, and it looks like Lifeguards are in prime position to take this first point.
Yeah, they've got the position. I don't even know if Atlantic Stars are going to be pushing in to try to contest this. They won't be. Good decision. Back off. There's going to be some split spawns as well. They're going to have to make sure Blaze is going to make sure not to get picked here. They've got to regroup. We've got the barrage coming in from Blaze to possibly defend this. Maybe if we go really far forward onto this gate here when the payload stops. But we also have the Kitsune rush from Bray coming online right now. And if you look at the percentages, everyone is almost at their ultimate. Runaway Train has swapped onto the Winston. A bit more mobility, a bit more ability to punish the backline. It's going to be interesting.
I feel like it'll work. If you can just kind of ignore Shin a little bit, you should be able to get a lot of value done. They're trying to shut down Draco at the moment. Runaway Train chasing after the Echo there, but there's the Rocket Barrage coming out from Blaze Ninja onto Beat Boop, who was using that artillery strike. They did find Nova though, so there's no ability to resurrect for the side of Atlantic Stars. In the meantime, as the resurrect coming through from Miki, Shin tracking down Runaway Train there, gets the Roadhog hook, and Winston in a straight up 1v1 cannot stand up to that Roadhog, and it will be Atlantic Stars capitulating so far, and Lifeguards continuing to move forward.
Oh, we have a tie coming out. That's quite aggressive. Taking out the Mercy.
Like, PBG's found both supports right now. The hook attempts, tries to get through, but doesn't really find the target there. Now it's just going to be the duplicate from Draco's onto the Mercy to resurrect Miki, who might be able to go and resurrect someone else. In fact, they used the Valkyrie themselves. They're trying to keep Shin alive, but they can't do it just yet. Now Miki has that resurrect available. They're trying to block down the Bastion. It's Nova, though, with getting onto Beat Boop there. Miki does get the resurrect onto Shin in the end, so the whole hog now comes out from Shin in the corner, but PBG finds not Prey or some Runaway Train does go down. They've swapped over to the Reinhardt now, trying to give a bit more shield presence, but PBG is still on a tear.
PBG has taken out 5 players, not just both supports, but also took out, this is the second time PB Games has taken out the Echo. I told you, Junkrat is a flying character, it's anti-air. Not surprised at all. Shin finally putting a stop to the tear of PB Games. They're about to cap the second point.
Yeah, I was going to say, if PBG is anti-air, then Shin is anti-PBG, and it looks like, because Shin has just stayed alive for so long and has been able to push the point, they're going to be able to capture this second point as Beat Boop cleans up 3 kills at the end of the fight.
Yeah, this has been just a story of momentum. I don't think any of the tank swaps from Runaway have been a poor choice, but swapping, unlucky, couldn't retreat fast enough. But swapping between the Winston now, it's just been Shin has had the old advantage every time, and that's what's let them win all of these fights. That anti is amazing. The cleanse is followed up, also amazing. Well, we're gonna have the shatter before we have the Roadhog ult.
Yeah, but it's going to be a high noon being used. First Blaze gets low. In fact, taken down there by the artillery strike from Beep Boop, who tried to shut down that high noon, but there still was the kill onto Shin there. They're trying to laser down Jess and Runaway Train. It's now going to be the Riptire. Earthshatter comes through, connects onto two, cleaned up there by PBG. And finally, Atlantic Stars are able to find some stability.
Great combo there. This is what they needed. They just needed a breather, just a little breather. The Valkyrie being used there as well from Nova. There's no ults on the board for Atlantic, but the Valkyrie and the Echo is coming up for Dracos on lifeguards. And if they copy Nova again and they have that double res, I love that play, Harry. That's amazing. But now they can take the forward positioning. They can have a little bit of a breather.
Oh, Runaway Train needs to be careful. The shield's going to get melted. They're going to get hooked. Now they need to try and pin out here. I think the nade from Jess is blocked there from Nova, and there's the duplicate onto the Reinhardt. Draco takes a lot of damage already and is trying to build up towards that Earth Shadow. It could be massive, but in fact, it's going to be Beep Boop who takes down Runaway Train. The duplicate does get destroyed here, and Blaze Ninja takes Draco out of the sky. Nova now trying to just live, trying to support. I believe that is Blaze Ninja as Jess gets taken down. Whole hog online now for Shin as the point continues to move forward. There's the Resurrect coming in from Miki and the Valkyrie as well. Dragon Strike now from the side here as Shin just takes a breather through all of it. And again, PBG shut down using that Riptire. That's the third time this has happened in this series. Shin finishes off Blaze Ninja. Whole hog onto the Nano Ride means that Bray will get pinned and taken down. Nova with the Resurrect onto Blaze Ninja means that this fight is still going here for Atlantic Stars. They're just trying to keep themselves in it. It's going to be an artillery strike being used, but Dracos has already found both supports. No one's on the point, and it will be 2 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock for lifeguards.
That is a lot of time for lifeguards. That is a lot of time. We just saw that momentum, just that constant momentum. They had a little bit of a breather there, but maybe a bit too far forward positioning from the Reinhardt. This has just been momentum after momentum, and it's been very tough to catch a breather and to find an answer for it. I really like the fact that we're seeing that Junkrat being played so well. We're not seeing it struggle in the face of these air characters with more mobility or more range, and the Atlantic Stars, lifeguards have to be aware that that tire is always heading for the Mercy. It's always heading for Miki, and that's something very tough to deal with. Although we have seen Beep Boop shut down that tire. PB Games and Beep Boop here on the Bastion Junkrat. It's kind of interesting because as soon as they press their ultimate, they're frozen. They're frozen. They're almost always going to have to get more value with the trade. They're going to have to try to find two players or an impactful player like the Mercy or the main healing here to shut it down, because once they press that Q, they're pretty much going to get dove on and targeted, and it's been a real battle back and forth between that. It's going to be interesting to see what tank Atlantic Stars decide to open with here. Shin is very happy on this Roadhog, and the second point here, they can whole hog you into the gravity well and die from the environment. Or this last point, they can push you off the card and just contest for free. Now we're seeing the Orisa, a little bit more sustain, a little bit more W key, get through that choke point and get into the face. It's going to be tough, especially with the damage with Bastion and Shin's Roadhog. And that's a great hook immediately. Like, what are you supposed to do? Fortify out of spawn? Come on, man, that's rough.
Well, Shin still struggling right now. Misses the next hook there. They do take down the Big 10 as well. And Atlantic Stars, they managed to move up a little bit, get some good damage. There's a good spear as well. So now they're just going to be able to walk through this choke point here as PBG goes over the rooftop and hunts down Miki. Does get traded out in the end, but the Roadhog gets trapped. Shin now being lasered down, focused now by this Orisa. They're so low on their HP, but they can't get the finish off on the Roadhog. And Runaway Trains is going to go down as Nova gets the Resurrect onto PBG. It doesn't seem like it will matter too much. Shin anti-nated, but it can't follow up on that cooldown at the moment. And now Beep Boop is just on the side, left completely uncontested. There's no tank. What a hook from Shin to reel in Nova. And that is going to be the fight win in favor of Atlantic Stars.
Great job there from lifeguards, defending that very well there. Atlantic Stars are still going to be pushing in with the, unless the graphics are incorrect. One of us is incorrect. Blaze Ninja on that Echo, very difficult into the Bastion, and also Dracos is on that Ashe now. We've got the ultimates already there for Atlantic Stars, almost at 100% for Blaze and for the Orisa ult. And if they can stuck the other players in, especially if the cleanse isn't there, they can get some real value, especially if they combo that with the tire, which is not too far away, and we know how quickly PB can increase that. It's going to be interesting to see what Blaze decides to copy, depending on whether it's the Mercy or likely the tank player again. Here we go.
There's going to be the Terror Surge being used from Runaway Train, but Runaway Train just gets absolutely obliterated there by the Kitsune Rush and the Bastion's Assault Force. Now Shin trapped trying to find some more value, but it's going to be Nova who falls. Nano boost onto the Echo of Blaze Ninja. Focusing beam now being used, trying to get onto this Roadhog. It's going to be another anti-nade onto the Roadhog as well, but they just can't capitalize on any of these cooldowns. And it will be another fight win for Lifeguards as Runaway has swapped over to Zarya pick.
Yeah, that is a fantastic stabilize from Lifeguards. Even when Atlantic Stars have been in the face and even with the advantage, Lifeguards is holding extremely well. Jess is now swapped onto the Moira. I think the Ana was getting a lot of value, but it was hard to time around those cleanses, especially with the healing output from Lifeguards team. That Zarya is going to enable them to have double bubble. They're going to be soaking up damage. They're going to be 100 at all times. This might help them push through. They've only got 2 minutes left to cap the first point if they want to be in contestant for Eichenwald.
Another trap laid down there for PBG, and they get hold of Dracos this time. There goes the Ash from Lifeguards. Big Boop getting focused down there by Runaway Train. The Zarya pick is working out for them at the moment. Shin on the flank using the whole hog, trying to find some value with it. Just displaces a few members. Now it's going to be the Riptire being used from PBG as they take down not Grey or some. Shin goes down, and finally Atlantic Stars are able to crack the defense of Lifeguards.
And my champion, my hero, my love, Blaze Ninja, onto the Genji, the best character in the game. We all know this. Look at the swaps we've seen from Atlantic Stars and how well they have worked. Jess now has a bit more mobility and survivability on that Moira compared to the Ana. Can kind of try to dodge and avoid those Roadhog hooks that Shin has not been missing, but now they've got the forward pressure. That Zarya is going to be charged at all times. Wait out the bash in assault form and then just press W. This is a really good adjustment from Atlantic Stars, and they've got the momentum right now, and we've already got a Blade as well, so be careful for the support.
Well, there's a Bob coming out at the moment from Dracos to the Blade, not being invested just yet. Jess onto that Moira, trying to keep Runaway Train alive, but is unable to do so. Shin just walks forward, gets the hook onto the support, and now the point presence is there for Lifeguards as they win this fight pretty handily.
Yeah, Shin is just performing their brains out right now. They're such good hooks. Even when Atlantic Stars had the momentum there, Shin just doing work. We're going to have a Grav Blade coming up. We don't have any defensive ults on the side of Lifeguard. Shin just picking people off.
Yeah, once again, Shin is just the alpha threat on the battlefield. They hook Runaway Train in. That's another pick, and this is things are starting to look a bit rough right now for Atlantic Stars.
Yeah, Shin is a very difficult character to deal with here. They tried the Ana with the sleep and the nades. It wasn't working too well. I think with this play style, you want to just dive the backline and just ignore the Roadhog. Ignore him till the end and then 5v1 him, you know, because otherwise, you've got the grab coming out. Will they invest the Blade as well? I don't think so.
No, they just solo grabbed Shin. They decided he was indeed the alpha threat, and so they decided to give a solo grab over towards the Roadhog. PBG does find Miki to get taken down there by Beep-Boop, and now it's going to be Blaze Ninja getting onto the high ground, trying to shut down this Bastion. They try and get onto Brailson. They pull the Dragon Blade, in fact, but they can't get the finishing blow. They go back, and it's Beep-Boop in the turret form who lasers down the Genji, shutting down that ultimate. There's still double support ult online right now for Atlantic Stars.
I don't dislike either of those ults. I think the solo grab is exactly what you want to do. Grayson taking out Jess on the counterpart. Less healing for Lifeguards now. The whole hog is almost there.
Yeah, the whole hog is almost there, but I don't know if it's going to really be needed here as Runaway Train is just getting lasered down by the rest of the team. Blaze Ninja does find Dracos, who's now swapped over to the Widowmaker. Miki gets low, but pops the Valkyrie. Now PBG is using the Riptire as well, actually doing really smart things at the moment, going underneath the bridge. It falls! No, PBG! Not like this! Not with that ultimate. Now Shin using the whole hog, trying to keep everyone away from the bridge. As Coalescence was invested at the moment by Jess. Now Kitsune Rush comes in. Brailson on the flank angle is just being a menace, healing up their Roadhog and doing a lot of damage as well. But it's Beep-Boop who gets all the damage done, getting the final blows onto Jess. Runaway Train. Shin finishes off Novagemz on the Mercy, and it's just a matter of time before Blaze gets taken down.
Yeah, they had enough time there to regroup and to back off maybe, but no, they full sent it. And Runaway Train is almost at another grab, which they're going to have to build up very quickly to get it off here. We might be able to see a combo here, but Dracos has got Infrasight, has got walls. Is going to be hunting for that Genji when he's looking for the Blade. Going to be able to see them. This is the last fight. Atlantic Stars have to win this if they want to stay in contention, but Lifeguards are looking so strong right now.
And Shin gets Runaway Train. That could be it. That could be the pick that ruins it. Dracos gets Nova, and it's all she wrote for Atlantic Stars. Runaway, we will see you in the grand finals of the Valkyries of Vengeance tournament.
Man, What a performance from Shin. What a performance. Unfortunately, Atlantic Stars just couldn't get the traction they needed. They were not performing badly at all. It was just those exceptional moments from Shin, hooking that Zarya 80%, 30 seconds left. So detrimental. So detrimental. Great team swaps from Atlantic Stars. Great versatility, but this will be in the hands of Lifeguards. They are 2-0 in the semifinals, 2-0 in our first quarterfinals right now, and we will be seeing them in the grand final versing one of the winner of Snow Angel versus Witch Mercy, which is the second time they've played in this tournament. And Snow Angel, I believe, won yesterday. So this next match is going to be extremely competitive, extremely back and forth. And the winner is going to be versing Lifeguards, who are yet to drop a map, Harry.
Yeah, that is correct. They're yet to drop a map in our final series here, but they're looking so good. They're just looking so good. There's no but. They are looking so good at the moment. And if that is something to look forward to in the grand final, they are going to be very, very scary. And you're going to watch out for that as well. But you're also going to watch out for, like you said, our next semifinal, which is going to be, like you said, Snow Angels taking on Pink Mercy, I believe it was.
Witch Mercy.
No, Witch Mercy.
Witch
That
Mercy,
one.
not
Yes.
Pink Mercy. Witch Mercy, Witch Mercy.
Yeah, Witch Mercy is Witch. It's not Pink Mercy, that's for sure. But we are going to see whether or not they will make it to the grand finals to take on Lifeguards. But for the meantime, we're going to throw to a break. When we come back, we'll have an interview with one of the members of Lifeguards, and we will see you on the other side of that. Take care.
All right, welcome back, guys. What a match we just had, and we are about to interview one of the standout players from that match and the previous match they played. We're going to swap to Wanda interviewing Shin.
Welcome in, Shin. Such an amazing game. Definitely coming for that MVP prize. Wanting that Quokka mouse pad.
Thanks for having me on the show.
I've been asking, how many Wheat Bix did you eat this morning? Because
I haven't had Wheat Bix, but I have had 2 energy drinks. And like before every match, we make sure to sing a karaoke. So
team spirits high.
Yep.
How do you feel about your performance that game?
I think I did pretty good. My hooks have been pretty on point lately,
Yes.
especially today.
Slingshotting people all over the map.
Yes, the hooks have been, especially on PB, like I hit a couple nice sturdy ones on him, and then the one on Nova just before, French kiss, I think. But our team's been performing amazing.
They have, honestly. What do you think the game-winning play was that round?
Oh, there was a lot. I have to say, probably the hook on the Mercy. I have to say.
Wow, there was definitely some nasty clutch hooks there.
Yeah, and Beep Boop and Dracos are just absolutely amazing on DPS, and then Mickey's just crazy at Mercy. The reses are actually insane.
Awesome. So how confident are you and your team moving forward into the finals, where you'll be
we're pretty confident
versing Snow Angels or Witch Mercies?
We are pretty confident. We want it to be Witch Mercies, but we are looking forward to a rematch with Snow Angels. So
yeah, Snow Angels I think are still currently undefeated, so that shall be interesting.
Yeah.
Have to dethrone them.
Oh yes.
Well, Shin, we look forward to seeing you in the finals and still popping off on tank. You're definitely putting on a show. Good luck with the rest of your games.
I appreciate it.
Bye.
Thank you.
Some really good insight from Shin, I think, there, Scary. And, I mean, they played Roadhog, so I don't want to gas them up too much because, dishonest hero, honestly. Dishonest hero.
We don't want to encourage that sort of behavior, do we, Harry?
No, definitely not. Why would we
Blaze is
do that?
Ninja. Blaze Ninja on the Genji. Let's see more Genji. Let's do it, guys.
Well, unfortunately, Blaze Ninja is no longer in the rest of the tournament, so we might have to get our Genji fix from others later on in the tournament. But for now, we are going to be cutting over to a little bit of a longer break here just before we go into our second semifinal, which is going to be between Snow Angel and Witch Mercy, and it is set to be an absolute banger. So make sure you stick around and stay tuned.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Thanks for joining us. We have had such fantastic games played already today. We are about to jump into our second and last semi-final to decide who Lifeguards are going to be versing in the grand final. We're about to see Snow Angel versus Witch Mercy. We've already seen Witch Mercy perform today with that 2-0 versus Zombabes. They mentioned earlier in the interview that they're very keen for this upcoming match with Snow Angel because they versed yesterday and Snow Angel actually won. So there's some rivalry here, Harry. They're 1 each in this best of 3 over the 2 days for them. So this is going to be as close gets, I think, Harry.
Yeah, that is 100% correct. It is going to be very close, especially because, yes, Snow Angel did win the last time these two teams versed, but Witch Mercy are the only team to have taken a map from Snow Angels. So it's going to be really interesting to see whether or not that's going to continue to occur in this semi-final as well. And we haven't had a 3-mapper yet, Scary, but this, I think, has high potential to be that 3-map series.
Yeah, if anyone's going to topple the dynasty of Snow Angel and take a map, take it to 3, it's going to be the team of Witch Mercy. On Snow Angels, we have got Teacup, Zazastack, Blue on the tank, and Keely and Punch on the damage rolls. There are a lot of skill in these players and these teams upcoming. We have not seen Snow Angels play yet today because just like Atlantic Stars, they were straight into the semifinals by how well they performed yesterday. So they're going to be versing Witch Mercy, which has had to slog its way up to this semifinals, but in a convincing fashion with the 2-0, Harry.
Yeah, and I mean, this roster here is looking dangerous at the moment. Moonish and Doc rounding out the supports here. Kambara taking up that tank position. Wyrm and Tori will finish off this team in the DPS zone. And Wyrm was a major threat in the last game, being able to play pretty much everything to an exceptionally high standard.
Yeah, an unbelievable performance, especially on that Echo. That Echo was really, really spicy. And I think having that versatility and depth in the characters you're comfortable with playing with is going to be so important, especially now that we're in the semifinals and especially now that we're going to be going towards that grand final, because these teams are going to be able to swap, they're going to be able to adapt, and they're still going to be able to perform at a high level. So this is once again a best of 3. The next game, the next match, the grand final will be a best of 5. So if it is indeed Witch Mercy that get there, that means they've played 3 matches today, ending with a best of 5. Maybe that fatigue will come into play. But we have Lijiang Tower, the first time this map has been chosen, or chosen by default from the bans, Harry.
Yeah, and I think that's very interesting because we didn't really see anything that would... But I didn't see anything that would predict that Lijiang would be picked here from either one of these teams. I mean, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of fire that's going to get played from either one of these teams, so it's going to be very interesting. But Blue is on the Reinhardt, and so is Kambara.
They are. It's a matchup indeed, and both of them are very good at that. That is not the matchup that I'm most excited for, Harry. I think you know what I'm going to say. We have a Torb mirror. Torbjorn showing. Torbjorn's hammer is way better than Reinhardt's hammer. I'm making a stand. Punch. I know Punch loves a little bit of Torb. I hope we see some spicy attacks here. We're going to be speed boosting out of spawn from Teacup back onto the Mercy. Zaza on the bat being able to put out a lot of damage. Doc Zenith staying on that Lucio to help Kambara with that speed. And we have the Cassidy matchup as well. Now, I was about to say,
1v1.
Are we going to be flirting? I like the fact they've stuck to this, even though it's a serious semi-final. I like the fact they've stuck to this. Now, who's going to break it, Harry? Who's going to be the first one?
You know what? I'm predicting that Snow Angel is going to be the
battle.
first one to break it. It's a Torb battle for now, though. And we've got Doc with the music as well.
Let's go.
As well. Okay, they're going to have to do the countdown here. Moonish is doing the countdown with Tori as well. And now they're going to start. It's the first hit coming in there for Wyrm. There is the overload being used by Punch. And now it's going to have to be Wyrm who does it as well. But Punch gets the finishing blow. And now it's time for the rest of Witch Mercy to evict expeditiously from this point.
There is nothing I love seeing more. That is even better than a Genji player. Great job from both teams there, and good performance using that E immediately. Very clever. The Torb meta is one within them. We're going to wait for that player to come back, and then we're going to have a 5v5 brawl. Snow Angels taking that first cap all on the back of their Torb player.
Yeah, Torb carry. That's all that has to be said.
Look, small hammer is not... Look, big doesn't equal better, all right? Small hammer is very powerful. Although we have 100 ready on Wyrm already. Oh, nice shot.
Yeah, it's a shot, and the turret does go down there, so that's a lot of damage being missed. Kambara with a pin almost takes the opposing Reinhardt off the map, but does get the boot onto Zaza. So Zaza goes off. There's not a lot of healing now for Snow Angels, and Witch Mercy are going to take this point back in very fast fashion.
They are indeed, and Wyrm actually swapped from that Torb onto the Sojourn, and we saw how effective they are. They're fantastic at aiming. They're already at 70%, almost at that overclock, and Punch has conceded and has swapped onto the Reaper. So no more Torbjorn, unfortunately, but we do have the big daddy hammer from Kambara coming up with that Shatter almost immediately. They'll have it before Blue does, so if they can use it early and get some value here, they might be able to hold this point for a little bit longer.
Maybe, but this is very aggressive here from Wyrm, and they're being pocketed by the Mercy, but so is Punch. Shadow comes down though from Kambara, and they manage to get onto Blue and kill a Mercury, and that is going to be a very convincing fight when once again for Witch Mercy as Punch is trying to get away. Teacup gets taken down, and it seems like they should be able to hold on here.
Yeah, that was a crazy aggressive hold there from Wyrm. I wonder if it was some 5D chess and they were just distraction, because while they chased Wyrm, they did manage to get him. Good job, Punch. But then 3 of their players fell immediately. Maybe it was a split up. And Wyrm again on the flank route with the damage boost and the ult ready to go.
Yeah, uses that overclock, but Teacup just manages to live. Zaz now been left alone here, taken down so low. Hasn't used the immortality field yet. Does get taken down before it can come down. Now it's a pin and a counter pin onto Kambara, and from Blue Keely, Mercury using their high noon here, trying to find some value here, get some damage onto the shield here, and now it's the walk forward coming in from Blue. Kambara will fall. Now it's just trying to hunt down the rest of these kills here. Snow Angels build up 65% of the point.
They do, and getting into last fight territory for Snow Angels. I love the adjustment there. The first time they focused on Wyrm's flank route. They took care of him, lost the fight. The second time they ignored him, went straight to point and capped it. So great adjustment there. We'll see if Wyrm keeps playing these off angles with that Mercy. That is taking up half of your team's heals with that focus. We'll have to see if they try to adjust.
Yeah, there's Noxine is getting very aggressive, using the sound barrier, really only connecting, well, I thought they would only connect onto one, but it connects onto everyone in the end. There's a pin coming in from Kambara, counter pin from Blue, it's a good counter pin as well. Immortality field has been forced out, but Zaza goes down. The Shadow is almost online for both Reinhardt. It's going to be Blue who wins out the Reinhardt duel, but will go down to Wyrm. Eventually, the resurrect of Kambara means that the Reinhardt is back in the fight for the next engagement, and now Witch Mercy builds up 50% into the goal.
They have. We do see Keely swapping over to the Sim, so maybe a telly onto point with a lot of turrets there, especially because that just completely bypasses Wyrm's flank route with Moonish in that pocket. Very interesting. We're gonna have both Shatters as well, straight onto the point.
That's so smart. That's a great TP, but there is the Earth Shatter. But it's Punch with the Reaper's Death Blossom catching onto both Doc and Tori. Kambara goes down. Overtime Wick now is going to start to burn down. Moonish gets pinned despite the Valkyrie. Wyrm with the overclock does find Keely, but it's too little, too late, and it will be Snow Angels taking this first point.
Yeah, indeed. Not easily, though. 73% from Witch Mercy. That is a great showing from Snow Angels. First game of the day, and they come out firing. Great job. Great adaptions. I was just thinking before, Harry, and as a Ryan player, you can probably agree, this is much more of a relaxing Ryan mirror. You don't have the immediate sleep, lamp, Bastion damage boost. If you get stunned, if you counter charge, you can probably survive it. So there's a little bit more survivability, especially with Doc Zenith's boop, and also that sound barrier, which is very effective there. We see Punch going from the Reaper onto the Echo. This is definitely a good Echo map, just popping over the top, and Wyrm mind reading, matching it immediately. We're going to see that teleport as well, especially with that speed boost from Tika. We got speed boost into the Sim Telly. They just want to position on the point, not worry about that Wyrm flank. They know they have to deal with. They want that positioning first, and they have got it.
Yeah, there's a ping coming in from Blue onto Kambara. Kambara now being down, finished off there by Blue with a fire strike. Blue now just walks forward, takes down both Doc and
Echo.
Kambara. Punch almost falls off the map, gets finished off there by Wyrm. Now it's the Mercy pocketed Echo trying to do all of the work here. Zaza on the Moira is going to get taken down low, but it's a good heal for the rest of the team here. Witch Mercy, though, can stabilize a little bit.
Yeah, I think this is a great adaptation from Snow Angels here. Really, really good. Trying to take out those turrets there, trying to deal with Keely. Dropping low and going to be taken out.
so low. Does get the finishing blow, but Moonish goes down as well. The Resurrect now comes online for Teacup, and they will bring Keely back into this fight. Blue continuing to swing away at Kambara, doing a whole lot of damage. The ping comes out from both Reinhardt, and it's going to be Kambara who gets lasered down by Keely. Keely continuing on with the Hornet's Nest that is the primary fire of Symmetra, and will clean up this fight. So far, so good for Snow Angels.
Yeah, Snow Angels are really pumping that damage into Kambara, and we see Doc Zenna swapping through a few heroes here from that Lucio, from that Zen back onto the Ana, because they just didn't have enough healing there for Kambara to survive with the amount of focus onto them. This is going to give a little bit more survivability, a little bit more ability to deal with those turrets before they get taken out, and then they can contest on point and have that brawl battle they're looking for.
Yeah, now we're going to see the duplicates coming in from Wyrm onto the Reinhardt. It forces out the Valkyrie there from Teacup, and now Teacup pulls out the Glock. This is what they're known for. They're trying to get so bloodthirsty. Great stickies onto punch there, but with the Coalescence, they're unable to finish off that Echo. There's a sleep onto Blue in the back line. They have the Earthshatter online. The Anti-Nade is there as well, but in the meantime, Witch Mercy have been cleaned up by Snow Angels.
Snow Angels are just pumping out so much damage, and especially when Moira gets a bit of freedom without healing, and we know how skillful Zaza is, and now they have the ult advantage, and this is going to be last fight for Witch Mercy if they even want to get to a map 3 of Lijiang. With 3 ults on the side of Snow Angels and only the shatter from Witch Mercy's Kambara. If they focus Kambara again, it's going to be difficult. They're going to be looking out for it, but if Kambara hits a spicy one here, they can stay in it.
Yeah, Earthshatter, the Earthshatter. There's the duplicate coming out from the Reinhardt. Blue gets their shatter cancel, gets taken off the map, and so does Kambara. That could be huge. There's still the Reinhardt on the field here for Snow Angels because Punch is there, wielding up the Earthshatter. They lay it down. Wyrm gets taken down. It's just going to be Moonish trying to stall out on the point here with Tori, but it will not be enough, and that will be it. That will be all she wrote from map 1 as Snow Angels take the lead.
Wow, Snow Angels coming out of nowhere. We can see how yesterday they got straight into the semi-finals because that was a performance and a half. Unlucky there with that charge, but backing the rest of the team. They don't need help from the tank. They can get it done. And look at Wyrm's flank routes. The aim on the Sojourn was incredible.
Yeah, it was, but it just wasn't enough to secure them this map, unfortunately, for Witch Mercies. But Snow Angels, they looked so good in that second map, especially. They looked so cohesive, as rallying around the Reinhardt and the Symmetra of Keely and of Blue.
Yeah, you can tell. You can tell they practiced. These aren't strangers. They have played together. The coordination between the ultimates and the positioning was definitely a point to focus on because of how impressive it was. I loved the fact that they went the Symmetra. I think that was a great choice. They got to the point straight away with that Lucio speed boost, but they weren't staying on Lucio. That was just the Mercy swap. And then they were focusing Kambara because Kambara had the Lucio speed themselves, which meant they had a little bit less healing output than the 2 main healers on the other team. So take that positioning and then just focus down the tank who doesn't have that sustain, that ability to pump damage healing into, and it worked incredibly effective. But this is a best of 3. We have another match coming up. Now they've seen Snow Angels Symmetra. They've seen the play style. They're aware. They've got the idea. How are they going to adjust going to the next one, Harry?
I think you have to go to Eichenwald. I really struggle to see if you were struggling to get past the Symmetra on Lijiang, you're really going to struggle on Kings Row and on Midtown. But something really exciting has just been whispered into our ears, Scary. We have hit our $3,000 goal with a massive donation from Abe of $250. That puts us up to 3,015 reasons as to why we say fuck cancer.
Damn straight. Goddamn, terrible bloody disease. Thank you so much. Our original goal was $2,500. We almost got there yesterday, and now we're sitting at $3,015. Thank you for that massive donation, Ape. And thank you to anyone that's watched or contributed to this. If you can spare the money of a coffee, if you can spare a few bucks, the link is in chat. !donate. Chuck some money towards a good cause. We've already smashed 2 of the goals we've set, and we've got not only the rest of this match to be played, we've also got a best of 5 grand finals coming up. So chuck some cash in, support the charity, and let's raise money for a good cause.
Yeah, 100%. And also, while we are in the middle of our map selection here, we do have to give a shout out to our sponsor for the event. That is Quack and Mousepads. They're giving away 2 $50 gift cards to their store. And that will go to both the MVP of the tournament and to one of you lucky participants in the chat. So stick around. Make sure you keep donating as well while you're here. And if you can, of course, don't put yourself in any risk for it. And yeah, thank you so much to Quokka Mousepads. They are the leading mousepad creator that I know, at least. You can customize your own mousepads with your own images, thickness, stitching, anything that you want to upgrade your play area. Make sure you go and give them a check out as well. Up next, though, we're going to Eichenwald, and that is the map that I thought we would go to.
Yeah, indeed. We've seen 2 Midtowns and 2 Eichenwalds. I want to see Kings Row, maybe in the grand final, the best of 5. But these are good map choices for these team players. And like you said, with that Symmetra, not as bad as the old Car Wash, which I think we will repress that trauma, but still very effective, especially on that first point. And like you said before, Snow Angels only dropped 1 map yesterday, and it was to Witch Mercy. So if anyone's going to be able to overthrow them, it's going to be Witch Mercy, but they've got to win this map. This has been the first time that we've gone to 3. The first time we'll see a push map if they are able to manage it. But they've got an uphill battle, almost literally, with the push on this map right now. This is going to be tricky, Harry. Are we going to see any changes in team comps purely for this map? Farahs, Echoes, what do you think?
I think Farah would be a surprise to not see, and in fact, we are going to see Wyrm going onto the Farah, Doc onto the Zenyatta as well, and I think that suits Doc a lot more here. Their Lucio is great. Doc's Lucio is great, but I think their Zen is on a completely different level. Sheer scary.
Oh, for sure. The only problem is Zen needs a little bit of breathing room, and we know that when Doc Zenith gets that, they can perform outstandingly. That Discord, that aim is so powerful. We don't have any air characters from Snow Angel on the defense right now. I do like the hit scan of Keely on the turret and also the long range of Ash. That's going to cause a lot of trouble. There's going to be a lot of spam coming down that choke point when they enter. And Wyrm on that Farah, even with the pharmacy, is going to be taking a lot of damage. Zaza also, with that pylon defending that first choke point, can just focus on the headshots, which we know they almost never miss. So this is going to be a real tricky push here, a real tricky battle. If Wyrm can flank and get a cheeky pick, it could open the gates here. It's going to be an interesting defense from Snow Angels.
Going to be hard to flank when you have the Torbjorn on the field. Oh, here's scary. The turret will cover for any angles that the rest of the team just can't do. Blue holding their shield, keeping the rest of their team safe while Punch gets the headshot onto Wyrm, and the Echo is taken down. Moonish now gets the resurrect through, and they do manage to get through the choke point for now, but they need to be careful because they're still taking a lot of damage. Punch doing so much so early on in this game.
Yeah, I love this defense. You can just sit there and put the long range. No one's going to be able to push forward and rush you when they're half health. They're going to have to stabilize. But even when you do get in their face, you have to take out the pylon and then you have to take out the turret. There's so much extra stuff to shoot at, which is such a pain in the butt. This is a really difficult push. They have managed to get around a little bit. They're pushing up more forward, but Punch is just putting out that damage with the damage boost. Almost a bob.
Yeah, there's no pressure on Punch. In fact, the Bob is up already, and they just, at the moment, Witch Mercy can't do anything. They almost have a lot of the ultimates themselves, especially Doc, who now has the Transcendence, and Moonish has the Valkyrie, but again, they're still waiting to engage.
And Captive Sun immediately, the response with the Trance coming out. It's so difficult to get any purchase, any advancement in meterage here.
Yeah, no one really did any damage there until Kambara decided to just walk at Blue there. Earthshatter comes down. Only connection to the pylon, and now Kambara is not in a good situation as Punch gets the finishing blow. Doc now sitting around the point here. Keely extremely low, discorded, but Doc has to reload. They can't get the finishing punch on the Torbjorn here. It's going to be Tori who takes down Keely Mercury, and How is going to be a solo shatter onto Doc.
How?
Trying their best. Howard's Wyrm managed to keep Doc alive there with the duplicate over on towards the Iari. Blue, solo, Fire Strike comes through. Wyrm has managed to claw this fight back from the jaws of defeat.
What has this game become when you solo shadow a Zen with a pylon and you can't kill them? That's unbelievable. What have I just witnessed? Great job there from Witch Mercy to take that point. I think, like you said, Drop Center Zen. That Discord orb was the difference in that Ryan 1v1 there, and it allowed them to get that kill, and that Transcendence completely shut down Zaz's Captive Sun. Great choice there. Tori is almost up to their Deadeye. Got Keely with their molten core coming in. If they can use it at this choke point at the start here, that's going to be very effective, especially to keep people off of the cart. So now we've got Snow Angels with the high ground. They've got their pylon set up. They've got the damage boosted Ash. But the flank, great choice of positioning. But you can't go in alone, Kambara.
no, you can't go in alone, especially if Blue's just going to follow you into the room and start swinging their hammer at you as well. Punch is getting very pretty on this high ground right now. The Torpedo currently has been destroyed. Kambara having a little bit of a tussle right now with Killing Mercury on this Torpedo, but there's the Molten Core being used. Blue now gets taken down there with Doc Zenith and Deadeye as well being used. Doc with the Transcendence now. They're moving forward, trying to get onto Keely. They just can't do it yet as Wyrm gets taken down. Punch finishes off Doc as well. Bob now has been invested onto the high ground here, but the cart is still moving forward as we speak, Scary.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can't really just sit on the cart and AFK. You can't really get progress because you're just going to take damage from the high ground. So they have to flank and contest them on the high ground. But most of that fight there, it wasn't being pushed. So not much payload has advanced, although Kambara with that damage boosted Fire Strike just straight to the face of Blue.
Yeah, and it's way too much damage for anyone to really sustain through. And at the moment, Tori has just been allowed to do whatever they want on this Cassidy here. Kambara swinging, taking down, punch there, and now Witch Mercies are continuing to move forward.
Yeah, great advancement there, pushing off the high ground. Now they can contest. We've got Kambara with the Shatter if they need it for this, and Wyrm with the Duplicate if they need it. This is going to be a tough thing to hold from Snow Angels.
Blue with the pin now. Doesn't take the Reinhardt Kambara off the map here, and an Earth Shatter now is available. Keely gets shattered as well as Punch. Moonish using the Valkyrie alongside Teacup as well. The Resurrect came onto Blue, but it's not going to do enough here. Now it's just going to be Teacup trying to get back in. There's Kambara with the Fire Strike, finishes off the Valkyrie Mercy, and a little emo. A little bit of showboating here from Kambara as they have destroyed Snow Angels in this fight.
Yeah, and fair enough. That was a great performance there. I was thinking that it might not even be worth contesting because of the advantage Witch Mercy had. But they did, and they almost got there, but they invested so much. So many ultimates. They've only got Blue Shatter to contest now. But Tori does have, I mean, Wyrm has been taken out immediately. That's not going to help.
No, Keely on this Cassidy is lethal. There's a Shadow Block coming in, but it doesn't do enough to keep Doc safe. Now it's going to be Punch walking forward on that Reaper. The Deadeye, though, shuts down that advancement. Now Wyrm is trying to get a little bit more value out of this Echo pick, but they just can't do it yet. They have to disengage.
Yeah, these are great swaps as well. We know how good Punch is on the Reaper, and this last point is so close with those corners. That close range damage is going to pop off. We also have Zaza matching Doc Zenith with that Discord Orb, realizing how effective it is being. Now we're going to have Zaza taking out Wyrm, the anti-air. We'll see if they stick to it. They are close to their duplicate, but they're pushing forward.
Pretty hard to get value on the Echo in such an enclosed area. Blue now using their pin, getting on to Doc Zenith, and that is going to be the fight win here for Snow Angels. Witch Mercy now, their momentum has been stifled.
Yeah, they have been pushed back to the gates, and we're seeing them taking the forward positioning from Snow Angels here. We do want to make sure, like the previous match, that Blue doesn't overextend, because if that Reinhardt player gets a bit too far forward, these teams have been punishing them very, very effectively. We're going to have double trance coming out here if it's needed. We do see Tori onto the Bastion from the Cassidy. Great swap, I think. The shield of Blue is going to be obliterated, and then the Discord is going to go absolutely crazy. All ultimates from Witch Mercy.
Yeah, there's the Death Blossom being used from Punch. In fact, it's two ultimates being used just to shut down the one Reaper. And honestly, with how Punch has been playing, that's fair enough. There's the duplicate Death Blossom coming through, as well as the Transcendence now from Doc Zenith as well. Wyrm cleaning up all of these kills. Teacup is going to get finished off as well. A minute and a half to complete this third point here now, Scary.
Yeah, and this last fight here, there's not much to invest anymore. We have the Valks from both sides. It's going to be incredibly difficult. And now we've got the Tori and Keely on the Bastion, so the damage output is going to be massive.
Yeah, they're trying to get onto the Bastion here. Tori discorded, taken down there by Zaza and by Punch. Moonish gets finished off as well during the Valkyrie as well. Now Kambara is still just trying to back out here as Doc decides that they'll go the peaceful way.
Yeah, Doc needing some mercy from their own doctor there. Unfortunately, they could not recover that health. This is a very good battle. These ultimates being used are very, very intentional, and you can see each team targeting specific players right now. When Wyrm gets a little bit of freedom, we know they love that flank. We know how much damage they can do when they're not being looked at. And how can you look at Wyrm when you've got Tori's Bastion in your face and you've got Kambara going crazy? So dry fight now, 30 seconds. They're gonna have to try to build ults up. Blue might be the only one here with a shatter if they need it, but this is last fight for Witch Mercy.
It is indeed the last fight for Witch Mercy. Kambara might has to block this Earth Shatter from Blue. Keely, very, very low. Zaza almost takes the head of Doc Xanathop right there. Earth Shatter comes down, doesn't connect onto anyone. It's a good block, and Kambara punishes Blue for their over-aggression. Now Teacup getting taken down from Wyrm. The duplicate comes in as well from Wyrm. They go onto the Zenyatta of Zaza, but they're unable to get the kill there on the punch. Keely trying to use that artillery strike on the point, gets taken down by Tori, but it's punch! Death Blossom finds 2! This could be it! It is in fact going to be it for the push of Witch Mercy, but they have made a very considerable amount of distance.
Yeah, indeed. That is an unbelievable adaptation there from Snow Angels. I couldn't believe that they got the Transcendence from Zaza and also Punch's Death Blossom. They built that up so fast, and when they were down the players in that last fight, those 2 ults turned the tides. So performing extremely well under pressure. It's not over till it's over. What are they going to do on attack here? What are they going to do on attack? Just run run what's been working for them? We are seeing the versatility, but Witch Mercy on the defense, they're going to have to be very, very careful with what hero choices they make, because they know they're going to be running into a lot of damage.
I think you can start off on the Pharah here if you're Witch Mercy. I really think that Pharah on this defense is insane. So I would be surprised not to see it, although I guess I am going to be surprised, but we're going with the Cassidy and the Bastion.
We are. Fire and defense, I agree, can be very, very impactful, but we've got such good hit scans on both players. We're not opening up with the Torbjorn, unfortunately. I'm crying tears off camera right now, but Punch on the Hanzo. Hanzo is almost a Bastion Torb. Hanzo, the Storm Arrow damage boost, does so much damage, shreds the shield, can be so effective. Keely on the Symmetra. We'll see if it's just a telly out of spawn or if they're going to stick to it. I don't mind this. I don't mind this to get past the choke point and get in the face. If they be cautious and they wait out the cooldowns, especially if Tori's Assault Form Bastion, once their cooldowns have been chipped away a little bit, once Kambara's shield's a little bit low, telly behind and just Storm Arrow their brains out. So this could be effective, but they might not want to eat both of the shatters at the start because Kambara's on 30%, the fire strikes.
Yeah, I was going to say, those were pretty thick fire strikes there from Kambara. Doc Zenith gets very, very low. The TP bomb and Blue coming up through the TP as well, shutting down the Zenyatta on the high ground, and that's a bit overzealous there from Doc, I think. Now it's just going to be Snow Angels trying to start their way forward as they use the TP. It's a fake TP this time though, although as I say that, Keely takes the TP and gets pinned by Kambara. Now Kambara just trying to hold the shield, holding to the corner here, but Punch is punishing that sort of slow pay. 3 kills in this fight for the Hanzo, and it will be Snow Angels taking back one.
Yeah, both first points on attack and defense. Punch has been left alone on that Ashe and the Hanzo and has just been pumping out the damage. You can't do that when you've got a player like Punch. I am loving the adaptation from Witch Mercy. Whenever a teleport gets put down, Kambara is charging it or shattering it like we saw in Lijiang. I think that's a great adaptation. But sticking on that Symmetra, they're getting low right now. Kambara taken out. They're going to be able to use that to get to high ground.
Blue just walked up to the high ground there and almost said hello to Moonish as we see Punch now continuing on their tear. They took down Wyrm, who swapped over to that Genji pick now. Zaza taking down Moonish. Doc does get the consolation kill on Blue, but that Resurrect will come in here from Teacup, and it looks like Snow Angels are in a very healthy position right now.
They are indeed. They've got 5 minutes to push this payload. They've got 3 on the cart right now. Tori using that Bastion form. They've already taken that high ground, which is the main part of this one. Coming in with the Shatter as well. Kambara's looking for it. You can see that he's smelling it. He just wants to 360 dome someone.
Dragon Strike coming in from Punch, I should say. Here, Teacup holding on towards that Valkyrie as well. Like you said, the Shadow online. Kambara maybe looking for a drop down. A little bit fancy play coming through here. There's a TP onto the high ground. Kambara, the ping gets stopped, then counter pin by Blue. Kambara headshot. Keely finishes off Tori, and this is all falling to pieces right now for Witch Mercy.
It is. Great job there from Snow Angels. Again, the adaptions, they know that Kambara is going to charge they know they're going to charge the teleporter, but if you've got 4 people spamming you, that's the correction there. Wyrm has swapped onto the Genji for the last few fights, which is a very interesting pick. Nope, onto the Pharah. I think the Pharah plays better here on this open ground. You can kind of delete the Zaza and maybe even the Sim with that Genji, but it's a bit more tricky. This is going to be able to put out a lot more damage. If they can survive, they're kind of exposed.
I was going to say, they almost got immediately dominated there. It's shatters from both teams, but the biggest shatter comes out from Kambara. It was a pin that goes onto Wyrm, but Wyrm can't be charged off the map, so it will be Blue falling. Kambara finishes off killing Mercury, and this fire swap has paid immediate dividends as they win this fight.
Yeah, the Pharah was a big point of why they won that, but also Doc Zenith, that was unbelievable Transcendence timing. That countered that Shatter, and that kept them in that round there. That was a great Transcendence. Both Zaza and Doc Zenith now do not have that online. Moonish does have the Valk. We might see a Valk and a Barrage coming in for Witch Mercy, but that's all they've got to defend. We've got the Dragon and also the Sim Barrier, and the payload is so close to being captured for the second point here. If they can sneak onto that... Oh, come on, Punch. What are you doing?
Punch just climbed over the roof and then found both Moonish and Wyrm asleep at the wheel right now as we see there's a counter pick onto Punch there from Tori, but Keely is just lasering them down. 3 kills for the Symmetra, and the DPS from Snow Angel stand up and secure this point and this fight.
That is an amazing effort from both DPS. I don't think you can contest here. It's a 3v5.
They have the Valkyrie though, and they have the Barrage as well. They keep Wyrm alive for a very, very long time. Dragon's Back comes through, but Zaza does take down the Mercy, and you're right, unfortunately, it was a good effort on the recontest, but they're just unable to bring it to any sort of fruition.
Yeah, and that we've seen that from both teams. Both teams have overcommitted to this second point defense, I think, and it hasn't worked once from both teams. And last time when Snow Angels were defending and Witch Mercy committed to that second point, it gave Snow Angels the momentum, or sorry, Witch Mercy the momentum to push forward. This might give the momentum to Snow Angels to push forward now. It's going to be a dry fight coming up. We might have a Valkyrie from Teacup, but 3.5 minutes to push it a little bit, and Punch just opening it up once again.
That could be the kill that secures the grand final berth here for Snow Angels now. They're in fact going to keep rolling forward. Blue walks forward. Keely is lasering everyone down. Punch has found all the shots in the world. And with 10 meters left, it seems as though Snow Angels will be in your grand finals for the Valkyries of Vengeance. Even with the last little bit of stall coming out here from Witch Mercy, that will be all she wrote. We will see you in the grand finals.
My God, Snow Angels, definitely angelic, blessed from the heavens above. That is an amazing performance there. Witch Mercy did not play poorly at all, but it was down to a few individual moments, a few individual ults, a few individual plays. It was fantastic. The adaptions were great. The back and forth. That sim from Keely was so important. And the Sonic Arrow from Punch. He's only punched 3k. It's not 9k yet. But that's 3 melees in one match. You know, that's not supposed to happen from a long-range sniper character. So, great job. What a match, Harry.
It was indeed, it was something to behold, that's for sure. It was a very close 2-0 as well. Like, these 2-0s that we've seen today have been really competitive 2-0s. And it's just unfortunate that they've not gone to another map at the end of the day.
Yeah, these have been the most competitive 2-0s possible. It's all come down to one tiny mistake or one massive performance from individual players. It could not have been closer back and forth. I think if we had like a best of 15, the scores would be so close the whole way through. Unfortunately, we don't have a best of 15, but we do have a best of 5 coming up. The grand final is going to be 5 maps, so it's not just going to be a 2-0. I don't think it's going to be a 3-0.
I don't think it'll be a 3-0. These teams look very, very close to each other in terms of their skill level and compositions. But until we get to that point, we are going to go to yet another break. Then we'll be back with an interview, and then we will be going to our grand finals. And you will not want to miss this, so stick around. Welcome back, everyone, to the Valkyries of Vengeance. We have just completed both of our semi-final games. Obviously, we've just seen Witch Mercy go down 2-0, and we have a member of the winning team, a member of Snow Angel now to join us. It is the one, the only Blue, the Reinhardt for Snow Angel, and they're going to be interviewed here by Wonderlust.
Hello, Blue.
Hello.
You've been a consistent tank throughout this series. How do you feel about that game you just had?
Well, I was nervous. I won't lie.
You're doing very well. You've made it to finals, Blue.
I was going. I'm grateful though. I'm grateful for my team as well. They're really good as well. They helped me out, back me out.
Hold your hand.
They hold my hands for sure. Going against Canberra, that was an experience. I wanted to go against Liger as well, but Canberra is also the same level of Ryan, though, which was really good for me going against Ryan versus Ryan.
Yeah,
Still
you
keeping
unlocked
Ryan,
the achievement. You're
Yes,
dethroning the Ryan's Blue.
I still want to keep Ryan momentum, though. I don't want to play any other tank.
I respect that. What do you think the game-winning play was that game, Blue?
Punch getting the kill on that fire. I don't know how he did
I
it, but he
think Punch
did
has
it.
been very consistent on the Reaper throughout this whole series.
Oh yeah, Punch is
off.
helping me a lot. Though. I won't lie, to take the pressure off. Like as a Ryan main, I have too much pressure in front line. So Punch is helping me out on Ryan, keeping me help with the kills and everything, keeping the pressure on the tank. The enemy tank, So
yeah,
it's
I
helping me.
acknowledged that yesterday in our streamed games, saying Punch is just putting out way too much damage output that it's really not putting any damage onto you.
Yeah.
How confident are you feeling going into the finals against the Lashguards, Blue?
I have a strat for them, but I won't say it now. But yes, I do.
Ooh, I'm excited to see these sneaky strats.
Yeah. Because they have a weakness. I know their weakness, but yes, I will be going against them. And I will try my best to win for everyone who I promised. I'm gonna be the first YouTuber as Ryan main to win this thing, so that's gonna be awesome though. That's
I hope you do as a fellow VTuber, Blue.
I will do it for all my VTuber friends though, everywhere, family, everywhere. Yes.
Well, good luck with the rest of your games, Blue, and I hope you win the finals.
Thank you. Good luck on the casting as well. I mean, the streaming thing. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Blue's so sweet. We love Blue around these parts here, Scary.
Definitely more sweet in character, because their Reinhardt was nothing but dominating. That was a great performance there. We have got... Harry, we've got the grand final coming up. This is the final, the finale, the magnum opus of this entire event. And we've already raised $3,065. Another donation coming in during that interview. Keep it up, guys. We're so close to 3,100. Snow Angels versus Lifeguards in the grand final, Harry.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very exciting. But for now, we are going to go to another short break. And when we come back, we have the coup de grace of this event. We will see you there.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Thank you for sticking with us. We have got the grand final upcoming in just a moment. Guys, we've almost hit the 3,100 goal down below, ! Donate. This is such a good event, and we're coming up to the end, and I'm sure it's going to end with a bang, Harry, because we haven't seen a single boring moment of this entire 2 days.
No, we have not. It's been exciting Overwatch the entire time, and honestly, I'm so happy for that. It's really incredible to see this level of gameplay coming up from all of these teams in a charity tournament as well, raising money for such a good cause as the National Breast Cancer Foundation, Scary.
It has, and I think we have to do it's a very quick thank you just to OCE, just to the Australian Overwatch community. There is so many lovely people in this. We've got probably 50 plus people coming together on their weekend, all towards raising money for the charity. And everyone's been so supportive. I've been seeing the raids come into the chat as well. So shout out to the community. You guys have done great. And let's keep that going as well and try to get to the 3,100.
Yeah, that would be absolutely incredible. And we couldn't do this without our sponsors over at Quokka Mousepad. So thank you so much for generously offering two $50 gift cards, one for the MVP of the tournament and one for chat as well. So stick around because who knows, you might end up with a really cool custom mousepad from Quokka Mousepads where you get to choose what image you want on it. You get to customize the thread, the stitching, the thickness, and the size of your mousepad to bring your gaming space to the next level. And Scary, I've got one here. It's pretty damn good.
There you go. And Harry's also a great tank player, and it's all due to the mousepad. So get on board that. The more we support the sponsors, the more that we can put into these events. So thank you for the support from them. And also, a little thank you to Blizzard, because we're on the Battle.net launcher as well this weekend. So thank you to everyone that's been helping out with this. Harry, it's Lifeguards versus Snow Angels. This is not a best of 3. This is the first and only best of 5. There will be no 2-0s in this match. I don't think it's going to be a 3-0 either. I think these guys are going to be very competitive. And we did hear from the Lifeguards interview. They were pretty keen to verse Snow Angels. They were pretty keen to verse them again. Yeah, and I mean, you could see why, because both teams have players that are just popping off. But for the final time, we will introduce our players. So starting us off, we are going to have Lifeguards, which has Miki and Bray on the support, Shin on that tank role, and Dracos and Beat Boop rounding out the DPS. And if we're looking at a standout player so far in this tournament, it has to be Shin. Yeah, I mean, Shin's Roadhog was insane, and also their Reinhardt was insane. It's real difficult to pick out an MVP at the moment because everyone's been playing out of their minds. It's so impressive. But on the other team, Lifeguards will be versing Snow Angels that we just saw previously. I think Lifeguards will be happy to have a little bit of a break because they were playing a lot. But Snow Angels, fresh off the bench almost, but not rusty at all. We have got Teacup and Zazastack on the support role, Blue on the tank role that we just had the pleasure of chatting to, and Keely and Punch on the damage role. We've seen that teleport from Keely be so important in positioning their team, and we've seen Punch living up to their name, trying to become actually 9 melee kills. They only punched 3k in that last one, but their Hanzo has pretty much almost single-handedly won some of those team fights and the maps as well. So this is going to be a battle of the champions, and I have not a single clue on who is the favorite here. This might be a long one, Harry. Yeah, it will be a long one indeed, but we have something very special for you guys right now. We are actually going to do our $50 Quokka Mousepad giveaway in the chat right now, so keep your eyes peeled because Wonder in just a second is going to be running that giveaway. And I mean, you could get hold of one of these awesome custom mousepads from Quokka Mousepads. You could indeed. So pay attention to the Twitch chat. We're going to be giving those away. Thank you so much to Quokka for supporting, and good luck everybody that is hanging out and watching. Yeah, most definitely. We are still waiting. There we go. The giveaway has started. Make sure you enter !ticket to buy a ticket. I believe it's !ticket or !ticket 1. I'm still trying to figure out the command there. I think it's ticket 1 from what I've seen. It does say ticket 1, !ticket space 1 to buy 1 ticket. A ticket costs 1 uwus from Wanderlust's channel. Let's go. You know what, Harry? You've talked me into it. I'm entering. Oh. I'm entering. Look, I can't be stuck in plat. I need to get to your level of skill.
I already have one Quokka mouse pad, so I don't think I need to get a second right now because this first one is already doing me such service. And yeah, I'll make sure that one of you guys can have the opportunity to win one of these awesome mouse pads to spice up your desk space as well. There's a lot of entries coming in as well at the moment, so I have no idea how long this giveaway is going to last for. So if you haven't already entered, make sure you enter with !ticket1.
Yeah, make sure it's going on right now in the chat right now. So you can only enter one. I think a few people posting it a few times. It's the one means one. It won't give you more tickets. So just ticket one a single time. It'll work. And I believe we're gonna be choosing the winner before we start, right? We're not gonna blue ball the chat. We're gonna tell them.
No, we're gonna tell them to enter, and then we're not gonna announce the winner until the very, very end of the stream. So you guys have to wait another hour possibly. No, of course we're gonna make sure that the winner has been announced before we get into this grand final series, and it's a good time as well. It means that we are going to give the team some time to get themselves set up and have a little bit more of a break, especially if they've just played a game as well and done the interviews and things like that. Give them some time to chill out, go to the toilet. We're closing in 10 seconds. So here we go. Scary. Who is going to be the winner?
Ooh, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. Guys, did you know that you have not a single percentage chance extra if you donate to the charity, but you get our ultimate respect and a good feeling. So you should donate to the charity anyway, and maybe Karma will bless you with a mouse pad.
I will give you a hug. That is the stakes here. If you donate to the charity, I will owe you a hug. At PAX.
Harry's a good hugger, so there you go. There you go. That's auctioned off on the line. The entries are closed. Oh, let's see who's going to win the $50 gift card from Quokka Mousepads.
Ooh, the anticipation is killing me right now, Scary. We're still awaiting on it, and I wonder who it is going to be. I see you in the chat there, Scary. I see you in the chat there. It's very funny that we can see each other just typing in the chat. Obviously, we love interacting with the community when we get these chances to wind down here, and we're in between these moments. So I hope that you guys are all enjoying the stream so far, and I hope that you guys are all hyped up to potentially win not only a Quokka Mousepad, but to potentially witness a fantastic grand final.
Yeah, this is going to be insane. We've had so many amazing games so far today. Big ups to the OCE community. There's also been running predictions in the chat as well. So if you are in the Twitch stream, you can get involved in that. There's a lot of interactivity. And also, every player is streaming their POV. So make sure you check out the players involved. Go over to their channel, give them a follow. Give them big ups for everyone that's come together. We couldn't do this without the community and with everybody involved. So make sure you go support the people involved as well. And your favorite streamer might be sitting there next time with a brand new mousepad. I think we're getting close to rolling it. We're getting close to announcing it.
We are indeed getting close to announcing. They're just doing it now. They're having a slight issue drawing the winner because, again, it wouldn't be an OCE tournament without OCE moments, Scary.
Oh, it's impossible to do a live production without infinite. Everything goes wrong, it always happens. But Harry, so you have a Quokka mousepad. Lots of people do. Like you said, you can customize it with whatever you want on there. And I have seen some degenerate suggestions from the community over the last few months. So Harry, what have you got on your mousepad?
So
what do you think people should do?
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to quickly organize my desk a little bit so that I can try and get this off.
Oh, we just swapped scenes, no camera.
Well, yeah, that's fine. I didn't want to show off my mousepad anyway.
We don't want to see the anime boobers, Harry. Put it away.
So, we have our very own little Pride Bulbasaur set up here. We'll go this way so you guys can see everything as well. So it's just a Bulbasaur and a Rowlet with all the different Pride flags and flowers as well. It's very, very cute. I really like the mousepad. It's really good quality as well. Like, it feels really good to play on.
That is a great artwork, and you can choose it yourself. So we've just got confirmation. We are going to tease you guys a little bit. Ooh, but don't worry. During this moment, you can still donate to the charity. We're going to start map number 1, and we're going to announce the winner after map 1. After map 1, we are going to announce the winner. So you have to stick around until then, and you're going to be rewarded with an amazing gameplay on map 1. We're going to announce it after the first map.
Yes, we are. In fact, we were talking so much about blue balling people and about not doing it that we just decided that maybe we should do it just for a little bit of a giggle.
Look, if I had control, I would be holding it hostage, you know? Like, it's not happening until 3,100, 3,200. Like, let's get the incentives going. But no, the people in charge are less mean than I am. But that means during this first map, you can have a think. Have a think. What artwork would you want to have on your mousepad? What would you want to look at during the event? Or during all your Overwatch games? What could you put on there? Pokemon, like Harry has done. Have a think. You've got until the next end of this first map, which is going to be Busan, before we announce it. Busan again, Harry. Third time.
Yeah, it is indeed. In fact, we're going straight into it already. That is very interesting, as Punch has already been taken out early into this fight. Blue now has to back away from Beat Boop on the Bastion here. Shin trying to move forward with the Roadhog. They have a lot of pressure now to put on Keely. Taken down there on the Soldier on the flank. But Blue with the pin finds Bray or some. Teacup gets hooked in and taken down. No mercy on the side of Lifeguards. And wow, that was a very fast start.
Yeah, production is like, I'm sick of these casters teasing. We're just going to go straight in. And Lifeguards have taken the first point. They captured it first. Snow Angel's on the back foot for the first time, it seems, ever. But Miki's been picked off. Miki's respawning.
Miki has to respawn. There's the Nano Boost that goes on to Punch. The Nano Reaper now just walking towards Shin, using that fade to avoid the hook as well. Shin going down, and now Snow Angels, they look in a good position now to be able to take control of the choke point.
They are. Now they can take this forward positioning. We've got Blue on the Reinhardt that they absolutely love. Shin deciding not to match them instead on that Roadhog. It's going to be hard to push up here through this choke point now that their Snow Angels can hold it back. They're going to be pumping that damage in, especially with Punch's damage boosted Reaper. The Nano's already been used, but already at 30% again from Zaz, and Punch can just Death Blossom here when they push too far in. But it might be a Riptide to entry, to be honest. The ults on Lifeguards are almost 5.
That's a great hook there from Shin, but they can't get the finish off on Blue. Riptire, like you said, now being used. Draco's looking for a way in. Zaza takes down the Riptire, and Punch with the Death Blossom finds 2. Now Blue with the pin onto the anti-dated Shin finishes off the Roadhog, and it will be the cleanup coming in here for Snow Angels. They take up to 50% on the point.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough push here for Lifeguards. Great choices from Snow Angels. They're going to be able to hold this choke point for a long time. Lifeguards, great choice with that Junkrat tire. They're going to have to use something like that to get the entry in, or to flank as they're doing now. You might see Beat Boot use it, but the Kitsune is in.
Yeah, there is indeed the Kitsune rush. Lots of ultimates still there. The Shadow came down as well from Blue, so it actually stopped a lot of that forward momentum, but Blue still going to get taken down. Now the Tactical Visor, Keely gets onto Dracos, but will get taken down by the Artillery Strike, and Big Whip as well finishes off Punch. The anti-nade doesn't come to much here. The Resurrect from Miki will just put the icing on the cake in this fight, and Teacup is off on an adventure, we'll say.
Yeah, they needed that though, Lifeguards. I think that's what they're going to have to do. They're going to have to invest so much, the Kitsune rush, the whole hog, just to get past here, because they're going to be eating every single anti-grenade from Zaza. There is no defense to that. They're going to be popping that on the choke point. Blue taking out the Beat Boop is going to be a massive advantage of pushing through here, and Punch following up.
Yeah, Punch taking down Dracos is used as the hook onto Punch there, but the Reaper living all of that right now. Shin getting pinned down by Blue, hunted by the Reinhardt. Teacup finishes off Beat Boop as well. 53% built up, but it will be a point flip now in favor of Snow Angels as they look very firmly in control.
They look... Oh,
someone has to touch the point again. There we go.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, like you said, Snow Angels, I think they have the advantage here on attacking and defending. They can hold the choke point, but they also have the abilities to push through the choke point. Although they have given Lifeguards some space to come out now, and they've hooked Zaza.
What a hook! Zaza gets taken down. There's Punch, though, using that Death Blossom. It gets onto Bray, and the Resurrect now to Zaza in the midst of the carnage. Punch using that Raid form now, trying to get onto Beat Boop, gets hooked there by Punch, but the Valkyrie comes in from Teacup, saving Punch from a deadly fate. Resurrect from Miki onto Bray or some, but there's no tank now on the board here for Lifeguards. Miki finished off there by their Merchant counterpart in Teacup. Keely taking down Dracos and Bray, and that will be point 1 going in favor of Snow Angels. For the first time, Lifeguards look vulnerable.
They do, but they put up a performance there, 60%. We're actually seeing Snow Angels getting a little bit challenged there. That was a little bit dangerous, Harry. I honestly think that getting off the point and not capping it, that full 100%, that might have delayed them in holding that choke point, and that gave the opening to Shin and the rest of the Lifeguard team to actually escape the choke point. So they were actually in contention there to cap that back. But no, Snow Angels did indeed take that first point. Now, this map on Busan is slightly different. It is a very good Widow map. So we have seen the swap from Dracos onto the Widow. We know how good of a player they are on the Widowmaker. Keely on the Soldier, not opting for the Sim or one of their other characters, and Bray is now on the Kiriko, which we know how important that is, especially when your Hog Shin is getting slept and antied. That Kiriko shuts that down immediately. We'll see if Zaza responds after this first fight. Widow is hunting the Mercy.
Punch gets the kill onto Dracos, but it will be Killy Mercury who answers back, or who gets answered back, sorry. Getting taken down there by Bifu. The resurrect immediately though from Teacup means Achilles is back in this fight. The Soldier is there, and now it's going to be Lifeguards who have to disengage from this fight.
Lou taking out both of the tank and the Kitsune there. Great job. Teacup block out into Miki. Great job there. Snow Angels, once again, taking the point, looking in a good position. It's going to be on Punch to deal with the Widowmaker, and the Widowmaker needs to be dealt with because those sight lines on this map, Teacup, unfortunately, back to spawn. Taken up by a Glock and then a Widow. That's a lot of time in spawn, so they're going to have to wait for that. Snow Angels are going to be able to get some more of the point here, and they will have their ults coming up soon. Look again, Zaza, once again, at 70%. So an early nano here could hold this fight, but Punch taken out.
Yeah, Punch taken down by Shin. Shin is put to sleep, so they can't really follow up that much more. But Dracos on the flank now, trying to take down either Teacup or onto Keely. In fact, it's going to be Shin who finishes off both of those kills there as the anti-nade comes through, keeping Blue healthy for now. But it will end in Shin getting all of the kills. 4K there for Shin, and they are looking so dominant. And also, Scary, we did do randomly the giveaway in the middle of everything.
Oh, there you go. Who won? Someone won. Check the chat,
Pie
guys.
by Pie is the winner of the Crocker Mouse Pack giveaway. $50 Mouse Pack giveaway going to Pie by Pie. And Scary, now we can get back into the game very quickly because there's some ults coming online.
There are indeed. And Dracos has swapped onto the Cassidy. Got that ult built up already. Holding that high ground. Blue is pushing up with the Reinhardt, forcing back to point.
Yeah, it's going to be a kill onto Punch though, and Shin once again gets the Roadhog hook onto Dracos. Punch back into this fight now, resurrected there by Teacup, and there's an Anabu's going onto Blue. Blue trying to stay alive. It's Punch and Blue combining together, taking down Bigfoot. Shin though, still alive in the back line, taking down Zaza Stack. So now with the ping coming through from Blue, they're trying to finish off the Roadhog here. The Death Blossom does connect onto Prey or some, but the Resurrect now onto Bigfoot is there. Earth Shadow onto Shin here. Can they pin Shin off of the map? No! It's going to be a High Noon that comes in there from Dracos, saving their tank player and ending the life of Blue.
Oh, I wanted to see the train. Great High Noon there from Dracos. That is a fantastic swap. I was going to say they swapped the point without investing ults, but they weren't done yet. Almost every ult has been invested there. It's only Keely left that's anywhere above 20% with that visor. It's going to be difficult to get some value into the team from of them. The cleanse has already been used and the grenade.
Yeah, but there's no Miki on the board at the moment. Miki got taken out earlier in the fight, so now it's just cleanup coming in here for Snow Angels as they get onto beat. But the anti-nade is there, punches 3 kills in this fight, 60% and counting for Snow Angels.
Yeah, it's back and forth, almost even percentage now. Lifeguards have got to recap this. If they lose this one, they've lost the first map, which is not a position they want to be in. It is a best of 5, so there is more flexibility, but Snow Angels are just performing out of their mind. Although Shin, even though they're getting antied all the time, it's not stopping them. Great damage boost onto the Bastion there. That's awesome for Snow Angels. 20% left. They're going to have to take this fight without a res. Snow Angels looking very, very good right now.
They are looking very, very good. Lifeguards, they need to try and find a way in here. Punch on this Reaper, almost building up towards that Death Blossom. Zaza almost has the nano boost. Keely as well, sitting pretty on the higher ground, waiting for the moment to pop the tactical visor, but it's going to be Punch who goes down first. Now they're trying to brush down Keely on the higher ground here. Can they get the kill? They can. It's going to be Shin in the end. There's another boost going on to Blue. Now the tank trying to turn the tides of fortune. Blue using the pin, getting hooked there. Doesn't go off the map just yet, but will get taken down by Shin and Dracos, as well as Dracos finishing blow on Teacup. And now it's going to come down to a 1-5 territory for point 2.
Well, as they say, Harry, fortune favors the bold, and we are seeing nothing but bold performances from Lifeguard. Taking out Keeley before they could get their visor off. It's not great positioning here on this map for it. They got to use it early, because Shin just walks at you. Even anti, even slept, Shin is just holding the W, and Beat Boo is getting so much value on that Bastion. There's so many ults here for this last fight. So Lifeguards have to win it to stay in the contention from Busan.
That is correct. There's a Kitsune rush, but an Earth Shatter coming in from blue. Gets up to 3 members here. Keeley now trying to follow up with the tactical visor. They're getting onto Braille Summon. They managed to get there. Take up, trying with the Valkyrie to clean up Miki, who is also using their Valkyrie to try and keep up Shin. Shin gets killed. There's Miki going down. Big Boot for the artillery strike from Spawn isn't going to be able to be there. And map 1 will go in favor of Snow Angel.
No Angels, just showing off almost. It was a tough battle though. Lifeguards put them under pressure we've not seen before. It was 60%, 99% during these maps. Great job for the first map. I wouldn't be feeling too bad if I was Lifeguards. It's a best of 5, so you know you've got more in the future. And every fight there was incredibly close. I think Keeley might have been restrained there, and cleverly so, waiting for that shatter before using it. And the value was insane. Great job there from both teams. The next map we're going to get into is going to be as part of the bans. At the moment, the first map is always we ban a map we don't like, we ban the other map we don't like, and whatever the third leftover map on the control gets picked. Now we've got some player choices. Now we're going to see a little bit more strategy coming involved into which map do we want. It's Lifeguard's choice. They did drop that 2-0, so they get to choose. What are they going to go to, Harry? I think they took us to Midtown last time, if I'm not incorrect, and they performed very well.
Well, Lifeguard didn't take us to Midtown because they haven't lost a map yet, so they haven't had the chance to choose a map just yet. Scary, but we did see them on Midtown, and they looked very good on there. But also, Scary, something else very exciting to mention. We've hit our dono goal again directly underneath me. You will see that we have reached 3,100 reasons to say fuck you, cancer. And I couldn't be prouder of this community. We are doing such a fantastic job fundraising for such an awesome cause.
Amazing job, guys. That's 2 goals that we've smashed so far. We're close to the 3rd goal as well. So thank you for those donations that have got us there. Keep them coming. We have many more maps to go. And yeah, you are right. They didn't choose Midtown. Well, my confusion there actually means it was a better compliment. The other team forced them to go to Midtown, and they dominated regardless, not dropping a map. So now they get to choose. This is the first map they've dropped, so the first choice they get to do. So if they can perform so well on the opponent's choice, how well are they going to perform when the choice of the map is in their hands? And what do you think they're going to choose, Harry, out of our hybrid map offerings? Will we see a King's Row?
Well, we're not going to hybrid, though, Scary, because we have a different map pool. We're going to Escort first, I believe.
You are indeed correct, because it's best of 5, not best of 3, and I am in a best of 3 mindset. The next map is indeed Escort. We have to wait till the next map, till we see something.
So our map choices for Escort here are Rialto, Havana, and Route 66. And honestly, I think you want to go with something longer range if you are on the side of Lifeguards, because you really struggled with Punch being on the Reaper there.
Yeah, I agree. I think something with a bit of longer range, a little bit of poke is gonna benefit Lifeguards here. So yeah, out of Rialto, Havana, or Route 66, the options are there. Although, your long range, yeah, fair enough. It makes sense on paper, but Snow Angel have not struggled at all. They don't want to play that long range games. They will just teleport on top of you, and then Punch is next to you. So there's a little bit more strategy and a little bit more caution in how they approach those long-range sight lines, but Snow Angel have not struggled with that at all yet. So I agree. I think Lifeguards should pick the map that best suits their playstyle, because they know it's going to be a difficult job regardless. But if they can have that little bit of advantage, especially if they can get that momentum in the first team fight or so, it's going to do a lot for their mindset. It's going to help them go towards the next map as well.
Yeah, most definitely. I agree. And currently we're just getting confirmation on the map pick. There was the theory that we would be going to Eichenwald, but that's not an Escort map. We know this. This is a troll. So we're going to be going to one of the 3 maps that we spoke about before. And I think, do you think there is a specific map that would fit the composition for the side of... well, I didn't think it would be this one, that's for sure. I was expecting maybe Havana, but Brood 66 works too.
Yeah, I like Havana, the second point with that high ground, but Route 66 I think is a good middle zone. I think it's a good middle zone. It's got the 3 points are slightly different. The last one's indoors. The second one has got like those longer sight lines with the high ground, and the first one also has that first corner where we see the team fights engage. But there is enough flank routes here that players can be cheeky. If we see the Reaper play from Punch maybe be a little bit cheeky, there's a lot of sim teleport spots here as well. But also Lifeguards, Draco on the Widowmaker has been hitting shots left and right. So it's going to be kind of hard to walk up in front of them. They were able to walk up into the face of Lifeguards pretty effectively last time. But also Zaza is playing a lot of long range support heroes. And we saw them do dots damage on a tire as an Ana, which is like, what is going on there? So not only do you have to think about the long range in terms of what tank you want to play and what DPS you want to play, but the supports have been super, super impactful, especially some of the Alari plays we've seen, throw down the pylon and just hit the heads. We've seen Zen be very effective here. We've seen a Brig here and there, not too much, but maybe a Lucio to get into the face of the players, to get on top, a sim teleport. We know Keeley, if their Snow Angels is going to be starting on attack, most likely the losing team gets to pick what the next map is, but the winning team gets to pick what side they start on. Typically we see teams start on attack because then you know how long you have to defend for. And this first point, long sight lines, the corner, the high ground on the gas station, but if you teleport up there and you've got Reaper in your face, the long range doesn't really affect it. And also, we've seen that teams have been adapting to that sim telly by just shattering or charging as soon as they see the sim telly. So it's going to really depend on what Shin decides to run here. I think it's kind of hard. Their Reinhardt and their Roadhog is both very good here, and they can make both work. But what do you think we're going to see, Harry, from Lifeguards here?
Ooh, look, Shin can play more than just the Roadhog. I was really expecting to see maybe some Doomfist come out from Shin, or even Reinhardt from Shin, to maybe even just try and match up with Blue and just see if they can be a little bit more aggressive against them. But so far, this Roadhog composition seems to be what they're comfortable with, and so I wouldn't expect to see much more different from Lifeguard.
Yeah, you did mention that they're very capable on Doomfist as well, and that's a character we've not yet seen. However, there's no real urgency or need to swap to that when your Roadhog is performing so well. In fact, we actually have Rialto? I think we have Rialto.
Yeah, we got baited. Okay, this makes more sense actually, because this means that Shin is going to be going for some funny hooks off of the first point bridge here.
Yeah, I mean, the environment has been the third player. Like, everyone's been going for charges off the map, the train, the hooks off the map. Like, and there's some real cheeky forward positioning if you want to do it here. The risk is you might get caught with your pants down. We haven't seen that yet from Shin. That waistband is done up very tight. They are the ones putting the pressure on the other team. Yeah, I do agree. I think Rialto is more of an expected choice here. I think it does play well into Lifeguard's playstyle. I don't think Snow Angels are going to be upset at this. I mean, the way they're playing, I don't think they're going to be upset at any map in the future here. This is going to be interesting on that first point. Defending with the Reinhardt. Defending. You got to get rid of that corner. You got to take that high ground. I don't think we'll see a sim here on defense, but who knows, Harry? What do you reckon?
We could see a sim on the attack. I could see potentially some TPs onto the high ground, especially if Blue is sticking with this Reinhardt centric composition. So I could see them potentially trying to pull the sim on the attack. But yeah, I don't think you'll see it on defense.
Yeah, that is true. We don't know who's on attack and defense yet. We're kind of just assuming. But yeah, I would expect to see, I can definitely see it on attack here. On the defense, though, there are some good sightlines here for Widow, especially if you're sitting up the top with Shins. If they've got the shield up, you can just, Dracos can pop off with that. And also, I like Bastion on this map. I like Bastion. You can play around those corners. You are vulnerable with that slow movement in the assault form, but playing those corners with a damage boost, you just shred. Whatever tank is in your face, you are going to shred. And I like this variety from Snow Angels. We're seeing this a comp that we've seen before from Lifeguards, and a comp that each of those players have done fantastic. Bastion, the Widow, the Roadhog. But we see a Ramatra for the first time today. A Ramatra in the face, punching them in the face. And we also see Healy on the Mei. I like that. I really like that. Isolate Shin on these tight, narrow pathways and just put that wall off. That wall is going to be a problem that Snow Angels, the Lifeguards are going to have to solve. And now we have Punch on a bit more of the mid-range Cassidy. which is going to be very helpful. But Draco's here does not have many counters to worry about. And if Draco's is not dealt with and gets a few pick, they're going to push it all the way to the first point.
Yeah, well, they're going to need to try and get those picks around the corners here, as that's where we're going to see the setup coming through from Lifeguards here. The hook is missed there by Shin. Maywall coming up just to shut down the Bastion form from Big Boop there. And now it's the Rampage form being used already. Great hook there. Gets onto Punch. Punch falls very, very low. Finished off there by Draco. Now, are they going to go for the Resurrect? They are, but Teacup gets hooked out of the Resurrect there. Now it's just Shin walking forward here onto Blue and onto the May of Keeley, who comes out of the ice block and just gets annihilated there, as they've just kind of ignored Blue. They've just let Blue exist in the back line.
Yeah, they have. That's a great opening there from Lifeguards. The issue there was just Snow Angels just had so many cooldowns used so quickly. The Mayo, the Maywall, and the form, the Nemesis form, or the Omnic form, or whatever Ram Archer's form is called. No longer does that matter because Blue is now swapped onto the Reinhardt. Can walk forward a bit. They should be coming in here to contest. It's going to be difficult though, especially with that Bastion just pumping damage. Punch
gets a body shot and then taken down there by Big Boop, and now it's just going to be the side of Lifeguards trying to walk forward here. There's a hook onto Blue, but Draco's takes down Teacup, so there's a lack of healing now. The Anti-Nade already come through, so there's no offensive pressure. Dracos with 2 in this fight, and Lifeguards, they've got a bit of life back into them now.
They have indeed, and that's the thing. Even if you use all your cooldowns, you anti, Shin can just sustain so well, especially from Bray's cleanse. And it's just great shot. This is so aggressive. They're going to have to be really patient here, Snow Angels, because Lifeguard's momentum is just non-stop. The ult coming out, which is interesting.
Yeah, they're just trying to keep this forward momentum right now, and Shin is just keeping all this space at the moment. Big Boop doesn't find anything with that artillery strike, and again, just poking and prodding right now.
And I was going to say, Dracos has been unanswered, and that was a role that Punch took with the Reaper. A bit tough to flank now. Punch on the Genji, going to be hunting that Widow. The Nano coming out on Blue.
Yeah, Blizzard as well, but it doesn't catch on to anything. And Blue really not finding a whole lot of damage with this Nano boost either. There's the whole hog now coming out from Punch, but they from Shin, I should say, sorry. But they're not really able to find anything, and Dracos was found earlier in the fight. Miki now using that Valkyrie. Are they going to try and get a Resurrect here? They are. That's risky, but they get it off. Shin somehow back to life. Now it's going to be the Kitsune Rush being used, but an anti-nade falls onto Shin. There was no Suzu available. Punch with the Genji dash goes straight through Big Boop there. Now it's just going to be Dracos who takes down Killy Mercury, but the cleanup should be here for Snow Angels.
Yeah, that was great there. They needed to stop that momentum. They invested a lot of ultimates there, and so did Lifeguards. This where the cut is right now is such a good spot to just halt that momentum. We saw the Maywall being used so effectively now. Punch has got the blade up already. Thank you to the observers for showing us that POV. I want to see more of it because I'm a Genji nerd. But Punch is going to be punishing Dracos, and Dracos had a lot of opening picks there. So we'll have to see how that goes. Lifeguards do not have any ultimates here if they want to contest this. No Angels the option to invest them if they need to.
Earth Shatter goes away! What? Blue has just whipped the Earth Shatter. That could have been massive. Shin gets to come onto Teacup now as well. Dragon Blade still available here for Punch, but it's going to be up to them whether they want to use it or not. There's an Nano Boost. There's the Dragon Blade being used. The dash misses. Can they slash away a brace? And they do. The dash comes back through now to Bebop. Punch has just secured this fight win. Dracos will get the kill, but it will not matter. The damage has been done.
Yeah, that was a great blade from Punch there. It's always difficult chasing Mercies because they're just very annoying with how much they fly. But once that cleanse was out, and a great cleanse it was, that means that blade was very effective. That was a great cleanse there. Lifeguards invested no ultimates. They had none to invest, but Snow Angels needed to put in 3 ultimates just to stop the dry push because there's no high damage characters on Snow Angels to deal with Shin. Shin is just never dies, a million health. But the rest of the team is vulnerable, and that's what they're focusing on, and that's what's been working for them. They have a Blizzard coming up right now if they need it. 2 minutes on the clock. There's a few more fights on the cards here. That Blizzard in where the card is right now is going to completely stop this fight if necessary.
Anti-nade there, put a lot of pressure onto Shin. And then again, during the Blizzard, Zaza has been hitting these nades consistently and with great value as well. Now it's Snow Angels. They've dwindled the time of Lifeguards down to just over a minute and a half, and scary things are looking a bit dicey now.
Yeah, indeed. Where the cart is right now might literally be the worst spot on the map for the team comp they're running. It's the map right now is in such a disadvantage to Lifeguards because Lazar, like you said, hitting every single anti-nade. There's nothing to stop it. There's no shield. But we see the sim from Draco's, but Punch not afraid of that laser and taking him out. Great swap, great value from that Genji swap. We've got both support ults on Lifeguards if they decide they want to need it. It's a minute 20, so either they're going to go all in or they're going to back off. Looks like going all in. We're going to see the Valk and the Kitsune rush about to happen, and the Blade.
Shin not able to hit a hook just yet here. Like he said, has built up to that Blade. There's the anti-nade that's been immediately Suzu'd. Now the Kitsune rush and the Valkyrie being used as well as the Ho-Hog. So everything now being invested here for Lifeguards. But the Nano Blade comes out, gets onto Dracos. The Ho-Hog trying to boop away the Genji there. But it's great work there from Brailsum to get away from that Nano Blading punch. Punch extremely low in the back line now, gets punched in the face by Shin, and that is going to be all she wrote for this defense here as the second point should go in favor here of Lifeguards.
Yeah, I think we'll see Snow Angels back off and not contest this and just wait, although you never know. The hook!
Blue's already trying to get in, and anti-nade lands off the Shin, but the second point's already been given up. They can't contest there. Punch is in. There's a hook onto Keely, but a great sleep dart from Zaz to heal for the Mei on their team. Keely ends up getting a parting gift as well, a headshot onto Dracos.
Yeah, they got to back out here. They cannot get Pete. It's going to stagger them so much. They only have a minute 42 push to the end point. Oh, it's so close. Zaza has been covering a lot of their team with the sleeps and protecting them. But this time,
unfortunately, Zaza can't cover themselves with a sleep dart from the artillery strike of Beefu, but now Shin just walks forward. Blue gets overwhelmed and just taken down. And now last legs here for Snow Angels, a minute 20 for Lifeguards to cap it all.
Yeah, Draco's just swapping back and forth between the characters has been really important because no longer is their Widow counted by the Genji. Now they're running the Mei, and they're about to cap here. They're going to have to contest. This is probably the last fight. A minute left, Harry.
Zaz has the nano boost though, gets it onto Blue immediately, and there is the Blizzard being used from Keely as well. Beep Boop goes down. Now it's just going to be Dracos who gets swept under the rug there from Blue with this Reinhardt hammer. It is just Shin trying to live on the point for as long as they can, but they'll get staggered out, giving away a lot of ult charge towards Blue, who almost has that Earth Shatter that could be uncontested.
Yeah, great defense there from Snow Angels. Lifeguards are in a good position though. 40 seconds, they will get back for another team fight. And the big ults here is the whole hog. If you push off the cart and you cap, you win. May's probably going to get their Blizzard as well. Another great defense on the point. Also, the Bastion ultimate, but 3 ultimates on the side of Lifeguards. We've got the Valk and the Genji Blade coming in. It's going to be difficult though. This is last fight.
There's the Mei Wall being used. Whole Hog now with the Kitsune rush as well. The Valkyrie from Teacup is there, but there's the Dragon Blade you were talking about. Taken down immediately by Beep Boop and Shin. It's so hard to get a Dragon Blade when you have the Whole Hog going off. Teacup's Valkyrie ends now, but the hook does miss. It's just a bit of storm coming out here from Killer Mercury. They're going to be able to get it through to overtime as Beep Boop is just cleaning house right now. They almost have the Earth Shatter online here. Does Blue gets it. Dracos and Beep Boop go down. Punch gets to clean up with the Beep Boop, but Dracos as well. Falls. Zaza hooked in. Shin finds 2 in this fight. It's a Resurrect coming in from Miki, but Miki gets traded out there. Punch now. 1 HP and a Dream. Hook on the Teacup. Stops the Resurrect as well. Punch dies as well. Killing falls, and that is going to be it. Lifeguards will capture all 3 points in overtime.
Man, these fights, Harry, it's so back and forth. It doesn't matter if someone's got 3 picks at the start of it because it's just going to keep continuing. The big thing there is just the sustain from Lifeguards. It is almost impossible to kill Beep Boop's Bastion and Shin's Roadhog. And because Snow Angels were running those more situational characters in terms of the Mei for the tank or the Genji for the Widowmaker, you need a high damage output. You need the Reaper or the Junkrat. You need maximum damage on those massive tanky heroes because even if you pick off the other ones and isolate them, Shin can just 1v5 almost. Great job there from Lifeguards to push it all the way to the end. And I mean, great job from Snow Angels to defend now. They're going to be on the attack. I do like the variety that we're seeing from Dracos, variety that we've not yet seen in this series. However, it's not yet been needed because they've just been being able to perform uninterruptedly. Now we're seeing a little bit of counter. We're seeing a little bit of swapping back and forth. Punch deciding on the Widowmaker and giving the Reaper to Keely. Now that's interesting. We know Punch is very good at Reaper. Their Death Blossoms have been awesome. But yeah, a little bit of a swap. That maybe there's some research here. You know, we've seen these teams play before, so the teams are aware of each other. Dracos might be expecting the Punch Widow. Punch might be expecting the Dracos defending Widow here. So that is going to go in the favor of that Sombra matchup there. But what do you do when Shin comes for you? Because Shin doesn't press S. Shin just stands there, takes a breather, kills the team. Good hack.
Yeah, it's a good hack, and it's going to result in Punch actually having a lot more space. Well, Punch actually just has a lot of space here to get to Dracos, and I believe it was Gray who got taken down earlier in the fight, and now a headshot as well goes off the beat boop as well. Daza does get taken down, but it's going to be all for naught here as Blue just gets really aggressive, and Punch has all the space in the world at the moment.
Yeah, that's a great kill from Punch there. Up to the 4K. Punch 4K with the melees so far. But also, even though that fight went in advantage of Snow Angels, and now they've got the... yeah, what are you going to do? What are you going to do when they can see you? This might not even be worth contesting. I'm not sure about that, but Shin can take as many shots to the body as needed and not die. Punch, very good job on the Widowmaker.
Yeah, there's no way really for the side of Lifeguards to contest it right now. Punch going back up to the high ground. Shin's on the point now. It's going to be a hack onto Blue, who gets absolutely deleted right there from both Dracos and Shin. But the Resurrect from Teacup on the point comes through. Beat Boop now trying to get a lot of damage done there. There's a Suzu being used to keep the Bastion alive, but Zata takes down Beat Boop eventually. Blue has fallen again though. Keely hooked in, taken down. Shin finds two. Sleep Dart does eventually end the Roadhog's reign of terror, but that is not going to be enough to win this fight here as Teacup wins the 1v1 against Miki.
Yeah, that is outstanding. They got Dracos picked from Punch already. It was a 4v5. I was tossing up between whether or not they were going to even contest. But they said, shut up, caster, we are goats. And they managed to win it. Great job there on that defense, not capping it yet for Snow Angels. 2 minutes on the clock. We are seeing a different Lifeguards right now, Harry. They are going crazy.
They are indeed going crazy. Double support ult from both teams, but Blue with this Earth Shatter could end up leveling this fight right here for Snow Angels. There's the Tsune Rush being used now from Grey or Some. There's the Earth Shatter that comes in, connects on to 3 members of the team, and it is just a swift cleanup. EMP comes out, but it's all for naught, as it will be the fight win here for Snow Angels, and they'll take point 1 with 4 minutes left on the board.
Yeah, there are such great synergies with these team heroes right now. What are you going to do with a Shatter and an EMP? It's just in your face. They didn't even have to use all of them. We've got the Nano Death Blossom coming out. Killy able to get a chance to show up Punch's Reaper. But we've got the Sombra matchup right now, which is going to be very annoying for those players that get hacked, especially because the target is going to be probably Beat Boop or Shin. But they've already taken position on the high ground, Harry.
Yeah, Shin getting hacked up constantly right now is very annoying for the Roadhog player. There's the artillery strike. He doesn't really find anything. A little bit of damage, in fact, though, is enough to allow the finish off there on the Teacup. There's the Death Blossom, but Whole Hog's away. So Keely unable to find really any sort of kills with that nano boosted Death Blossom Blue. No shield, pinned onto Shin, but will be taken down here. Keely will fall, and Beat Boop, I believe, got 3 in that fight.
Yeah, Beat Boop has probably got 400,000 damage this match. Like, they've just been doing so much damage on the Bastion. We don't have any Widows now to reveal the invisible Sombras. But once again, where is the... Oh, that was going to be a river.
Wait, they could still maybe get the kill onto Shin here, but they do lack the damage now that Punch is fallen. There goes Blue, and it will be another fight win here for Lifeguards. They really don't have the damage to deal with this Roadhog right now, Scary.
You need so much damage. The wall can be effective here to isolate them, and so can the hack. So it's not impossible, especially with the antis. But where has the cart stopped, Harry? It's at the exact same spot it stopped last attacking phase, because this is the hardest spot for these team comps. It's so in your face.
Yeah, EMP coming out there from Punch as well, connects onto everyone. Dracos is going to be going down. Blue with the pin off the map takes Shin down, and now it looks like Snow Angels are going to be able to continue moving forward. They do still have both support ults, but they need to try and run away for now. No!
Oh my god, that's so aggressive!
I cannot believe that pin. Miki must be fuming right now. Can they get back in time to touch the point?
It's going to be close. 2 minutes to cap this next one, so it's in the advantage of Lifeguards. But yeah, Snow Angels with the momentum right now.
And there's the hook goes onto blue. Anti-nade comes through. Solo shatter onto Shin as well. There goes the Roadhog. They don't have to deal with that, but blue gets traded out 1-for-1. Kitsfu Rush was already being used there for Braille. Some Mickey's been hacked, so they can't use the Valkyrie just yet. They get the resurrect of the Shin, but so does Teacup onto blue. Now it's going to be the Blizzard being invested as Braille goes down to blues. That's attack found Draco's earlier in the fight as well. Pin across on the frozen hog of Shin, and Teacup with a finishing blow on Mickey means that this is going to be point 2 secured for Snow Angels. They have 3 minutes to try and get this to the end of the map.
Yeah, and the last time on point 3, it was not a long point 3 at all. The momentum from Snow Angels is fantastic. We're seeing both teams just pumping everything into the tank. Res everything into the tank. Every time a tank dies, it's 4 assists, 3 assists. That is the main threat. Don't ignore them and go to the backline. Just deal with the thick boy in front of you. We are seeing great antis from Zaza right now. Absolutely great antis. Punch 5k, leveling up. That's going to be massive. Oh my god, Snow Angels.
Another huge anti onto Big Boop this time, which means Big Boop goes down to Keely. Blue just swinging away at Braille. Some Shin goes down. There is no way that Lifeguards can stop Snow Angels now from completing this map. There's the EMP that comes in. It's going to be Big Boop who gets the finishing blow with the Teacup on the Tracer now. Can they touch the point? They get there. It's going to be Blue who gets the finishing blow. Now it's Lucio coming out there from Braille. Some trying to get onto the point, trying to stall out more time. There's the Valkyrie from Miki. Resurrect now onto Big Boop. Earth Shatter laid down. Shin flattened. Absolutely steamed there by Blue with the Death Blossom to cap off the point. And that will be Snow Angels completing the map with 2 minutes and 52 seconds left.
Man, I thought I was about to start calling you Harry No Way B there, because as soon as you said that, they got 3 kills. I thought it was a caster curse, but no. Snow Angels not flinching in the face of the pressure. Amazing job there. This is a real battle of the tanks. I think something that I've noticed here with Lifeguards is when they collapse, when Snow Angel has that momentum, it's because Snow Angels are able to get a pick out of position, and then it collapses. Then it's a stagger, then it's a momentum, then it's a forward push. Whenever it's been 5v5 and they get close enough, it's been back and forth, and I think Lifeguards has one of many battles that Snow Angel had in that moment. So they've just got to be careful on the approach. Because when they get face to face, that is when we are seeing the most competitive and back and forth battles. But these tank players, and I think we've seen the adaptation towards the end of that last fight there, they are being focused. That's the focus. Even if we kill 3 people, the tank's still alive, we might lose. The tank is being the focus right now, and the counter picking is revolving around the tank. We've got Keely onto the Ashe now. That's going to be very powerful with that damage boost. Shin not flinching, staying on that Roadhog, which, why would you change? It's been doing so much work. But look at the damage output from Lifeguards. Roadhog, Bastion, Reaper, and they've got the Cleanse for Zaz's anti. That is so much damage coming your way. Blue's shield is going to get deleted, but we also have that long range. There's a lot of good spots here for Keely, and Punch is going to be able to shoot into that hog and build his ultimate incredibly fast. They only have 45 seconds though, so Lifeguards need to win this first fight.
Punch got in, took 2 shots, and then walked away. It took Shin down to half HP. The Lifeguards now, they're just slowly creeping up with the payload here. There's the anti-nade being used by Zaza. Doesn't connect onto Shin this time, but Shin already so low. The pressure from Punch is there. Fire Strike just misses out on Draco, and getting the kill onto the Reaper of a Lifeguard there. As now we see the engage coming in here from Snow Angels. They're trying to get onto Shin and onto Dracos, but they just can't get the kill yet. Fight back and forth right now. No shield really available as Punch now going onto a bit of a flank here, trying to get onto the support of Brailsum. Brailsum goes down. It's going to be Punch who's in the back line. So low on HP now, but all the resources from Lifeguard have been drained. Nano boost from Zaza goes off the Punch. It was built up so quickly. They can't sustain through that amount of damage, and it will be a hold here for Snow Angels, and the Lifeguard's work has been cut out for you.
That was a great hold from Snow Angels. I was just thinking, I think this map is going to come down to the battle of the first corner, because that was so good from Snow Angels. Great patience, just playing that corner, not letting them push W, making sure they were full health, making sure they couldn't get around that corner and get that momentum. Really good job there from both the Reaper players. But like you said, I think someone that I've been mentioning a lot right now is Zaza. Zaza is building up those nanos unbelievably fast, and it is it is partly due to the amount of healing that they can output onto their tank players, because both teams are putting out so much damage. But an early nano when the other team doesn't have it, or like the first ultimate of the game, that is so impactful. And especially if it's followed up by the sleep and the nade on cooldown, that has been one of the factors that Snow Angels have been having the advantage in these fights. And you know what? Shin has been performing out of their mind in the face of those antis and sleeps. You would think, go Anna, deal with the hog. There's no dealing with a hog of this caliber. The hog will just smile at you, have a breath, and walk towards you. So this is great job from both teams. We're not seeing any Widowmaker. I think that might be a risky play, a high risk, high reward if you get an early pick. They're going with a more standard comp, a more brawly comp. They want to get in the face of you. Dracos with a great off angle here on the high ground. That's going to be hard to deal with. Maybe a telly from Punch. But if Keeley can build up the Blizzard in this next 3 minutes, and they have 3 minutes, Harry.
Yeah,
3 minutes.
Well, that's what I was going to mention. You have plenty of time to build up your ultimates here if you are Snow Angels.
You could just wait 2.5 minutes in AFK and walk in with 5. You know, it could be a possibility. So this is a lot of pressure on Lifeguards, but if anyone's going to do it, it is them.
What a hook coming in from Shin. Immediately, Punch gets taken down. So that theory that they might be able to contest the high ground, but right now is not going to come to fruition. There's the anti-nade going on to Shin. No, Blue needs to be careful not to get taken down, but will get finished off there by Dracos. And the first hold of many has happened for Lifeguards, but they have to be Stalingrad-esque right now.
They do. This has got to be like, they got to put up a wall. Just there is such a disadvantage here because Snow Angels can swap characters as many times as they want. There's no going back to spawn for Lifeguards. But the second Blue is just slightly out of position, or there's someone slightly isolated, that person's getting hooked. That person's getting hooked. And Shin is holding the fort right now, literally and physically in front of their entire team.
Yeah, this is just so much pressure onto Shin right now. So much damage being put in. There's the teleport onto the high ground there from Punch. So now no one really able to contest the Reaper from just dropping down and then teleporting back up. They use the fade, but there's the anti-nade from Jazza. Shin goes down. Punch does get traded out. They do have the nano boost on the Valkyrie. There's the Earth Shatter that comes through, but Teacup is just cleaning house right now. Takes down Big Boom. Shin back into this fight. Does get the kill onto Killer Mercury, but Teacup has just decimated the side of Lifeguards, and they will take the second map.
Amazing job there. Amazing job. Focusing that tank, getting them down. And you know what? It's not Valkyries of vengeance, it's Valkyries of anti-vengeance. Because Lifeguards were excited to play Snow Angels because Snow Angels got the better of them yesterday. And Snow Angels, let's go. Nano, Valkyrie, you're not getting revenge. We're going to make you want revenge even harder. With Teacup in your face with that Nano Valkyrie. Whether or not it was a misclick or whether or not it was intentional, they were confident. They went forward. Shin was taken out. Good showing. Great job from Lifeguards. But
knowing Teacup, that was completely intentional. Scary. There was no way Teacup was not
screaming, give me the nano.
Yeah, there was no way that Teacup was not yelling for the nano boost from Zaza or to do the funny. As I can hear it in my head right now. I can hear Teacup's voice going, let's do the funny, let's do the funny. You did the funny. You did it. Well done, Teacup.
I don't know. If I was Lifeguards, I don't think I'd be laughing. But it's funny watching abstractly from the comfort of our casting chairs. Great job, though. This is... Yeah, it might be a blowout. It might be a blowout. Lifeguard are performing unbelievably well, but Snow Angels, there hasn't been a crack in the armor. There has not been. They've been staggered slightly. Momentum has been stopped on occasion from exceptional performances from Lifeguards, but it hasn't been able to stop the consistency. That freight train just keeps on pushing through. Overtime on our second map there, and it was close. But once again, Snow Angels performing.
Yeah, Snow Angels are performing to a level that at the moment has not been matched in these finals series. And going into this next map, now we get to go to our hybrid, and it's going to be very interesting to see what gets picked because, again, Kings Row, Midtown, or Eichenwalde are all pretty good for the Reinhardt-centric composition that we have been seeing from the side of Snow Angels.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen a Kings Row yet. We've seen 2 Midtowns and 2 Eichenwaldes. And yeah, this is an incredibly important choice. This is an incredibly important map choice. This could be the last one. It could be 3-0. We might not have seen, it might just be zeros all the way through on this on this tournament day, on the second day right now, which would be crazy. But Snow Angels have to be feeling pretty good, even though that was close, even though the pressure was there. Anyone's going to be feeling good coming 2-0 into Lifeguard's choice of Eichenwald.
Yeah, and I mean, that's probably the best choice that you could come up with. It allows you to get around blue a little bit more. Maybe you can shut down Punch, but Punch looked really good on this map the last time we saw them play on here.
Yeah, for sure. And we've seen, like, we do know that Shin does enjoy the Reinhardt. So whether or not they try to match that, it's going to be interesting. I mean, they've won on the Roadhog, so there's not that immediate pressure. But especially on that second point, Roadhog, I mean, you still get hooks off the map. There's still possibilities there. And we've seen teams have those brawly fights on that high ground. So, yeah, Eichenwald, this is going to have to be where... Lifeguards, they have to just channel. They have to just channel the spirit of lifeguarding. They've got to pretend like their team is drowning and they're jumping in their budgie smugglers and they're going to save them. And you know what? I think Shin, that thick man, that flotation device that he is carrying with him, I think he can bring them out of this, especially with the support of such good teammates, especially with Bray's Kiriko that has been cleansing almost every one of Zaz's. We do see, as we've seen many times on this map today, we do see Dracos on the Pharah. Great choice for this map. That's going to be in the face of Keely's Ash, though, and Punch. We saw that clip. We saw that clip of Punch climbing the wall, doming the pharmacy, and that was arguably the reason why they won that map. That sunk it in and locked it in for him. So it's going to be tough to stay in the air too long when you've got the hit scans and Blue's a hit scan with those fire strikes. Let's be real. So is Zaza. So is the Glock. But we've got the Lucio from Bray. They're going to want to speed in. Nope, just for the speed boost. They need that cleanse for the anti. If they can get past this choke point, get a pick from an isolated player from Dracos maybe, then they can push through. But Shin, it's almost, almost can just walk, hold W. I mean, anti, I don't care. I have a million health. Hold W. And they're in already.
Beep Boop is on the high ground as well, using the grenade jump to get up there. There's a good hook there from Shin. Forces Blue all the way in. Draco trying to boot the Reinhardt back forward, but doesn't get there. It doesn't matter. The kill will still be secured, but Shin very low on HP. Now Dracos on the flank here, looking for a way to get in. They just haven't been able to find the pick just yet, but it will be Miki who pulls out the Glock and finds two. Valkyrie not needed here from Miki as they finish off Punch and Keely. Both DPS fall, and it will be Lifeguards capping point one in extremely fast fashion.
Unbelievably fast. That hook on Blue just isolated him and let them walk in. And that's not the first Bastion parkour we've seen from Beat Boop. They did that earlier on Midtown very impressively. So great first cap. 5 minutes on the clock. That is so goddamn fast. Well played. I think Miki, Harry, I think the Valkyries of Vengeance spirit is within them because no, you don't get to nano boost Valkyrie pistol me. No. I'm going to dry and double block two of you as payback. So good job, Miki. Valkyrie almost online.
Yeah, there's a lot of ultimates almost online here, but Zaza gets taken down before the nano boost can be invested. I wonder if they can stop this resurrect from coming in from Teacup. No, it doesn't seem like it. That's a good boop off the high ground there. Dracos forcing Keely off of the highest ground, and now Shin and Beat Boop just walk towards the Ash. Shin taking down Teacup as well. This is more like it from Lifeguards. What a sleep start from Zaza, but I mean, it's a solo barrage pretty much onto the Ana there, and it will be Lifeguards continuing to move forward.
Yeah, I love that from Lifeguards. They know they've got infinite time, but they're not going to go the slow route up the stairs, take the fight in front of them on that high ground. They're just going to all sit on the cart. And that boot from Draco's popping Keely off of it. Keely had such freedom there with that damage boost, doing a lot. We're going to have a lot of ultimates coming in for this second point, which has been very difficult for all teams today.
Yeah, it's going to be the artillery strike being invested there by Lifeguards as well as they continue a rush. In the meantime, Bob is in the back line, but Shin is in the back line of Snow Angels, making their lives a living hell right now. It's just going to be Teacup who's now pulled out the Glock, trying to stay alive, but Zaza gets hooked, taken down. Whole hog available here for Shin, but they don't have to use it as Teacup went for the resurrect, could not get it off. And the second point has been captured by Lifeguards. 5 minutes, Scary.
Yeah, this is disgusting. This is too much time for this last point. This last point is so close range. There's going to be hooks, whole hogs, smash form, damage boost, Reaper. This is a crazy amount of time to try and defend from Snow Angels. And Lifeguards, they know their life is on the line. They are guarding their life right now from elimination from this tournament. And they are performing extremely well. Massive momentum, old advantage in their favor. Blue's going to be looking for a shatter to try to slow that down. And if they can do it, which they probably can, because Shin doesn't have a shield, that could turn it.
Yeah, well, Punch gets the finishing blow there onto Draco, so now there's no Farah available here for Lifeguards. And Farah pretty hard to make work in this small enclosed area. Whole Hog now being invested though by Shin. Forces away everyone, so they do get the resurrect. And it's going to be Zaza who's caught in the right room there. Can anyone go and punish the Ana? They may not be able to punish the Ana, but they definitely punish the Bastion and Smeeky, who ends up getting the finishing blow onto Zaz. Now Punch trying to step up to the cart, stepping up to the plate, trying to get those finishing blows. But again, Shin with a hook gets Blue around the corner and finishes off the Reinhardt. Still so much time.
Oh, this is such bad news for Snow Angels, getting split there with their positioning. And now you've got them up, kissing the spawn doors. Draco's getting a pick.
Wait, someone has to touch! No one touches the point! Draco's found Killy, and then no one else can step up to the plate. The nano boost went completely to waste onto Punch, and that is so much time in time bank for Lifeguards. 4 minutes. Scary. Unprecedented.
I mean, I don't know if the cart ever stopped moving. Like, that was just the first fight, take the point. This is the highest amount of time I've seen on Icon World ever, possibly. That was amazing. These teams are playing at such a high level that the slightest positioning error or the slightest overperformance, it just snowballs so much. And Zaza and the Bastion getting caught out there in that further spawn at the start of this third point impacted so much. We didn't even get to see a final fight. We had the ults on board as well. It was just, the momentum was so fast. And I don't think Snow Angels have been put under this pressure ever in this entire 2 days of tournament, Harry.
Yeah, and this could be the turning point right now, Scary. This could be the major turning point. Because when that happens to a team, like, it doesn't matter how much you are in front by. They could be 2-0. When that happens to a team, when you get rolled so comprehensively on an attack, you start questioning things, for sure. Yeah,
you're only as good as your last team fight, and they've had 2 maps of domination, but that kind of helped their mental, the amount that they felt under pressure there. We've got almost the same comps that we've been seeing. Shin with these early hooks has been brutal, so that's a back off immediately.
Punch walked around the corner and got taken down. That's another hook onto Zaza. Zaza going down. The Lifeweaver is not long for this world. Blue as well, going to get deleted here by the Bastion, and that is a very convincing early fight there by Lifeguards.
Yeah, Punch saying in the chat, pulled through 2 walls, almost a hook 1.0. But if anyone knows how to do it, it's Shin. Great job there. Zaza on the Lifeweaver is interesting. That is a big change from what we've seen previously. That's going to enable the pedal. The high ground is going to be really good. But also, it's going to enable the save, and couldn't save Blue, unfortunately.
Blue just gets hooked in again and taken down. Dracos as well finishes off Punch, and again, it's going to be a retreat with Snow Angels and maybe a composition swap coming out as well.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been a composition problem from these 2 fights. It's just been too fast. It's just been spawn, get hooked, okay, reset. Spawn, get hooked, reset. So they haven't really had a chance to show what they're going to do. We know Zaza is unbelievable on the Hannah, but if you're 2 steps ahead of your Ryan, you just eat all the damage.
What is happening here? The Farah spam has just been absolutely insane. It's going to be people who takes down Blue, and it's going to have to be a retreat once again for Snow Angels.
Harry, I'm scared to say it, but I think Snow Angels might be rattled. Lifeguards are just full force momentum. They are backing themselves with confidence. Every single time Snow Angels have tried to go in, they've been shut down immediately. Just little performance from Shin, just shutting it down. There's been 4 fights. We haven't actually had a fight. It's been backing off. It's 2 minutes on the clock, Harry.
It is 2 minutes, but finally they get through the choke point and Shin goes down. Raid boss Roadhog has been finished. It looks for the resurrect there, but couldn't find it. But Dracos finds 2. Both Punch and Blue going down. Teak up with the resurrect now brings Blue back into this fight, but it's going to be an artillery strike being used there by Kitsfu. Shin now on the way back from spawn as Teak up pops the Valkyrie and starts chasing after the rest of Lifeguards with the Glock. But it will be point 1, looking like it could go in favor right now for Snow Angels.
Yeah, there we go. They just needed to just regroup and go in as 5 and just not let Shin get that pick. Instead, get the pick on them first. And they did that fantastically. Once they were in the door, they did not let it shut behind them. They just full forward into the momentum. Dracos, once again, on that Farah, putting out so much damage. This second point is going to go in their favor as well. We'll see what Snow Angels decide to do. We've seen them teleport up there with Keeley, although they have the duplicates, so not at the moment. Although Blue's in by himself. Blue is up there all alone.
What? Blue, what are you doing up there, my friend? Shin gets put to sleep from the low ground now, trying to look for Zaza, and it's going to be Punch who gets the finishing blow onto Big Boop. Keely copies over to the Roadhog. Great hook! A 180 Roadhog hook there from Killer Mercury on the duplicated Roadhog. Means that Railsum is not long for this one. And another great hook is run from the low ground. Miki did not stand a chance. Now the Echo of Killer Mercury is looking to contest the high ground here as well.
If there is ever a confidence booster in the face of Shin's unbelievable Roadhog, it's copying the tank and getting 3 great hooks. Awesome job there from Keely. Keely has made some plays and opened it up, especially on the Simp, but also on the Echo. Got to keep an eye out for them. They've pushed it under the bridge now and probably going to push it all the way to the doors. They will get one more fight here. We do have the Kitsune rush to invest as well. Look out for a Nano Death Blossom.
Nano Boost, Death Blossom, finds 2, finds 3. It is an absolute decimation from Snow Angels. They breathe the kiss of death into Lifeguards.
Yeah, there's just, once the cleanse is gone, you got nothing to answer that. And that's the downside to running the Roadhog. Even though it's been working very effectively, you have to eat every anti. You have to eat every shatter. You have to eat every Death Blossom. It's just in your face. And they saved the shatter. So they can walk around the corner and shatter and push it all the way to the end, but Whole Hog is about to be played.
Yeah, and it doesn't get used yet, but a good hook like Killer Mercury means that this fight suddenly becomes a lot slower pace. They're trying to position for the Resurrect here, but they can't get it. As we see Shin using that Whole Hog, pushing everyone back right now. An anti-nade from Zaza onto Shin could open something up, but won't for now. Zaz gets hooked, brought back in, no honor on the field, and that should be Snow Angels backing up.
Yeah, I don't think Zaz is expecting Shin's Roadhog to be so far forward because they've been hooked a couple of times, and they are one of the 2 incredibly important support players. Here we go.
Blue, Shatter gets up to 3, Punch now trying to do the cleanup with Keely with a focusing beam as well. Miki goes down at the end there. Dracos just finish off Blue. Shin manages to stay alive. If Shin can stay alive and get the rest of the team back here, they may be able to contest with the barrage.
This is so close. They got 3 minutes on the clock. They got the advantage. They got to try to get back in. They're all low health. Can they even contest here? They're just going to get shredded down. Looks like shredded, but Bray getting a kit pick.
Yeah, Bray kills Punch, which means everyone can get out now. Teacup goes down. It's going to be a duplication there from Keely to try and secure the fight, but they can't do it. The rest of the team was looking to back out. Snow Angels now are forced to retreat, but they still have 2.5 minutes left on the clock.
And Lifeguards are just clutch machines. When it looks like there's no hope, you're getting spawn camped with like staggered players. They manage to pull it out of their butt, and it's working unbelievably well. They know they don't want to get 3-0'd, and they refuse to let it happen. Snow Angels got 2.5 minutes to push it a tiny bit.
Yeah, Zaz, another huge anti-nade comes out, but the Kitsune rush is just too much pressure there for Blue. Now, Punch in the back line, looking very, very sneaky, waiting for the opportunity to fall on the side of Lifeguards like Snow, but for now, they have to wait.
Yeah, and Dracos is still sticking with that Pharaohs on this indoor, not usually seen, but working well. Blue staying on that Reinhardt, you can get unbelievable shatters here at this close range with no defense to it, but when you don't have that shatter, you're just eating a damage boosted Bastion from Beat Boop, and that makes it a bit difficult to walk up. They have 1.5 minutes left, they've got some ults on board. It's not last fight unless they want to commit to it, but they need to try to cap to bring this map to overtime.
There's the Nano Boost, there's the Death Blossom being used, the hook does cancel the Death Blossom, but now you have to deal with a Reaper who's still Nano Boosted, shooting directly at the center of mass of the Roadhog, and that is a team kill that will secure the 3rd point here for Snow Angels with 1.5 minutes to spare.
Yeah, that didn't have to be last fight, but you know what? Reflecting on it, they know that Lifeguards has got 4.5 minutes on the clock, so that extra 30 seconds might come into play here. And the coordination from Snow Angels in terms of their ultimate usage has been fantastic. You can almost hear the communication that's going on because there's not really an answer when Snow Angels have their ultimates built up and do combo in that way from Lifeguards. They are not running a supportive ult. They only have the cleanse occasionally when Bray is on that Kiri, which has been fantastic. But there's no shield, no mitigation. Apart from the cleanse, you are just open season unless you're winning. And when you don't have the momentum and you're not in that pressure position, you are open season. And that's when Snow Angels have been effective. They might have been getting held here and there slightly, but they're just being patient. They know when they build up that time, when they build up those ults, that is when they have the advantage. Sure, none of us have ults. You just can be Roadhog, you can do damage, you can hooks. We can't beat that. There's not much we can do about that. But when the ultimates are online, that's when we are guaranteed to have the advantage and guaranteed to win. So Really good adaptations from both team here, sticking with characters that we've seen from them before. Keely is on the soldier on attack. That might be a little bit difficult. Dracos' Farah in the pharmacy has been causing problems, but on attack here, getting through that choke point, this is Farah's playground.
It is indeed Farah's playground. They're looking around for the flank right now. Hook doesn't connect this time. Punch doesn't get caught out early, but now they're just going to be looking to walk in. There's a teleport into the back line. Shin getting low already. Used the Roadhog hook as well. Now they have to wait for Beatbox to try and heal. And it's going to be Keely who gets taken down there by Draco. Sleep Dart now goes up to the Bastion. Blue trying to do a little bit more damage, take a little bit more space here as Shin is getting pressured down by the Reaper of Punch. Miki goes down. Dracos is in the back line looking for Zaza. Does find Zaza in the end. Beepu with the Bastion Assault form now, just shooting into the shield of Blue, who's just standing there looking at the Bastion. Dracos did go down to Keely, and it looks like point 1 is going in favor here of Snow Angels, and Bray is going to get staggered.
Yeah, there we go. It's 1-1 in terms of the Soldier Farah matchup, but Draco's saying, you know what, 1-1 not good enough. I want to only be winning. So swapped over to the Cassidy. That's going to be really good because Punch is teleporting in just on top of Shin, just distracting in your face. And they've got the Death Blossom already, which is going to be really powerful if they teleport up top. But 15 seconds, they're going to have to be on the cart the entire time, the entire way. And they know Lifeguards is 4 minutes. So this is so crucial. They have to keep the momentum. They have to keep winning. Otherwise, 4 minutes for Lifeguards in the next round.
Yeah, and Keely gets taken down early as well. That's going to be a really risky resurrect to come through. In fact, Tika just gets taken down there. Beep Boop on the high ground. The drop on the low ground there from Shin. Finishes off Zaza. Death Blossom does take down Dracos, but it's so much to do right now for both Blue and Punch. And Shin is still there, sitting very, very pretty on the point. Dracos gets resurrected. Punch does find Beep Boop, but now will be taken down by the Roadhog of Shin. There's going to be a last second touch coming in there from Keely on the Tracer. Now Tika back on the Mercy. Uses the Valkyrie. Stalling out the point now with some movement as well. The Valkyrie is online here for Miki, but Shin decides to ignore the Mercy altogether until they go in for the Resurrect, taking down Teacup and Zaz at the end, and that will be it. Snow Angels have been stopped here, and Lifeguards have a win condition.
Yeah, they certainly do, to say the least. This has just come down to that first round performance. These guys are so close. It's the time dependent factor is swinging it back and forth, because then they couldn't go. They didn't have time to go up there and deal with the high ground. They had to sit on the cart and just be sitting ducks, fish in a barrel, getting shot by the likes of Shin and Dracos and also Beat Boop. So they're in a rock and a hard place there, down to the time. And now Lifeguards have got 4 minutes and 7 seconds to push it halfway on this map. Last time on attack, they pushed the first point in the first fight, the first 30 seconds, and they pushed the second one just as fast. So even Lifeguards have got to be feeling really good right now. They've got to be feeling really confident, especially because, you know, Shin got a 4K at the end there. The defense was fantastic. Man, this is a real battle of giants right now. If Lifeguards do not manage to hold it, it's going to be 3-0 Snow Angels grand final victory. But Lifeguards have the advantage here. They have the advantage and they need to capitalize on it. Otherwise, they are out. Same team comp we've been seeing for these players beforehand. We've just got to watch out for the Shin hook. We've got the Reaper. We've got the long range Ash. We've got the Farah from Dracos, the cleanse. This is going to be extremely important. And Lifeguards have got all the time in the world to take and go slow.
Yeah, they do indeed. The win con has been set. They know what they need to do, and it's going to be Shin who steps up to the plate, gets the hook in, but it's Bray who finds the first pick. Resurrect comes in immediately there from Teacup, but now the side of Lifeguards have just walked up and taken so much space. Hook onto Blue, lots of damage onto the Reinhardt for Snow Angels, but it's going to be Keely who gets revenge this time, taking down Miki. No Resurrect available now for the side of Lifeguards. Beat Boop finishes off Keely, no Resurrect available to bring back the Ash here, but now Shin gets the hook onto Punch, but it's going to get taken down despite the peel coming in for Bray, and now it's a back out moment here for Lifeguards. The Snow Angels hold strong to start with.
Ooh, that was looking scary, but great job there from Snow Angels. I like the adaptation. See how they're holding further back? They're holding further back and playing the cart. They're letting them through that choke point. No one wants to get hooked out of position. They want to stay as that ball, and it worked for them. But special mention to Bray. Bray has got a couple of early picks on Kiri. I don't know if they're wall climbing and hunting players. Once that anti's out, they can kind of go on the offense. They've got the first pick a few times, and they're about to have their Kasuni rush as well. But Zaza has got nano 24/7. If they're in trouble, they can nano the Reinhardt. Lifeguards have got 2.5 minutes, but Snow Angels are looking good on defense here.
I'm expecting a Nano to go into Punch here, and Punch is just going to walk forward and build up towards that net boss, and there's an anti now that goes on to Shin. But without even needing to use the Nano, Zaza just takes down Beeflip, and Bray or some as well has fallen, and this time bank is starting to dwindle now, Scary.
Yeah, it is. The pressure's definitely building. Like I said before, Snow Angels have got that advantage when the ultimates are online because the Shatter and Death Blossom have no answer to it, and they do have those ultimates online at the moment. They only need one to defend this point if they need it.
Yeah, there's Beeflip using the artillery strike. It does force everyone off of the high ground here, but no kills or damage to be found. Bob online now for killing Mercury, and both Valkyrie has been used. Now the Nano boost as well as Punch walks into the back line, gets 3 with the Death Blossom, the coordination, the execution. It is all there for the side of Snow Angels. They are holding so strong.
Unbelievably strong, and they still have the Shatter and the Bob in the bank. Oh my god. Even though they have 4.5 minutes on this attack, down to 1.5 now. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Snow Angels because they have such a good advantage when the ultimates are online. There is the Barrage, there is the Kiriko Rush, there is the Valkyrie, but when you get shattered, what do you do? What do you do? When Bob contests the point overtime, what do you do? This is looking very scary.
We're going to have to find out what they do because there comes the Earth Shatter in. It connects onto 4 blue, has bought the house, rushing down now into Lifeguard. Beeflip goes down as well. There's the Barrage coming in from Draco. Does connect on the Killer Mercury, but the bomb has already been sent down. It's essentially a 5v5 still. Shin with the Ho-Ho sends the bomb off of the map. Misses the hook from the Punch though, so Punch is still able to live here. The Ho-Ho not really getting much else. There's the Valkyrie being invested now from Mickey to try and keep Shin alive. Shushu has been invested as well. Punch fades into the base of the Roadhog. Death Blossom being damage boosted. 40 seconds left on the clock right now. Bray Some comes back, gets taken down. Please keep moving on the Soldier, who finishes off Tika. Draco takes down Punch. There's no Rick on the point now. It's a hook onto Zaz. Zaz doesn't get taken down though. He looks away. Now it's Beep Boop on the Soldier with 2. Beep Boop may have just clutched this up. 4 lifeguards, 4 kills in the fight for the Soldier.
Oh my god, we haven't seen the Soldier. They've been going crazy on Bastion, but obviously they can aim. We've got 60%, almost got a visor. Punch must be pulling hairs out of their head because how kill Shin's Roadhog getting healed. Death Blossom is just barely a mosquito bite, and then when you do kill them, the res comes in. Oh my god, we do have the Nano and the Valk, and that's the only ultimates on board. It's about to be overtime. They have a little bit more to push. They kind of have to wait here for this gate to open.
There's a hook on the Killy. Killy uses the Ice Block immediately. The Anti-Nade has already been used, and so it's a Susu now. It's a Sleep Dart going on to Beep Boop here. Beep Boop caught on the side. They have to try and get the Bastion alive, but it's Punch in the back line, fighting both Beep Boop and Braille. The Nano Boost goes onto the ring, but this is it. The Grand Finals have come to a halt as Lifeguards will capitulate. Snow Angels have descended from the heavens, and they will be your Valkyries of Vengeance winners.
Oh my god, Harry. That was unbelievable. Unbelievable. Punch Eichenwald is their map. They live on this map. They know everything. Hanzo, 2 picks. They have won. This is the second Eichenwald map they've won in this tournament, and they won the tournament from it. Not to be discredited is Blue on that Reinhardt, following up with a few picks there. That could not have been a closer 2 days of tournament. We could not have had a more balanced and competitive series of players from OCE. What a pleasure, Harry. What a goddamn game.
Yeah, what a game indeed. Back and forth throughout the entire time, but in the end, it is going to be Snow Angel who take away the map and the series and the grand final as well. And oh, like you said, it was just exhilarating to watch.
I want more, Harry. I want more. We've only ever seen 2 0s and 3 0s. I wanted an 8-match, 15-match tiebreaker, 4-day event. Like, this could go, if we played 10 matches, it could have gone either way. It was so close. Every single fight, it was just the tiniest things. Both teams should be feeling good about themselves. That was not a stomping. That was a hard-fought win from Snow Angels. But on the day, they were better and they performed unbelievably well in the face of some incredibly tough players, in the face of Shin, Punch, my man, amazing Death Blossoms, amazing Hanzo. You put your name on Icon World for sure, and congratulations on the victory to Snow Angels.
Massive congratulations indeed. We are going to be setting up an interview very briefly, so we may be going to a short break before we do that. But so we'll be going to that team interview. That's what I was trying to say. So we will see you on the other side of this ad break, and when we come back, we will have the winning team available for an interview, as well as the MVP
Not yet, Harry.
award
Not
and
yet.
interview.
There has been an overwhelming demand from the audience that they just want to hear more of our voice. They haven't heard enough of it. So they've been screaming encore in the chat. They want to hear more from us, Harry. And I have an unbelievable amount to talk about, because not only have we had such an competitive series over the 2 days, not only have we had 40 players and 8 teams, not only have we given away mouse pads, not only have we had an unbelievable grand final, we've also raised $3,145 for the National Breast Cancer Foundation. So anyone in chat that's watched or support or been part of this or donated, if you've got a few bucks, it's not over yet. We've got team interviews coming up. Throw it in. We've still got time to hit that goal. Every single person involved in this needs to pat themselves on the back. Thank you so much for raising nearly $3,200, Harry. What an effort.
Yeah, an extremely overwhelming response from the community, and so much generosity coming out from everyone as well. I could not have been more proud of this community coming together and raising so much money for such an amazing cause as well. I mean, it really is something to behold.
Yeah, it's this is not the first amazing tournament from the OC Overwatch community, and I doubt it'll be the last. It is an incredibly tight-knit community. We've seen all of the people supporting right now, and don't forget, each player was streaming their perspective, so make sure you go over to their individual channels, give them some love. This is an unbelievable. Is all of OCE like getting more skilled at the same time? Is our region like increasing at the same time? Because this is the most balanced one I've seen. It's been every fight. Look, it's been a pleasure to watch this. This has been so much fun, and I hope the audience has enjoyed too. Because I want more. I want another 3 hours of games, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe not 3 hours of games. I still need to go and sleep and work and all of that tomorrow. But I do agree. We do want more games like this. And these tournaments are so much fun to watch and to cast over and to be a part of. They really do bring out the best in the OCE community. And I think that's what makes these so special.
Exactly right, and it's an absolute pleasure to be showcased on the BattleNet on the Blizzard front page as well. And you can see why we get so much support, because this community is just putting their front foot forward in terms of how wholesome and supportive they are. And I just noticed something unbelievable before we switched to the interview.
Oh
we
my
just
goodness.
hit the goal. We just had a donation, a massive donation that just overshot the goal. We're $64 from $3,500, Harry.
What in the world? Ape, thank you so much for... I believe that was you, Ape. Thank you so much for dropping that donation there. Wow. Incredible. $3,446 raised and 3,446 reasons to say fuck cancer. That will be it from us. We are going to hand you over back to Wonderlust, who is doing the team interview with the winners of the tournament. Say hello to Snow Angel.
And you're on.
Welcome into our winning team, Snow Angels. How are you guys feeling after that victory?
Feeling
Epic. Awesome. Epic.
We good.
Pumped.
we are
Very,
so
very
up
good
right now.
job. The fact he's only lost one map the entire series is honestly insane.
Yeah, no, we did pretty well. I feel like everyone played pretty well on the team. Like, we all pulled our weight and, popped
Definitely, there was a lot of team plays. Everyone was doing the things they needed to do. I've seen every single person on this team pop off at some stage in this series.
Yeah.
So I'm thoroughly impressed.
As a wise man once
Thank
said,
you.
we gaming.
While I have you all here, our MVP is actually in the call. So I'm going to announce MVP right now. And that is going to be Punch.
Yeah!
Let's go.
Yeah.
Punch just consistently popped off on that Reaper. Every single ultimate came in value. And it was honestly between you or Shin, but you just shut down their MVP player the entire game.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Reaper is one of the characters of the game.
Apparently. You don't actually see Reapers pop off so much in tournament settings. So it was refreshing to see. Well done, guys. All right. Thank you for having this interview and good job on winning the tournament.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
you.
It was very fun.
Yay.
Yay.
All right, good to throw it back to the car.
Okay, apparently we are coming back on to the stream. So before we quickly take off, we have raised $3,500 for the National Breast Cancer Foundation. Absolutely monumentous effort from the community here. We'll do one last thank you to Quokka Mousepads as well for sponsoring the event. If you would like, we've obviously given away 2 now $50 Quokka Mousepad vouchers. Earlier, we gave away to chat. That was won by Pie in the chat there. And now Punch as well will be taking home the $50 voucher for winning MVP for the tournament. And I think that's pretty cool, Quokka. Thank you so much. Remember, go visit and check out Quokka Mousepads. They do some awesome custom mousepads, the best in the business at doing that. You can customize your size, the image that you want on it, the stitching, everything. Go check them out and make sure that your desk has been lightened up by one of their beautiful mouse or player mats.
Exactly right, Harry. Great job to the sponsors supporting this. I have 3 things to say very quickly before we do end here. The first one is we have hit 3,500. That was from Blaze Ninja, who was one of the players today and performed great. We have hit $3,500, which is $1,000 ahead of the original goal. So all of you should be goddamn proud for putting it towards a good cause. Thank you so much for that. The second thing I have to say is production. That was really risky. I asked if I could get naked and we will finish casting, and they said yes, and then they flopped to the camera. So you guys almost got like flashbanged by something uninteresting. But segueing from that, also we have to thank production. There is a big team of staff, admins, producers, people doing social media. Wonder getting this together and being the lead runner of this. Harry as well. Thank you to you for being a co-caster today. It's an absolute pleasure. And yeah, just thank you to all the behind the scenes work. These things are not easy to put together. There is 50 people that were involved in terms of players and casters and stuff. So give big love to the production, big love to the observers, to all those players. They don't get a lot of focus, but not players, but they are players in the game of this tournament, and they did fantastic. So shout out to everybody involved. Thank you so much. And you too, Harry.
Yeah, thank you so much as well, Drop Bear, for coming by and casting with me. It's always an absolute pleasure. But guys, stick around because we have one more segment to come after this break. And I think a lot of people will know, so I may spoil it. We're going to see one of our contestants, one of our competitors, shave their head in the name of cancer research as well. Because we hit our goal so early on, Draco will be shaving his head for a very good cause. Until then, we are going to be signing off, and we will see you in the next cast. Take care, ladies and gentlemen.
See you later.
Goodbye.
Welcome back, everyone. We have Draco here who is going to shave his head for hitting the $1,500 dono. You're absolutely amazing, Draco.
Oh boy, this is going to be interesting. I'm going to miss my hair. I don't think I've ever had it so short.
You are an absolute legend for doing this.
It's alright, I'm happy to. I feel like I should have set the goal higher, but you know.
Yeah,
smash it,
I
absolutely.
know. Seeing how many donos we got, I was like, oh my god, I should have set that higher. I definitely thought 1,500 was high.
Yeah.
But whenever you're ready, Draco.
Alright, I probably don't matter. I didn't sit down there. Alrighty. Well, here we go then.
It's coming off.
Oh, it's so much hair.
You do have a lot of hair. You know what? It kind of suits you though. No. They're giving you the Bray treatment now. Yeah, like I said, you look cold.
Oh boy.
It's actually looking good, Draco. No stress. You're actually gonna freeze. There's beanies, Lucy. I want to thank everyone while we're here for raising over $3,500 for the National Breast Cancer Foundation Australia. That's absolutely amazing, guys. Like, we were $500 on the initial goal, and we have done that, what, 5 times over?
5 over?
6? No, wait.
No, wait.
I can't math. That's
But
ridiculous.
that's ridiculous.
You guys are absolutely freaking amazing. Absolutely insane. I want a special shout out to Abe who donated, I can't find the message, but it was some ridiculous amount. Thank you so much, Abe. You've been an absolute top donor. Insane. Thank you to every single person that competed and donated today. And a big shout out to our amazing casters. Oh, it's almost off.
Almost scored.
So close.
I'm not excited for the cleanup.
Yeah, you have hair everywhere. We probably should have thought about that.
Oh, we hit over the goal.
We did. We did.
Nice.
Oh, over. We're even more. There's more donos coming in. You guys are crazy. Absolutely insane. Oh, almost there. Surely you keep the rat tail. Thank you for the raid, Blue. You are amazing, Draco.
Oh boy. I just realized how cold it's going to be now that we're in the winter months.
Yeah, we'll have to get a beanie, hey? Although, it's almost winter's almost over. It's almost spring. It actually suits you, Draco. It dead set suits you.
This is going to be an interesting conversation when I meet my family again.
Tell them it was for a good cause. It was for a good cause. It does suit you, though. Who agrees it suits Draco?
Alright. There we go. Might have to get the rest in the mirror. I need to put on
Yeah, you're probably gonna have to see a mirror. But thank you so much again for doing that, Draco. That's such a huge thing to do for hitting a dono incentive.
That's all right. I guess we can officially say fuck cancer.
Yes, fuck cancer. Indeed. Thank you so much, Draco.
No worries. Thanks for having me on, Wonder.
Of course. I'll catch you probably after her.
Sounds good.
See ya.
See ya.
Alrighty. Yes. Alrighty, thank you so much for everyone that came and watched the tournament, all the amazing content creators that competed and put on a show today, as well as the amazing production team. Like, this would not have been possible without Abe. Liger was a huge help getting us on the launcher and everything. Bruce has been absolutely amazing in the back end. Obviously, Martos helping with all these questions, an absolute champion. And our amazing casters, Rice, Kress, Harry, and Drop Bet. Thank you so much for donating your time to cast this event. You are honestly amazing. And thank you to absolutely everyone that donated to this amazing cause. I love you all so much. And that'll be it for us. Bye, guys.